And if you see, I have been looking at the left side, that is on the screen, at a lot of Marathi channels, one of them being yours, NDTV Marathi. Now, I am having a lead count of, I don't want to just market any other channel on your channel, but I am having the latest on all the 288. It was 137, 135. So what you are showing will finally go there. And as of now, I don't want to be wrong also, it is showing 140 to Mayuti and 132 to MVA. And this is not even the first round. So I'm very sure I was on your channel 2 days back.
Yes.
Hello?
Sajjan, come in on this. You know, when we are looking at these numbers, 120 is what we are looking at for Mahayuti at the moment, and Mahavikas Aghadi at 80. Mahayuti down by 12. And Mahavikas Aghadi up by 20. Very early hours, 9-11 isn't really the time we can come to some conclusion, but how are you looking at it?
No, I mean, that's also the down and up is because last time in 2019, the combinations were different. You have just two parties in what you call today Mahayuti, combined Shiv Sena and BJP. So therefore, both the constituents were contesting more seats. So this time, even if it's going down, the lead indicates one thing. If you see the ground scenario, the fact that except Marathwada region, everywhere there was a positive traction for Ladki Bahin Yojana scheme. To Eknath Shinde's image has also taken some sort of upward pull factor. Given that, also if you see in Vidarbha region wherein Congress was supposed to contribute considerably, therein we found that Congress had literally let it go, let it slip out and fall into the hands of the local candidates wherein the Mahayuti has the edge. So overall, I think if more women voters, as the report is there, have voted in this, so therefore the Ladki Bahin Yojana impact is going to give positive traction to the Mahayuti.
Okay, Aditi?
Well, we have to see what role or what the performance of Sharad Pawar is, because this is absolutely a make and break election for him and his party. We have to, I don't know what the reports are from Baramati. I don't know what the reports are from other areas where...
I will just mention that because NCP SP at the moment, their leads are, they are contesting on 64 seats. Lead is in 33. There's a change of plus 21 for NCP SP at the moment.
So which is...
They're contesting in 86 seats, right?
86, yeah.
Yes,
86 seats.
So far we know
51.
about 64.
51 so far.
64 we know about so far, yes.
So even assuming that it is...
F5 update button, eh?
Yes.
Even if we assume that it is around, you know, they're leading in 1 out of every 2 seats that they contested, that's pretty damn good as strike rates go. But we have to see what, I'm really interested in knowing what happens in Baramati.
Yes.
In fact, there's a further update, Maria. You know, I mean, they're contesting in 86, the NCP SP. So far, there are leads in 71. There are leads now in 37. They're leading now in 37.
There's a gain of 24 seats.
And that's very significant.
Yes, that's pretty good. Let's bring in Clyde and get a reaction on this. You know, of course, as far as the Lok Sabha is concerned, Clyde, we saw the results, and Sharad Pawar did give what was seen as a debilitating blow to his nephew when Ajit Pawar's NCP managed only 1 MP while Sharad Pawar dominated the NCP completely. I don't think so. You know, even in this election, Sharad Pawar, the NCP battle is going to be settled so easily. You know, Mr. Pawar remains that dominant figure in Maharashtra politics.
Good morning, Maria and Vishnu. I hope you can hear me now.
Loud and clear.
Am I audible enough? Am I audible now?
Clyde, you've been audible all throughout. Can you answer the question?
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. So I heard you. You know, I'm getting my updates, you know, from Baramati.
Yes.
So at the moment, Mr. Ajit Pawar is leading, but overall picture is that, you know, the NCP, my NCP, which is Mr. Sharad Chandra Pawar, we're leading in 45 seats at the moment. That's the update I'm getting from my central office, that we're leading 45 seats. So it's going to be neck to neck. But, you know, like Maria just said, you know, is it going to be settled, which is the real NCP? I have no doubt. I have no doubt we are the real NCP. the election commission may have given the verdict, things have panned out, but we all know who formed NCP. We all know who is the president of the NCP. These things happen, but at the end of the day, people of Maharashtra will decide today what they decided in the Lok Sabha election. We won 8 out of the 10 seats that we contested it. So I think it's going to be a decision that the people have taken. It's going to seal it this time around. But having said that, the updates that I'm getting also, we are neck to neck. The Mahayuti and Mahavikas Aghadi are running neck to neck.
It's a battle of identity for your party. At the end of the day, in the next few hours, people would likely say, okay, I now know who the real NCP is. And therefore, as tall a leader as Sharad Pawar may be, this is at one level an existential election for your party.
Well, I wouldn't call it an existential election because we know we exist. It's the other faction that broke away. They try to, exist and, call themselves the real NCP. But the truth cannot be, hidden. The fact is, we all know where the party stands. Sharad Pawar Saab formed the NCP and we
a word on Shiv Sena
more...
and all other political parties, because we have more details coming in now. The Shiv Sena, which is Eknath Shinde Sena, the leads have come in on 59 seats out of 81 that they have contested leads now. They are leading in 33 of those 59. There is a change or gain of 2. Congress, though, is down minus 13. They are contesting on 101. Remember, in Mahavikas Aghadi, they're contesting on maximum number of seats. Out of 101 seats that the Congress is contesting, the leads clear now in 83. They are leading only in 26. And in 2019, remember, they had won 39. So I think it's not very early trend, but not very clear picture for the Congress at the moment. So as we look at 917, Mahavikas Aghadi at 85, Mahayuti at 136. So that's how the numbers are stacked. Again, let's bring in Anuja Kapoor now of the BJP. Early trends, I know BJP has always been cautiously optimistic, but how are you viewing it?
Jai Shri Ram and good morning. We are very hopeful because this is the government of NDA, and NDA is a cadre-based party where under the leadership of Modi ji, a Modi ji who has been bestowed with the highest honor around the world with 17 awards. This is what we see, where India is called as a Viksit Bharat. You will be seeing in 2045, 40 in next decade. So what we are looking into is why we would be winning this. Because what Modi ji's schemes have been turned up in Maharashtra, what Modi ji's schemes have been turned up in Jharkhand, that is on the ground level. The woman, Dalit, the caste system, what Congress was talking about, where we were talking about Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, where we also talked about
because what I'd like to do, and I'll come back to you, is take a look at important strike rates which are taking place in face-offs between various political formations. So if we take a look at the BJP versus the Congress, that's the really big one. The BJP presently in leads, these are leads, not results, we'll say it 100 times, has a strike rate of 70%. The Congress in a direct face-off in Maharashtra across the state is hitting at only 23%. So this is a huge problem, Maria.
Yes, a word on those 75 seats. Out of those 75 seats, there is on which there is a direct face-off between the BJP and the Congress. 40 are in Vidarbha, which essentially means that the BJP is doing well in Vidarbha region. That's why their strike rate is at 70% in this direct face-off between the BJP and the Congress. Early hours, it's 9:20 only.
And also, the other point, of course, is that the Congress is doing, would have concerns at this stage. Of the 101, and as you mentioned, in the MBA, they're contesting the maximum number of seats in that alliance. They're leading in only 25. That's down 14 from last time. Let's take a look at the next face-off, as it were, on the screen. This is the NCP versus the, I think it's the NCP versus NCP. Let's try and pull out those graphics on the screen. Oops. NCP versus the NCP SP, Sharad Pawar. Again, this is the battle for identity. It's almost even Stevens, because Maria, about 30 seconds back, it was 50% each, right? So the NCP Sharad Pawar marginally under, but again, it's almost perfectly evening. The other big battle, The Shiv Sena versus the Shiv Sena, the crisis in Maharashtra politics triggered initially by the split of this party. The Shiv Sena or the Balasaheb Thackeray, right, again in the biggest battle of identity, is not hitting at the strike rate that they want.
Yes, so in 53 seats that we are looking at, in which there is a direct face-off between the Shiv Sena and Shiv Sena UBT, it's 53 seats, and most of these 53 seats are coming from Konkan, Thane region.
And Mumbai region.
Yes. Yeah. Sajjan, a word on that?
Yeah, precisely. If you see, there is a generational shift, the generation of the Shiv Sena which has not seen Bal Thackre's era. Certainly the sympathy factor doesn't translate into vote automatically. Second, Eknath Shinde, whatever be his tally, but certainly he has arrived as a leader compared to the Lok Sabha election when he was a traitor and banking upon BJP organizational base. Ladki Bahin Yojana is Eknath Shinde's initiative. So 1, 2, he is now considered as a CM who has delivered a lot in a very quick span of time. So that is why he is not only has arrived as a leader, but he is also contributing to the tally of Mahayuti. And if more women turnout is there, which is the case, then mind it, if Yuti sails through, certainly Eknath Shinde is going to be the Nitish Kumar of Maharashtra for BJP.
You know what's interesting? Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, please go ahead.
What I find interesting is that if these trends translate into results and, you know, the gap at this stage is fairly significant, then it goes against what we've seen in the Lok Sabha elections where the MVA rested 30 of the seats, 48 seats. Right? So it's a complete spin within a matter of few months. Of course, we know that assembly elections and Lok Sabha elections very different. But coming as it does just a few months later.
Vishnu, that was palpable on the ground. What I saw on the ground was that there is no anger per se. 6 months ago, the BJP was being accused of Jod Tod Ki Rajniti. After 6 months, that had gone. So what my reading has been, that if there is anger or if there is sympathy, it manifests only once. And if after the voters are done voting on that issue once,
it has been vented out. They have vented out.
It doesn't repeat itself. Aditi?
Well, yes.
The issues would be broadly similar, though.
The issues are similar. The issues are actually the same. Issues of farmer suicide, issues of socio-economic crisis, issues of investment flying out of Maharashtra to other states, levels of corruption. Those issues are very much in people's minds. They continue to be throughout the campaign. This is what one heard. But I think leadership also matters a great deal. And so this election proves to us how much leadership actually matters. Sharad Pawar continues, according to the result, continues to be a formidable leader in Maharashtra, despite the current situation that seems to suggest that Ajit Pawar is following closely behind him.
Okay.
The Shiv Sena UBT leadership has proved that it is not up to the task, and you can only go so far as up to a point with the theme of betrayal. And the Congress, frankly, has completely
they are underperforming in a very big way.
And I would say Vidarbha in particular, you know, because in that region, it is also proving, if these numbers actually translate into actual results, that even in hyper-local elections, we were seeing this as 288 mini battles playing out in Maharashtra. Even then, there are certain nuts and bolts of an organization which seems to be working here.
Yeah, and you see, don't be surprised if Vidarbha emerges as the graveyard, not for the Congress, but it drags down MVA also, because Vidarbha is where the Congress is supposed to contribute. Largest constituent of all the 6 regions.
Absolutely.
And Congress is supposed to contribute there, and it's almost a direct fight between BJP and Congress.
Yes.
And the way we are witnessing, it seems to be the trend, at least in Vidarbha, that if MVA gets pulled down, primarily it would be on account of the Congress.
Okay, according to leads, at 9:25, NDA has majority in both the seats. But this is early, very, very early trends. Let's tell our viewers this would be the first round of counting on EVM machines. So very, very early when we look at these numbers. But the gap seems to be increasing between the Mahavikas Aghadi and the Mahayuti. It's almost 70 seats gap, which is certainly significant. Let's bring in Mr. Singh now of the Shiv Sena. You know, the spotlight will be on Eknath Shinde. 2.5 years of governance, And then he managed to position himself as this leader who can take forward the mantle of a hard Hindutva party such as the Shiv Sena.
देखिए, जो असली शिवसेना की बात थी, तो आज तो ये प्रूव हो गया कि जो है असली शिवसेना
अभी जल्दी है।
अभी कुछ और टाइम इंतजार करते, शायद आप और 3 घंटे बाद ये कह सकते हैं, पर फिलहाल ये अभी नतीजे जो है ये नतीजे नहीं है, ये लीड्स है सिर्फ।
नहीं, पॉजिटिव रिजल्ट तो है, पॉजिटिव रिजल्ट चल रहा है। और मेरा कहना ये है कि जो शिंदे साहब जो है, मैं इनको 25 ईयर से जानता हूं, और ये बहुत जमीनी नेता है। ये जैसे जो यूबीटी के नेता है, हवाई वाले नहीं है कि जो है इधर से मातोश्री में रहना, ये नहीं करना जो है। इनको मैं स्टडी किया है, सुबह 8 बजे घर से निकलते हैं, 12-1 बजे 2 बजे रात को घर पे आते हैं, और इन्होंने जो लाडली बहना योजना किया जो है, उसकी वजह से काफी फायदा मुझे दिख रहा है। और मैं जिस समय वोटिंग था, उस समय भी वोटिंग पोल पे गया था। इलेक्शन कमीशन को मैं धन्यवाद करता हूं कि उन्होंने जो है अलग से महिलाओं के लिए पंक्ति बनाई थी और व्हील चेयर भी रखा था। तो जो शिवसेना साहब का जो काम है इस इलेक्शन में दिख रहा है, और मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि महायुति की सरकार बनेगी।
What I really want to focus on, and let's just have that graphic up once again on the NCP versus NCP battle, because that to me is the most fascinating battle in the battle for leads at this stage. With the NCP, Sharad Pawar up 23 from last time around, whereas the NCP, the Ajit Pawar faction down 12 from last time around. So, you know, I mean, so that's this. So we'll update those numbers. But what I'm actually seeing, let's you know, in the face-off right now. No, what I'm actually seeing is the overall seat, the lead position. But in the face-off, that's fine. But let's have that up again. Where are the two against each other? And we'll be updating these graphics as well. It's a 54% to 46%. So the NCP of Ajit Pawar at this stage seems to be going up. But again, that's something that we would want those numbers revised to see whether there's been a change in that in the last few moments as well.
Yes, that's right. But this battle of NCP versus NCP in Baramati and parts of Marathwada.
Yeah, parts of Marathwada and Baramati primarily for the first time, despite all these gossip that there is some understanding between Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar. In Baramati, for the first time, you'll see entire Sharad Pawar family is spiritedly, they have campaigned against Ajit Pawar personally to ensure his defeat. Sharad Pawar's wife, who never stepped out in politics, hitherto.
Okay, just a moment. I just wanted to go across to Clyde, because the numbers which I'm reading, Clyde, in terms of leads, actually has the NCP SP ahead of the NCP. Is that what you're getting as well? So we'll update those graphics of us.
No, Vishnu, I'm not taking anything away from what you've got, but I have got my central office, which we are monitoring, because I mean, it's not surprising that we are monitoring both these parties. So right now, we are leading in 43, and the Ajit Pawar group is leading in 20 seats. That's what I'm getting from my central office. So 43 NCP SP and 20 seats to Ajit Pawar. That's what is the situation right now.
Ajit Pawar and Ajit Pawar candidates are leading in 15 constituencies at the moment in this direct face-off which is happening between the two parties. So Ajit Pawar, who did really badly and poorly in the Lok Sabha polls, is trying to regain, or is he riding on what was seen as sympathy, sentiment done away with? Now it is about strengthening Mahayuti, the government of the day, because if these numbers hold and the gap between the two sides is only increasing, it's a pro-incumbency vote which is playing out across Maharashtra. And a word again on this, Aditi Fadnavis. You know, Maharashtra since 1987 has not voted a single party. It has always been an alliance government in Maharashtra. This is again, as we saw in 2019, it was a pre-poll alliance that the voters may be looking at favorably. If these numbers hold, we are saying it repeatedly, this would be first round only on the EVM machines.
But if these numbers are correct for Mahayuti, then Mr. Devendra Fadnavis will be always the bridesmaid, never the bride? Because
the
everybody...
Exactly. is
doing extremely well.
Yeah.
And also, you know, although the BJP has contested the largest number of seats, they will once again be relegated to supporting a smaller party from the outside, which is
Or maybe initially they'll not rock the boat, and we'll see that right now.
Maria, I'm just going to come back to a point I was mentioning earlier on. And according to the updated figures that we have also coming in and we tabulated with the ECP, again, it's the most fascinating fight for me right now is the NCP, SP and the NCP. The leads position of the Sharad Pawar group of the NCP, according to our data, is 32. The NCP is at 27. Remember, the NCP Sharad Pawar is contesting in 86, the NCP contesting in 59. The NCP Sharad Pawar, in terms of all their contests, this is not just NCP versus NCP, but in all their contests, is actually up 19. Now, if you take a look at that compared to where the Congress is, at this stage, the Congress in the leads position is down 15. So in terms of, you know, the big partner, as it were, in the equation, the Congress contesting in 101 seats, it's quite clearly underperforming in a huge way, and the NCP SP appears to be doing reasonably well. Now, is that good enough or not? You know, I mean, that we will get to that later.
But Vishnu, I just wanted to make a small point,
Yes.
which is that the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP, I continue to call it the Ajit Pawar faction, has actually not contested on its own symbol in many seats. So granular data could result in a different picture.
You're talking about independence.
I'm talking about candidates of the BJP who are contesting on Ajit Pawar's symbol and vice versa.
Yes, Shaina NC.
Exactly.
You know, she contesting on a
Exactly.
Shiv Sena, as a Shiv Sena candidate.
Exactly. So that granular detail is also quite important when we try to assess the positions of relative positions and strengths.
All right. Well, we've got our correspondents out across the field right now, reporting from the BJP headquarters. Who do we have up at this stage? Prabhakar and Aishwarya join us. Let's go straight across to Aishwarya. Give us a sense of what's happening at the BJP headquarters.
Laddu?
You know, the last time this Laddu business happened, I think you and I were anchoring,
Yes,
and there were Laddus in the Congress office.
Congress office.
Our dear friend Sunil Prabhu was eating one of them as well, but then the election results. So I would suggest that Laddus might be bad news, but what's happening around you, Aishwarya?
Laddus or jalebis, Aishwarya? What did you get?
Well, this time it is jalebis, and unlike of the Haryana elections where we saw at the Congress headquarters, jalebis being distributed, this time, since morning, what we are witnessing at the BJP headquarters is jalebis being prepared over here, and you know, probably at around 11 or 12, the picture will get clearer, and there had been orders of almost 100 kgs of jalebis. Of course, there are no early celebrations as of now, but preparations are still on at the BJP headquarters. Many leaders have turned up since morning as they are watching these results very closely. The BJP had clearly stated that they're very confident of the Jharkhand polls, but on the other side, Maharashtra is something they would like to wait and watch as to what transpires in the next few hours. But certainly preparations are on, as every elections we see, if Bharatiya Janata Party wins, then it is Prime Minister Narendra Modi who comes to the headquarters and address their Karyakartas, and therefore the reason perhaps all the you know, preparations are on, and the orders have been given to the Karyakartas to still wait and watch as to what results transpired. But jalebis is something that is being prepared currently at the BJP headquarters.
Jalebi factory may have been a talking point in Haryana, but jalebis are back as the favorite.
Shall we take a look at Jharkhand? Shall we take a look at Jharkhand? Because we've got our colleague Prabhakar as well in Ranchi waiting for us. The overall position right now, the NDA and the India Alliance both contesting in 81. The leads position has the NDA up at 43. That's up 17 from last time. The India Alliance, and this is terrible news for the JMM obviously, is that they're down 13 from last time. So again, very early, the total number of seats is 81. Any early reactions, Prabhakar? Is there a sense of disbelief? Or I mean, at this stage, actually, the JMM is up 4 from last time. So perhaps it is early days. But what are you getting in terms of some reactions on these leads?
I think the leaders from both the factions, they will first wait for the numbers to settle down, and then they would react to the results which are coming in. But as of now, of course, the trends are showing that NDA is in a leading position, and that would be a big setback for JMM, because they were quite upbeat about it. They were quite positive that they would actually be able to come back in power, and it was basically they were riding on the hope of this Maiya Samman Yojana, which is their flagship program actually to attract women voters. And what we saw on the ground during the polling, that women were there in large number on ground voting, and JMM actually believed that it was because of their scheme, the Maiya Samman Yojana, that women have come out largely to vote for them. But if the numbers actually don't go their way, it will certainly be a big disappointment. Laddus have been ordered here in Ranchi as well by both the camps, laddus and crackers. We don't know which camp will actually burst crackers or distribute laddus, but certainly we will have one, whichever camp wins.
Good one, Prabhakar there. Let's bring in Tom Vadakkan. Tom Vadakkan, it seems Jharkhand, Maharashtra, both the states could have good news for you, but very early hours, 9:36 only. Mr. Vadakkan, if you heard me, sir.
I will take this opportunity to, to thank our voters and the Election Commission for having conducted an election which is above board. Whoever wins or loses, this is democracy at full play.
But Tom, you're being terribly philosophical early in the morning.
If you have delivered,
got some very positive
you will win.
leads positions to you in Jharkhand and in Maharashtra. Where is the excitement, or are you in a sense of disbelief that you're doing as well as you are in the leads position in both states?
No, that's not the case. We know we have delivered. We know we have delivered.
No, that's more
and
like
our guarantees and promises people have seen it. So we are not, we are somebody who's surprised with anything. If you work hard and you deliver, your Kalikartas are there and the results are there, then there's nothing to stop you. And if democracy is anything that we can talk about, that is what you deliver to the people, how well you take care of the people, and the promises that you keep and you maintain it.
In these numbers
that is the essential test,
Tom,
litmus test.
That we heard two very women-centric schemes in both the states. In one state, you had about Ladki Behan. In the other, it was about Maiya Samman. In both these states, women voters came out to cast their vote. But if these numbers actually translate into actual results, in one state they voted for the party which gave them that model of governance. The other one, they have voted against it.
Quite right, absolutely, and we suggest that there are many other factors at work in both states. Well, they are very different states, so you can't really equate one with the other. But even though women have come out to vote in large numbers, the factors that have impelled them to vote in certain ways may be different.
And also the tribal voter, we'll have to talk about them. That will become a crucial vote bank now. All that outreach with regards to, Birsa Munda Jayanti and visually impactful images.
It's not just that. It's also what BJP told us is in the Konkan region, where the BJP, which sends 14 seats to the assembly, in the last election, the BJP got 0. Konkan is where Champai Soren comes from.
Right.
That's right.
So it's possible that the base of the tribal JMM-led tribal consolidation, the base of that grouping is completely broken.
Sajjan, that's an interesting point. Hemant Soren in these elections, the fact that he came out of jail as a sort of hero, the fact that the JMM were looking at the entire narrative of how their premier leader has been targeted by agencies. If these leads translate into results, then that entire narrative completely collapses. And I would suggest, perhaps even more than the women voters, it is the narrative of the JMM and Hemant Soren not working out that would go against them and decide the sympathy factor, which would which would win or lose the election for them.
Yeah, therein comes the relatively the core zones wherein the impact of the leader is there. So besides Santhal Pargana and among the Santhals,
Yes.
it has never been the case that JMM has consolidated all the tribes, let alone about the rest of the Jharkhand electorates. Last time what happened that BJP's Chief Minister Raghuvar Das and OBC, he ended up alienating both the tribals and the upper caste middle class voter, like Saryura and others, you know. This time, wherein the BJP by aligning with AJSU and others consolidated OBC votes, upper caste vote also has come, and with Babulal Marandi and others, they have been Urao, Mundas, Ho, Khadia, lots many tribals. So that way sympathy factor needs to be given some external organizational push to be beyond the quarantined area of Santhal Pargana.
Right.
And when Congress is your ally, that doesn't seem to be the case.
Okay, so Santhal is how many seats there? Santhal Pargana would be how many seats?
In and around, if I'm correct, around 30 or something.
30. That's the dominant. It's similar to Vidarbha. I mean, the region which can make or break.
But you have to remember that tribals are only 27% of
27%,
Jharkhand's
yeah.
population. Now, the other castes,
OBCs.
particularly the Kurmis, and specifically among the Kurmis, the role of Jairam Mahato, who has emerged as a very major potential chief minister candidate among the Kurmis. That is also very, very important.
The Congress down last time in Jharkhand from last time.
Yes.
They're contesting a significant 30 seats. They were always being carried along by the JMM, but with this, you know, it's just not worked out.
Okay, so a word on Jharkhand now, and if we can do a party-wise breakup, the BJP is contesting on 68. We have leads in 65 so far. The BJP, of these 65 seats, the BJP is leading in 35. They have made a gain of 11. JMM contesting on 43 seats. We have a picture clear of 41. There is a change of -3. The Congress is down -9. It seems to be certainly bringing down this entire alliance. AJSU, the alliance partner of the BJP there, it is contesting on 10 seats. They are leading in 6. They are making gains of 4. So a word on AJSU.
Yeah, AJSU contributes to especially the Kurmi Mehatos.
The Kurmi Mehato, yes.
Hazaribagh and bordering the Purulia, all the regions wherein you have Kurmi Mehatos, and who last time also got alienated. So this time, that is why the women-centric scheme is one factor that should have contributed to the JMM Congress alliance. But when you do not do your homework right about the social base, for example, in Maharashtra, you see, except Marathwada region, wherein the Jarange Patil factor seems to be contributing to, going against the BJP. Everywhere BJP again, consolidated among the OBC base, Madhav Alliance, Mali, Dhangar, Vanjaris, Teli, etc. And that's why you see many of the OBCs are saying that we voted against the BJP because hum dar gaye the because of the constitution narrative. Yeah. But now that the OBC leaders like Chhagan Bhujbal and others, they openly came out against Jarange Patil, and that is why you contribute to the social boost, and then Ladli Bahin Yojana adds up.
And in that narrative of Jarange Patil in Marathwada, here is Jarange Patil not questioning the Shiv Sena. He's questioning his target is essentially Devendra Fadnavis and the BJP.
That's the caste. No, that not Maratha leaders of BJP.
Yes.
Primarily the Devendra Fadnavis because he's a Brahmin.
Yeah, so I'm saying even then Jarange Patil was selective in his target questioning. So that essentially confused the voters even more. When I met him at his home in Marathwada, he gave me an impression that yes, I'm going to start agitation again, and all his questions was only against Devendra Fadnavis. Right. So the BJP chose that in Marathwada, Devendra Fadnavis will not be in the front line of the campaign. No. He'll be much behind.
I just want to switch very briefly to Jharkhand once again and pick up on the point that Aditi was talking about. I think Jairam Mahato and the entire insider-outsider debate is one of the most fascinating aspects of this election. The fact that he's campaigned on a domicile policy going back to 1932, saying that that is the cutoff when you'd be decide. How significant a player is he in the context of these elections and this particular insider-outsider debate, which has also been core to what the BJP has been arguing?
Look, I mean, this domicile thing is already a done and dusted thing. Babulal Marandi way back, 2 decades back.
It comes up, yes.
Now, in Jharkhand, more than that, I think his crucial impact would be among the Mehto, I mean, Kurmi Mehto community who are sizable in Jharkhand. Because I think this outsider-insider debate has been dusted. It doesn't have the resonance, but because the very demand of being included into the ST category. You know, 1908 when the Kurmi Kshatriya Mahasabha happened, and they were invited, the tribal told them that you are not the Kurmis of UP and that time the plains of Bihar, do not go, but they went there because of the Sanskritization logic.
No, but what is interesting now is that even there, a party like BJP, which had, you know, not really directly projected Babulal Marandi as their face, they are getting acceptance from tribal state. It's a tribal, 28% may not be the completely dominated state, but will be seen as a tribal state.
In terms of the territory,
in terms of territory.
Inhabit.
I think much more important is
The Kurmi factor.
No. BJP got 0 seats in the tribal reserved area.
The Lok Sabha
reserved
right.
seats.
In fact, the BJP slogan, Tom Vadakan batenge to katenge, that is also you know, something that evidently may be working. You know, it was debatable, it was controversial in a sense. The Congress really took you on that, but you stuck to that, and I mean, at the cost of some suggesting that, you know, it was divisive. But would you suggest that that's also perhaps one of the key factors which has worked well, certainly in the case of Jharkhand so far?
As to the question of the slogan,
yes,
I think it is a logical thing that we Indians have to unite against forces that are outside. And if that has been a slogan that has been there in our manifesto in different forms and sizes. Now, I think one thing that is being avoided on your channel, that demographic change in the tribal area is an effect that the tribals have realized that they are being replaced. And that, and especially when the announcement came in from a Congress leader that facilities would be provided to these outsiders. When I mean outsiders, I mean those who have come into the state and have settled there. This is the realization that has hit bang into the tribal psyche, and they have realized that they may be replaced by this new demographic change.
Okay. So we are going
and
back
I think
to
that
the
needs
state
to
of
go on
Maharashtra,
record today.
and we'll start focusing it on the basis of various regions. You know, Maharashtra, as we have been saying, there are 6 decisive regions. Every region has its own set of issues, has voted on its own set of issues. There is no pan-Maharashtra issue which played out. So we are starting to look now at Konkan region. In Konkan, a word on that, in all 39 seats in 2019, the BJP Shinde Sena had won 26. The Congress NCP had won 7. Now, how are the numbers stacked, Vishnu?
well, if you take a look at the Konkan region in Maharashtra, the NDA up over here, up 4, the MVA leading in just 1 seat. Others are not particularly significant in this concept. It's a runaway success in the Konkan region. Sajan, how would you look at Konkan and the dynamics in Konkan, which are different from other parts of the state?
So Konkan, you have 3 districts, Sindhudurg, Ratnagiri and Raigad.
Yeah.
You know, but when you add 39 seats, it's also have the Thane and Palghar.
Right.
That's combined.
Okay.
In Lok Sabha election, when the generic trend was against BJP, both the seats of Konkan was won by BJP. Narayan Rane is one who is not considered a Maratha leader because he is from Konkan, and because of its continuity to Mumbai, there was more kind of a Shiva Sena base. So that is why Uddhav Thackeray was supposed to contribute here. It was his passion. He should have been the legacy holder. But we saw that during Lok Sabha election also, Konkan went Mahayuti ways. This is one. 2, you see, in this region, there is always the kind of a factor, you see, Hindutva is more strong, but therein also the factor that Uddhav went with Mahayuti. And
Okay,
that,
so now, a word on that. Mahayuti has reached 200 202.
Right.
Never before in Maharashtra history an alliance is standing at that number. Aditi, I mean, it's going to be a landslide if that actually
Meanwhile,
number
Aditya
holds.
Thackeray is leading in Worli. That's
Yes.
interesting.
Yes.
That's
So,
important.
Yes,
for
while we look at
the
it.
Thackeray faction.
Yes, but you know, 202, that's, where are the numbers coming from? Let's put out more numbers now there. 202 for, okay, now 203, it's only increasing for Mahayuti. So let's bring in region-wise again, Jui, starting with Vidarbha now. Let's move to Vidarbha because that's an important battle there. In all 62 seats, how are the numbers tagged? Okay, massive gain for Mahayuti there. Of they are leading in 51 seats again.
No, and this is very significant because this is an area which is known for agrarian concerns, and agrarian distress is played out very much in parts of Amravati, Chandrapur, Nagpur as well. Farmer suicides was something which was very, very big over here.
Yavatmal is here. Yavatmal is in Vidarbha.
In Vidarbha as well. If the NDA is doing well in these issues, then the sense that the MVA really held the narrative when it came to addressing farmer issues hasn't held true at all.
No, certainly not. And therein comes that yes, there were complaints about the low productive of soybean and cotton.
Yes.
Prices were not much, but yet people said that when you, I mean, we do not treat ourselves as farmers in isolation, women in isolation. They treat how the household income has been affected. This massive cash schemes that was there between Raksha Bandhan and Deepavali. On an average, there was a feeling that 20 to 30,000, you know,
has come in
Absolutely most of the household, and that is why not only it neutralized, it gave a positive spin.
Can I
And
just
in
revisit?
most of these
and
seats-
Maria, you answer this question for me.
In
because
most of
this
these
is
seats,
what people want to know. When do we move away from saying that these are early leads to saying that we are now in a particular direction? You know, it's now 10 o'clock almost in the morning.
I think post 10:30 we will be, because it's not really, you know, it's not.
It's consistent.
Because at this stage, for the MVA to turn this around would mean a massive change in the lead's position.
I think that's.
Which is why I'm asking.
It's going
Sorry,
to become.
go ahead.
So I think we'll have to wait a little more. We have always been cautious. That's how NDTV, you are the veteran of NDTV, has been functioning. So let's hold our horses. It's not even 10 a.m., ladies and gentlemen, 8 minutes to go. By then, we'll have a clear picture of Maharashtra, 288 seats. The leads would have come in, early leads, very early leads. But yes, it looks like the Mahayuti at the moment could very well be home. But yes, let's look at Vidarbha. We have discussed Vidarbha. Moving focus now to Marathwada. Let's focus on Marathwada region now. In all 46 seats here in Marathwada, BJP, Shiv Sena, that time around it was the united Shiv Sena, perhaps undivided Shiv Sena at 28, Congress NCP was at 16. How are the numbers tagged now? So again here the NDA, that is the Mahayuti, has taken a lead. They are leading in 36 seats, Mahavikas Aghadi at 9. So that Jarange Patil and the supposed meeting which happened between him and Mr. Sharad Pawar, what really happened to that?
Well, I mean, ultimately caste is very, very crucial to a lot of decisions that people take.
I just want to go through some of the key issues in Marathwada.
Yes, please.
Which composes of Aurangabad, Jalna, Beed, Marathwada, drought, underdevelopment key issues, issues of caste politics, water scarcity and agricultural issues. So some similarity with concerns raised in Vidarbha. Again, this narrative appears to be a runaway, in tackling this, seems to be a runaway success in terms of leads for the NDA at this stage.
And interestingly, in Jalna, when Jarange Patil okay, so it's 212 now for the Mahayuti there, and the MVA numbers,
They're heading towards a landslide.
Numbers are only declining. So there is no hung house, there is no chaos among the mind of the voters. One word on the ground was stability. A government that completes 5 years in office, that's what people of Maharashtra have voted for. They did not want any jod-tod. They did not want.
They've had enough of that.
They have had enough of that. So so even if Jarange Patil was angry towards Devendra Fadnavis, a Maratha chief minister in Eknath Shinde managed to neutralize his anger in a great extent. In fact, what had happened was that soon after when the protest started, the chief minister had traveled all the way to Jalna to meet Jarange Patil, to send him that message that he is sincere about reservation. He got that 10% passed by the assembly.
Yes,
that
exactly.
made an important impact, that he was seen as sincere to the cause of the Marathas.
Yeah, and also in the last moment, because this seems to be counterintuitive in Marathwada, because Marathas constitute around 30% of the population there. Then you have 18% Muslims. Then you also have the Mahar Buddhist voters who are not much under the impact of Vanchit Bahujan Aghadi. So this triple M, Marathas, Muslims and Mahar Dalits, was supposed to be demographically help the Mahavikas Aghadi, which is not happening, which means that in the last moment also there were conversations that Sharad Pawar had been chief minister multiple times. What did he do? Now he is supporting all those demands, and then Jarange Patil being the B team of Sharad Pawar, that narrative also came. But besides that, I think also it was a counter consolidation of the OBCs, because Pankaja Munde is there and lots many other OBC leaders are there. And apart from that, I think women factor perhaps seems to be the X factor in Maharashtra, because the kind of victory you see simply by caste and community demographic, it doesn't make sense. If there is
one of the best signs for Indian politics. We've seen the rise in women voters in the last couple of assembly elections. They were dominant, for example, in the Madhya Pradesh elections, Jharkhand, and this time as well.
Son of Raj Thackeray is trailing in Mahim.
Right.
We haven't discussed Raj Thackeray.
No, we haven't. It was not expected to be a very significant factor.
Absolutely. MNS, what happens to Raj Thackeray after this if his son is also trailing?
His cousin is winning.
Yes, so does it mean end of road? We don't write off anyone, but Amit Thackeray, this was his electoral debut, son of Raj Thackeray, MNS Supremo. He is trailing from Mahim. But let's bring in Ratndeep.
Aditya was taking on Milind Deora, right?
Yeah.
I'm being told to take Ratndeep now.
All right,
let's have to go to Ratndeep.
Oh, there we are. See, so Aditya is leading against Milind Deora of the Shinde Sena. Right.
This is the second time Aditya was contesting from Worli.
So Sena versus Sena over here, and Aditya Thackeray, this is one of the few areas where they seem to be doing reasonably well. I'd be interested to see where some of the other battles, the key battles, the Pawar versus Pawar battles, which are taking place in Baramati. We'll come around to that in a moment. But let's also focus a little bit on by-elections.
Yes, a word from Ratndeep, who's joining us from Guwahati.
And Ratndeep, sorry to have kept you waiting right up off the top. But I can see that the air quality around you is much better than it is in Delhi. So, I mean, you were breathing clean air. But please go ahead.
That's right, we are breathing clean air, and perhaps in the bypolls in Assam, where there are 5 seats which went for bypoll, there is initial good news for the ruling BJP and allies, as out of the 5 seats, the leads that we are getting after round 1, in 3 seats, BJP and allies are leading, and that includes the crucial Samaguri seat, which has been a Congress stronghold since 2001. Since 2001, Congress had never lost Samaguri, but after round 1, BJP candidate has taken an early lead of 2,000 votes. So therefore, remember, this time BJP has campaigned hard there in the stronghold of Congress heavyweight Rakibul Hussain, and his son, 26-year-old Tanzil Hussain, is making his electoral debut there. And there, it seems the BJP has been able to make some early inroads in the seat of Bihali, where a BJP turncoat was contesting on Congress ticket, where Congress heavyweight Gaurav Gogoi had led the campaign. There, Congress is trailing, and also from Meghalaya, from the Gambagre seat, which is a prestige battle for Congress Sangma's family, with his wife making an electoral debut for his party, the National People's Party. She is actually leading there in Gambagre. There is a multi-corner fight there. So these are the updates coming in. So therefore, good news, early good news for the BJP and allies, not only in Assam, but also from Meghalaya. But all eyes would be on the Samaguri seat, which has seen major pre-poll violence, even skirmishes on the day of the polling as well. And remember, this time, this was the first election of at any level in Assam since 2016, when BJP came to power in Assam for the first time, that Himanta Biswa Sharma, the chief minister, was not leading the campaign. He did campaign for the party candidates because he was busy with the Jharkhand elections. And also Sarvanand Sonowal, the union minister, former chief minister, also was not seen very active in the campaign. So BJP had this time tested the electoral management of its second-ranked leaders in Assam. Assam. So therefore, this has been a major test for the BJP itself, and also for Gaurav Gogoi, who was emerging as Congress's face in Assam. At this moment, the initial leads are with the BJP, and that too in Congress stronghold of Samaguri.
Sikkim, both seats have been won uncontested. Some news flashed.
Yes.
Ratnadeep, could you tell us about the Sikkim contest?
Both seats have been won
confess to not knowing enough about it.
Yes, that's correct. In fact, in Sikkim, there were 2 seats where bypolls had to take place. In fact, 1 seat was vacated by the chief minister, because in the Sikkim election he contested from 2 seats and won both the seats. So he left 1 seat, and his wife had vacated another seat. And in both the seats, on the last day of withdrawal of nomination, the main key opposition party, Sikkim Democratic Front candidates, had withdrawn their nomination, and the other parties' candidates' nomination was disqualified. So therefore, the ruling Sikkim Krantikari Morcha candidates in both the seats have won unopposed, which includes Aditya Gole, the son of Chief Minister Prem Singh Tamang. And with those victories, remember, now in Sikkim Assembly, which is a 32-member assembly, there is no opposition. All the MLAs belong to Sikkim Krantikari Morcha of Prem Singh Tamang, which is a key ally of the
we will
BJP.
talk about Sikkim a little bit later. Let the assembly elections happen over there. These were just bypolls. Let's go straight across to my colleague Radhika. As we do that, just an overall look at what appears to be a runaway win for the NDA.
But a word there, Vishnu.
Still leads. That's my next sentence. But just look at the gap right now. Remember, the magic mark is 145. They are well ahead of that. For the NVA at this stage, to reverse this, the leads position would be fairly extraordinary. There are different rounds, obviously, of counting and rechecks, even of the electronic voting machines. But at this stage, it appears that the NDA in the leads position completely ahead. Let's go straight across to Radhika, who's been tracking all of these developments and joins us now. Radhika, is there a sense of despondency building up among members of the MVA at this stage? Any reactions from the Mahayuti for that matter?
No reactions from MVA as yet, but when we did speak to leaders of Mahayuti, they are obviously putting up a confident front, which they did yesterday. But as of now, no reactions from the Congress or Shiv Sena UBT faction at this point. They're, of course, waiting and watching. They say that these are early trends. Let's just wait for a couple of hours more before we can call the elections. But I am at BJP headquarters in Mumbai, and these are the scenes here. Of course, several leaders are inside. None of the top leaders have come here yet, but Mangal Prabhat Lodha is inside, along with several other leaders, as well as district presidents also of a few areas. They're also inside having a small meeting. But this is the how the BJP office is looking. In fact, they've put up a huge screen as well, where the numbers are put up for media to sort of take a look. So this is, as far as Mahayuti numbers are concerned, yes, Mahayuti is in lead. And when we did speak to leaders, of course, they attributed to all of the infrastructure projects, and also very particularly on the Ladki Behan scheme. We know for a fact that the number of women voters increased considerably this time, and that has been attributed to the success of Ladki Behan scheme, at least by the members of Mahayuti. One is that, and the slew of infrastructure projects that came into effect in the last, couple of months at least, especially in parts of Mumbai. When we did speak to voters of different kinds in Maharashtra, particularly in Konkan region, Mumbai, Thane, they were talking about the development initiatives, projects that have come in the last couple of years and that are in the pipeline as well. That is something that really did lure voters. And some of the projects did happen, or rather got launched or inaugurated just a few months ahead of elections, particularly the Coastal Road project or the metro. So all that has clearly worked in favor of Mahayuti, certainly, and the schemes for women, as I said, Ladki Behan, schemes for youth, schemes for farmers, that have 100% worked for Mahayuti, is what the leaders are saying. Again, early trends.
Sure.
We cannot, call elections.
Absolutely.
Okay, Radhika, hold on a second. I want to go across to Sam Daniel for a moment. We're talking about assembly elections in 2 states, but this is, in a sense, an all-India sort of feel because of the important by-elections. One of the crucial ones is Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, Wayanad in Kerala, looking to make her debut within Parliament. My colleague Sam Daniel joins us for more on this. So, potentially, one Gandhi replacing another. The stakes for the Gandhis are huge. They just have to win this one way or the other. It's a prestige battle like no other, at least in the context of these by-elections. Give us a sense of the challenges that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra faces over there, if any.
Vishnu, certainly in terms of her performance, she's having a comfortable lead, winning more than 70,000 votes. And at the moment, as we speak, both the LDF and the BJP are at a distant second and third position. And for Priyanka, it's a kind of a springboard to replace Rahul Gandhi, who has shifted to Raebareli. And the challenge for her would be to disprove the outsider tag that the opposition has been campaigning during this run-up to the Bypoll here, saying that she would not have time to spend in Wayanad. She would spend more time in Delhi, but that's the challenge she has to encounter and disprove it. But for her politically, it's a springboard to emerge as a strong leader for the Congress, one replacing Rahul Gandhi down south, and also to be a stronger voice in the parliament. She's known to be a powerful orator, both in English and Hindi, to be able to take on the BJP, as the Congress calls it. Many in the Congress also look in her a semblance of Indira Gandhi. And while Rahul Gandhi has emerged to be kind of a people's person, traveling across the country to move with the people and to emerge as a people's leader, the Congress feels it's also time to have a strong leader like Priyanka Gandhi, who will have enough time to work on the organizational challenges of the Congress. And they feel with this kind of a mandate, they hope that she'll be able to win with a larger margin than what Rahul Gandhi had won. With that, she'll be able to focus more on the organizational challenges to help the party get stronger to take on the BJP.
Okay, so the story in Wayanad is going to be about the margin of victory of Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, shifting focus to Jharkhand quickly before we return to Maharashtra, because the first round in over 161 seats is still going on. So let's be cautious while we look at these numbers and say, because in an assembly seat, depending on the size of that assembly,
Maria is
on an average,
hope that this turns out to be an extremely close election. From what we are seeing right now, it's a runaway success for the NDA.
But that's what we do as journalists, cautiously waiting and seeing how numbers are turning up. But yes, so in all, there are 13 to 14 rounds. So we'll have to wait and see. There's only one round which is currently still on of EVM counting. Yes, Prabhakar, go ahead. How many rounds over in most seats in Jharkhand?
Yeah, we have just completed one round out here, and the numbers you are seeing on your screen, it's a very early trend, so we should not actually read much with these numbers. But yeah, the early trend shows that NDA is having a clear lead, and they are leading on 45 odd seats, which is a good number. And the JMM camp was till yesterday very upbeat that, and even today when we had a word with them in the morning, they were quite confident that they will be able to sail through, and it's their schemes on the ground which will actually yield results for them. Especially they are banking upon the vote of women here in Jharkhand because of the scheme which they have launched for them, the Maiya Saman Yojana, and they believe that this scheme, because of this scheme, the women, they were there in large number at the polling station. So we'll have to wait for the numbers to settle down, maybe a few more rounds, and then we'll actually have the figure actually which way the wind is blowing here in Jharkhand.
Shastri, how long does it typically take for a round to be counted? Because there are 13 rounds, as Maria pointed out. It's an electronic process. So it's almost instantaneous, right? It's a process of rechecking.
Yes. My own sense is that by around 11. We should get the final trend, because I think Maria's word of caution to us flows from two things. What happened in Chhattisgarh and what happened in Haryana. You see, in both these states, we saw initial trends of one party leading. In Chhattisgarh's case, in both the cases, the Congress, and then you ultimately had a different result. So I think it's only from that perspective that this insurance policy is being taken, that things could change. Things could remain the same also, of course. As Vishnu was saying, maybe these trends get further expanded. But I think it would be useful, especially in the case of Jharkhand, given the proximity of the contest, that we wait for some more time for any definitive point to be made.
Okay. But initial trend, 10 a.m. right now, Aarti Jairath?
You know, for me, the most shocking thing about these trends is how badly Sharad Pawar's party is doing. and how Ajit Pawar seems to be claiming the legacy of NCP in Maharashtra. All reports, and even the Lok Sabha results had suggested that Ajit Pawar was, kind of finished, and after the Lok Sabha defeat, his party kind of broke up, there was an exodus to the NCP, and yet we find that Sharad Pawar seems to be doing badly, and Ajit Pawar seems to be ahead. And to me, this is really, I'm not surprised about the BJP versus Congress, because we saw in Haryana that when the Congress faces the BJP, it just completely collapses. The BJP does well.
But interestingly, Aarti, right now we are looking
Maria,
at those
if I could
numbers.
just make a small point.
Yes, sir.
The Congress seems to be the factor pulling the alliance down, both in the case of Maharashtra and in the case of Jharkhand.
Okay, can both of you hold on for half a second? We need to go across to our colleague Radhika, who's been, where there's a lot of action happening around it. In simple terms, Radhika, what's happening where you are? Are there celebrations in the Mahayuti camp, or what exactly are you seeing right now? All right, she's walking into an office is what I'm told.
Okay, so let's wait for that.
In fact, just a
And
while
she's walked
ago,
in. Go ahead.
we did see, packs of laddu being brought inside the headquarters here. I will just try and show you that, because they just went inside with those packs of laddus. But yeah, those are the packages that are kept inside the BJP headquarters here. So clearly indicating that they are confident of a win. Of course, Mahayuti is in lead. The numbers are looking great for Mahayuti, especially for BJP, which is why BJP headquarters at this point is buzzing. Those are packs of laddus that are kept inside to be distributed perhaps in an hour or two. They are being cautious, clearly. It's not getting distributed at this point, but perhaps in an hour or two, we could see that happening. But yes, as far as Maharashtra is concerned, we know that landscape changed, and therefore there was a lot of confusion and chaos when it came to results. There was uncertainty. It was not really easy to predict, which is why pollsters gave different predictions. Of course, most of the pollsters did say Mahayuti would win, but there were pollsters who also gave prediction of hung assembly, and some also giving advantage to MVA as well, which is why it was hard to predict. Also because of the number of parties in fray this time. In 2019, just 4 parties. It was BJP, undivided Sena, and of course Congress and undivided NCP. It was a straightforward election at the time until Uddhav Thackeray decided to break away, and then things changed from then on, and then of course all the splits, which is why this is the first assembly elections, of course, post these splits, and therefore things have changed drastically, which is why all kinds of permutations.
Just hold on for half a second. I think Aarti wanted to make a really important point.
Yes, and we'll come back to you.
We'll come back to you. Stay put. Stay put, don't go anywhere. What you were mentioning is the battle for the heart and soul of the NCP, which Sharad Pawar, in what possibly his last election,
absolutely,
he's 84. He's turning 84 next.
He's 84. This is his last election. He has been the doyen of Maharashtra politics for the last 4 decades, dominated either in front as chief minister or as a power behind the throne. And now we see a near wipeout of, so far at least, unless things change, we're looking at a wipeout of the Sharad Pawar NCP.
Let's have
clearly the
NCP
legacy is going
NCP
to
graphic.
Ajit Pawar.
We're going to have the face-off, as it were, or the NCP versus NCP.
Okay, so we have now
graphic
the
on
trend
stage.
in all 288 seats in Maharashtra. It's 10-15. Mahayuti leading in 217. This is, of course, the first round which is going on. Mahavikas Aghadi at 58. They're only slipping. NDA seems to be going ahead. If this holds, then it's a wave election in favor of Mahayuti.
Landslide, if this happens. But this is
a wave election.
Aarti was talking. Professor Shastri, you want to take this question? The NCP versus NCP, the strike rate of the NCP, Ajit Pawar at 66 versus 24%. Of course, these are the face-offs, direct face-offs between the two, but the number of seats that they've contested overall are different. The NCP contesting in 59, and the Sharad Pawar camp, I'll give you the numbers.
86.
Yeah. 86.
No, if you look at this face-off and the trends as it stands today, very clearly we have a reversal of what happened in the Lok Sabha elections.
Absolutely.
And Sharad Pawar's NCP seems to be taking a backseat.
Okay.
Even other indications are that the lead is something like 35 for the Ajit Pawar NCP and 9 for the Sharad Pawar NCP. So clearly, what we had seen in the Lok Sabha election with regard to NCP is being reversed in the assembly election.
Okay.
And
So-
this is definitely a setback for Sharad Pawar.
No, I think in all the Mahavikas Aghadi, people may have voted for revenge sympathy in the Lok Sabha, but they realize that perhaps that can happen only once.
But one point which is emerging, the weak link
weak
in
link.
both the alliances seems to be the Congress
Yeah,
party.
absolutely.
The JMM is doing reasonably well in Jharkhand,
Yes.
but the alliance is being pulled down
by
simply
the
because the JMM contested only 41 of the 81 seats,
Yes,
and
and the
30
remaining
seats
was-
were with the Congress party.
No, and of those 30 seats that the Congress contested in Jharkhand, the bulk of them were against the BJP. So once again, you know, what is being proved is what happened in Haryana, that when the Congress faces the BJP, it's
In a one-on-one
just,
fight.
on a one-on-one
Okay, let's
fight,
just go
it's
across to
unable to hold its
our
ground.
political guest, Raju Wagmare of the Shiv Sena. Shinde joins us. We've got
Dolly Sharma from the
Dolly
Congress.
Sharma of the Congress party as well.
Arvind Tiwari from NCP SP.
Arvind Tiwari of the NCP SP.
And Rohan Gupta. And Rohan Gupta from the BJP.
Dolly Sharma, let me come across to you first. And sorry to keep you waiting, but you know, I mean, these are of course early leads. But you know, it's 10:16. The sense is that within the next 45 minutes or so, unless there's a very dramatic reversal, it seems that in Maharashtra and in Jharkhand, the Congress or your alliance in deep trouble. How do you see what's happening now?
See, this is too early to comment. Like you must have seen in last elections also, early trends saying something else and the results were different. So we are very positive. And also, like, you know, in the election, the muscle power that was used and the conflicts and divisions were instigated between the Marathas and OBC communities. The ruling party employed criminals and misused government machinery to further, you know, its agenda. Voter lists were manipulated. BJP extensively used power and money all over. And this was wide, you know, in open you could see how money is being distributed. It's not a matter
Response
to
from the
laugh
BJP,
upon.
Rohan Gupta.
Everybody has seen the way they've
Rohan, would you
misused
like
the
to
power.
respond to that? Money power is the allegation made by the Congress.
So Vishnu, I am very happy that even after so many defeats, opposition hasn't learned the lessons. See, after Lok Sabha, there was an indication that their narrative on the name of reservation or constitution was getting little traction. But what happened in Haryana, what is happening today, it is a clear-cut message that the opposition parties are totally against the ground narrative. They don't know what the people of country want. They don't know what the state of Maharashtra wants because they are completely in their own, like Alice in Wonderland. They don't know what is the ground situation. Two things. One important thing which I would like to tell you. On the last day of the election, if the opposition leader has to react to the narrative set by the BJP, it clearly shows that they don't have faith on their own narrative. All their reveries or guarantees, people won't believe that because one day before the election, you get the message that Himachal, which is ruled by Congress, Himachal Bhavan is on sale. So people won't trust the people who give the guarantee and cannot fulfill, number one. Number two, on the other side, Ladli Behna Yojana or other schemes of NDA government, they were successful on ground. People were getting benefit of that. So as far as local narrative was there in Maharashtra, absolutely opposition party completely failed. On the other side, on national narrative also, their leader was completely taken aback. Because that appeasement thing and division of Hindu votes, this successful strategy of Lok Sabha, it proved boomerang to them in state elections because they could not understand how the ground is changing. They could not understand how people are responding to it.
Rohan, hold on. Let's go across to Arvind Tiwari of the NCP, Sharad Pawar. Mr. Tiwari, thanks very much for being with us. It's not looking very good for you at this stage, is it? You know, I mean,
No,
this is, yeah, go ahead.
No, it is not the situation as of now. It's the early trends, and you will see the situation drastically changing in an hour or two. As soon as the count increases, as soon as the rounds increases, you will see that the situation in Maharashtra has drastically changed. And I believe very strongly that whatever is the trend at this moment, it is going to be exactly opposite. And what my friend was now saying at this point of time, the narratives that they had set. In Lok Sabha, there was a different narrative because at that point of time, that was the issue before the country, because that was what was being told by the BJP, their own leaders, that the constitution is sought to be replaced. The reservation was at stake. That was the situation at that point of time. In Maharashtra, at this point of time, the problems were the women's security. That was the major problem. You had seen wherein the women security had become a biggest question. You saw the issue of Badlapur, where the government was very much busy in publicizing its
The elections are over. Now, I take all the points that you're mentioning, but maybe this could have been stated a couple of days back. I mean, just looking at this leads position, unless there is a very dramatic reversal, because look, let's face it, it's 10:20. Professor Shastri with us said by 11 o'clock we should get an idea of the general leads that are happening. He doesn't get things wrong mostly. That being the case, you've got just about 30 minutes or so to 40 minutes or so to turn things around. Now, given that it's a landslide, it's headed towards a landslide if these leads translate into results, you might just be staring at an existential crisis for your party and a complete loss for your alliance. Is that your worry at this stage, or are you still hoping against hope?
No, right. It's not the question of against hope. We are not only hopeful, we are confident that we will be in a very much better position.
Fair enough. You have to put up a strong front there.
Fair
Mr.
enough.
Wagner, please come in on this. How are you looking at the numbers stacked up right now?
I think we are very happy to see the numbers which is coming through, and we was very confident about it that the Mahayuti will come into the power with the big majority, because the main situation is this, that the opposition completely lost the track or lost the connections with the voters and the people of Maharashtra. When we came out with the Mukhyamantri Ladki Behan Yojana, it was such a powerful and such a big, you can say, the program to get a woman on standing on their own feet, giving them confidence. Rather than supporting that, the opposition came out and they was blaming women that who was taking participation in this program. And you will surprise, in women voters, if you look into the voting percentage, 6.5%.
What is taking place now, Dr. Wagmare, would be looking at the leadership issue post the declaration of results. If for a moment we believe that the NDA or Mahayuti is headed for a win in Maharashtra, do you believe that the issue of leadership is something?
Shift.
Just one sec. Do you believe that there would be a real question on leadership and who leads, given your position relative to the BJP?
See, this election has been fought in a leadership of Mr. Eknath Shinde, who is our leader, and the popularity of his...
There's a complete reverse.
Okay, hold on,
There's
sir.
a complete reverse
news.
which has happened in Jharkhand now. We were seeing even Steven or perhaps NDA leading. What has happened now is that India has taken a 17-seat lead at 1023 from NDA.
Do we have Prabhakar with us?
There is a complete reverse which has happened in Jharkhand now. I think that's going to be a fascinating battle again. We have been saying, just hold on to your horses. This is too early to say anything. But what is becoming clear is that if these numbers actually, because it has turned in a matter of few seconds.
They lead in 49. And the NDA leads in 30.
Yes, so there is a gap.
A huge gap building in favor of India.
Building in favor of Hemant Soren, I would say.
I would absolutely.
The entire narrative of Soren having failed has now failed us.
I mean, so I think we really should not be, sort of jumping to conclusions right now, because it is very early.
Absolutely.
But I think Hemant Soren is really holding ground among the tribals. And that, I would say that, for the BJP, that would be a big disappointment, because they tried very hard for the tribal vote, using the infiltration narrative and, all sorts of other things. But I think Soren, there was a sympathy factor, his Maya Yojana scheme, and the issue of tribal identity.
So I think
that is the
when it is about the women voter, when they came out, we were, discussing that still an hour ago. They have gone with the schemes in both the states. If it is Maya Samman or Ladki Behan. Now it is
looks
50.
like
They're only gaining now in
But
in
Maria,
Jharkhand.
I would say that apart from the women factor in Jharkhand, I think the tribal identity was very key, for those tribal seats.
So what happens
This
now?
would be a simple
Maria,
majority
I was
if this
saying before you both came on the
lead
show in the
becomes
first hour,
results, yeah.
Yes, sir.
that today we will see the clear predictability of an unpredictable verdict.
Okay, Rohan Gupta, how are you looking at Jharkhand? Now it's a reversal, clear reversal for you.
When we are looking at your numbers, I'm looking at the EC side that only first round has been counted out of 20 rounds just because Jharkhand counting has started late. So hold your horses. अभी तो बैलेट हुआ है और वहाँ पे जो हरियाणा में हुआ वो झारखंड में आपको अभी थोड़ी देर
Rohan,
में दिखेगा।
is it your sense that the counting in Jharkhand has been a bit slow compared to Maharashtra? Is that on the basis of data that you're seeing?
Absolutely.
What it looks like?
Yes. Yeah.
And
yeah,
Rohan,
so
do you have
only
any
first round only first round has
And
been
in how many
counted.
rounds, according to you, have been done in Maharashtra, by the way?
Around 7 rounds, 7
I
to
see.
8 rounds.
7 to 8 rounds, right? And there are 13 total, correct?
That's been more in Maharashtra, I would say.
How many rounds?
16. On an average, 16 rounds.
Yeah.
On an
16,
average,
16.
16 rounds.
Yes, so there is still a long way to go, but I think Jharkhand picture, because it has been a reversal, 51 now, that gap is consolidating in favor of India. It's 10-30 now, so we can tell our viewers that this is how the numbers are stacked up. Both the states, the trends have come in on all the number of seats, 288 in Maharashtra, 81 in Jharkhand. On these 288 seats, Mahayuti comfortably holding on. They are only increasing. They are above 200. So they are leading in 216 seats in Maharashtra. In Jharkhand, it is India bloc, which is standing now at 51. So it could be one good news for one bloc, India. The other one could be for the NDA. But I think...
Almost like Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir, right? One all.
Except that I would say that the Maharashtra elections are perhaps more crucial in terms of the national picture.
Yes.
Because it is the second largest state after UP in terms of representation in the Lok Sabha. Also the Mahayuti had done very badly in Maharashtra.
Yeah.
And I think that this really is a tribute to the way the Mahayuti hunkered down.
Flip from the Lok Sabha election.
To flip it in just a matter of 3 months, 4 months.
So we need to also look at certain parliamentary by-elections.
Yes.
In Budni, in fact, the Congress is leading, the seat which Shivrajji is vacating.
Right.
And in Karnataka. Yeah.
Ajit Pawar leading in Baramati, not much of a surprise because he had said that in the Lok Sabha, the mood was that Tai in Lok Sabha and Dada in Assembly. And he also, admitted during the course of that interview that he gave to us that during the Lok Sabha, it was his mistake to field his wife against Supriya Sule. So I think...
So Ajit
that
Pawar
family-
leading in Baramati. There are along expected lines over there in a Pawar versus Pawar fight. It's all in the family. That is expected. We'll take a look at some of the other big faces. Let's keep rolling those graphics so that we go through some of the other big faces in the Maharashtra elections. Nana Patole, Sakoli, he is leading. That's some good news for the Congress party. Chhagan Bhujbal leading in Yevla is in fact trailing. Devendra Fadnavis leading in South Mumbai, Nagpur Southwest, sorry. Prafulla Gudade, Nagpur Southwest is trailing the Congress party.
Because in most of these seats in Vidarbha, Vishnu, it's a direct face-off between the BJP and the Congress. Go ahead.
And Nawab Malik is trailing as well of the NCP. So a prominent face of the NCP in this area, trailing Aditya Thackeray. Some good news, at least for the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray faction. He's up against Milind Deora of the Shiv Sena versus Shiv Sena battle is losing.
But that's the contest. That's the contest.
That is one of the most high-profile
Aditya Thackeray versus Milind Deora.
sort of contests in Mumbai, certainly. Professor Shastri, the one point that people watching this broadcast would want to know is, again, we've seen in the case of Jharkhand a quick turnaround, we're told by the BJP that only one round of polling has now taken place and things might change. How does the process of counting rounds in an electronic voting machine scenario, how does that actually work?
They do it area by area, and the reason why you sometimes see a dramatic shift across rounds is that you get the EVMs opened in places where a particular party dominates, and that shows the shift in the trend. So in the past also, if you have seen a shift in the trend, it is largely because newer areas see the ballot paper opening, and within a constituency itself, there could be patterns in terms of voting. And that sometimes is reflected in this change across the across
you know, I remember one very dramatic election in Delhi in 1991, I think it was, the New Delhi seat, and LK Advani was trailing. He was trailing till the last round when they opened the ballot boxes from Lajpat Nagar. And then he surged ahead by 2,500 votes. So, and he won that seat. So, it depends because, there are areas...
He won by less than 3,000 seats in that election.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. That was thanks to Lajpat Nagar.
Yes,
so, Lajpat Nagar has traditionally been an RSS, BJP
and that, of course, voted
for. So that's why, when you see if ballot boxes are open from A area, it could be in favor of one party, then it goes to another area, suddenly there's
a word from Dolly Sharma now. Dolly Sharma, forget about, I'm sure you can have a view in which not look at Maharashtra, but look at Jharkhand. Jharkhand seems to be bringing some reasons for the India bloc to cheer. Early, yes, but still, it has reversed completely.
Like I said earlier, it is a pro-people agenda won the day. In Jharkhand, there were many issues, and like BJP did in Maharashtra, in Delhi, and now, and also in Jharkhand, the way they arrested the Chief Minister, Hemant Soren, everybody had seen that. And now people know, people of Jharkhand had voted for the government which worked for the people, which was ready to solve any problem that was there, whether it was women's issue, whether it was youth, whether it was any other issue. So they will definitely vote for India Alliance, and we will form government in Jharkhand for sure.
Okay. Let's look at region-wise now in Jharkhand and move from one region to another. We are looking at North Jharkhand now. India leading in 19 seats. They are up 5 from 2019. NDA down 3, leading in 14 as of now. That we are looking at 34 seats of 81 right now in north of Jharkhand. Shifting focus to Santal Pargana, this is 18 seats, India down 2, NDA leading in 3. Shifting focus now to South Jharkhand, 29 seats in all, India down 1, but NDA up 2. So the maximum number of seats are coming from North Jharkhand. Which are these areas? Is it Bokaro and all those urban pockets?
Urban pockets and also places where you have a significant non-tribal population. If you see where there is a strong tribal population, the JMM seems to be doing much better. So what we have been saying, that the BJP-led NDA alliance's prominence is in the non-tribal regions, whereas the JMM is more in the tribal regions. And we had said that the victory would be his or be of that party, which is able to do better in the pockets of the rival alliance. And obviously, if these trends hold, that's a big if, if these trends hold, the capacity of the NDA to break into tribal areas has been limited. If these trends hold, that's what it would be.
We're going to again go to the other part of the country now, Maharashtra. My colleague Anuj outside Eknath Shinde's residence at this stage. Anuj, give us a sense of what's happening around you.
Eknath Shinde is expected to leave for Mumbai in a short while, and here in Patspakhadi, this is the home constituency of Eknath Shinde, and behind me you see this is Eknath Shinde's personal residence. The number of supporters here is increasing slowly, and we'll eventually see more number of people thronging not just to this part of the city but also to also to the office of the Bharatiya Janata Party of Shinde Sena and of Ajit Pawar faction of NCP there in Mumbai, considering that the Mahayuti is on its way to get an unprecedented lead here in the 2024 Maharashtra State Assembly election. We've already seen or gotten hints of supporters making their way. You can see that the Shiv Sena flags, people holding Shiv Sena flags are here holding, trying to gather outside Shinde's residence. While on one hand, we've got the supporters of the Mahayuti parties beaming with confidence and excitement and joy. On the other hand, we also have, the Mahavikas Aghadi leaders who have started casting doubts over the procedures on reason why they believe that this isn't the mandate which would be given by the Marathi Manus or the electorate of Maharashtra. But numbers as of now suggest that Mahayuti is having a clear-cut lead, as compared to Mahavikas Aghadi, which is falling short of not just Mahayuti but also of the Bharatiya Janata Party's number.
Eknath Shinde house in Thane. That's where Anuj was joining us. In Thane, a very fascinating battle because in Panchpakari, Kokri, where the Chief Minister is contesting from, he's up against Kedar Dige. Kedar Dige is the nephew of Anand Dige, who was the mentor of the Chief Minister, that is Eknath Shinde, Kopri, Panchpakari, the Chief Minister leading, not much of a surprise there, Kedar Dige trailing, and that was expected. Kedar Dige saying that Chief Minister was missing in action. On ground, it felt that Thane and the people of Thane had this sense that there was a sudden influx of projects, infrastructure projects in particular in Thane, because it was now the Chief Minister's district, home district. But Eknath Shinde, the man of the ground, I met him at midnight for the interview, and he gave me that impression that, certainly he was up the whole day, holding 7 to 8 rallies, clocking it across Maharashtra, and then sitting down for interviews. And in Varsha, it had opened up, the gates had opened up for the Janta. So the CM, he had rephrased it and said it was common man Chief Minister. CM for him was common man Chief Minister. So does it mean that the common man Chief Minister, Mr. Sirsa, could have the last laugh here? Eknath Shinde, the man of the moment, if these numbers hold, you'll have to give him all the credit for Ladki Behan.
No, definitely it's a collective credit, and it is a credit to our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The people in the entire country vote for him. Definitely when the Chief Minister is there, it is not that his share is not there. It is always there when the Chief Minister's face is there and our Chief Minister is there. But people want a double-engine Sarkar, and for that reason, the policies of the Honorable Prime Minister has given a good impact in the Maharashtra, and at the same time our alliance has worked day and night, and that is the reason that we are getting these good results.
It's translated into results. Aren't you at a point?
Vishu, I think you asked a very interesting question because, this is the whole point. They did, the Mahayuti did not project a chief ministerial face during the elections. But, clearly the BJP is doing really well. Its strike rate so far seems to be,
so there'd be a BJP chief minister next time.
So will it be a BJP chief minister, or will it be
way ahead?
They are. But I think, as Maria pointed out, that, Shinde, had become sort of very much the face of this alliance.
In the mass
and
leader.
A very acceptable.
And unlike Maharashtra politics, Maharashtra politics is about flamboyance to a great degree as well.
That's right. So can you just rule him out as a chief ministerial candidate post-election?
Look at the lead.
I think that's a really interesting question.
Which is much more than the combined Mahavikas Aghadi.
Correct.
If I could just make a point here, it's going to be if these numbers hold, it's going to be very difficult for the BJP to convince its cadres that we don't have the chief minister at this stage. Yet, you cannot rule out the fact that the Shinde's leadership in Maharashtra over the last recent times has helped the party consolidate its position. The Maratha vote is critical. So, I think it's if these trends hold, it's a very difficult decision which the alliance will need to take, its leadership will need to take.
Absolutely.
With regard to who becomes the chief minister.
And I think this Ladki Behan scheme is very much identified with Shinde.
Yes,
he's very much identified. Absolutely. He inaugurated the scheme. The BJP did not seem to be too enthusiastic about it actually initially. So, can you really rule him out as a possible chief minister?
But it's quite clear that
But yes, the BJP is doing far better. Its strike rate is far better,
yes,
no question.
And interesting observation, really at 10:40, The BJP's alone number is twice that of Mahavikas Aghadi. So their strike rate, of course, is almost 70-80% in that alliance. They had contested on 149, leading in 125. In 2019, it was 105. There is a gain of 20 plus seats. So, but it's a fascinating thing what has happened there. Shiv Sena, again, they contested on 81 seats. That is Shiv Sena of Eknath Shinde, the chief minister there, leading in 55. In 2019, it was 41. So they have also made a gain of 14. And the weak link here is actually Ajit Pawar. He contested on 59, his party, that is the NCP. They are leading in 35, so they are -6. But it is the BJP which is actually holding on this alliance. The anchor, the word that you used, Professor Shastri, it's very clear that the BJP is holding on. And similarly, it is -23 for the Congress. So the anchor certainly seems to be pulling this up. And at the same time, it is Eknath Shinde who's helping that rise.
Can I just say that, there have been, it's SOP versus SOP. We see this in election after election. And in as much as we talk about the Ladki Bahin Yojana, the Mahayuti had offered more through the Mahalakshmi scheme, 3,000 rupees versus 2,100 rupees. But this is a space which the BJP has completely taken. Because of implementation, for example, in Madhya Pradesh, where they rolled it out, it was absolutely fascinating. This is a narrative that they built up which works across the country.
Vishnu, the key word you used is implementation.
Yeah.
These schemes have been promised by different parties over the last 15-20 years, and many of them have not been able to do well because of the promise. That's because of the past experience of the people with the implementation of programs. Here what we are noticing is a perception that a particular party which promises a scheme is actually implementing the scheme, therefore we go back to that party. So I think it's more a perception on implementation rather than a perception on promise.
Okay, just hold on one sec. Let's go across to...
Mumbai BJP Vice President is joining us. Hitesh, you can say, I told you so. It's not just about Mumbai alone, where you, of course, were part of the strategy, but it appears that across Maharashtra, it is good news for the entire alliance. What do you think worked in this alliance?
Well, I think multiple factors. One, there was this alliance who really projected to win the election. They were on the front foot. The policies were there. The campaign was there. It was a comparison between a 2.5 years of speed breaker of MVA versus 2.5 years of campaign of Mahayuti. Now, when you look at the campaign of MVA, it was only negativity. And negativity, Maria, as you know, as you have been an experienced person who have looked at the campaign and all, negativity does not really sell. What sells in Maharashtra, and if you look at the track record of the Maharashtra since 87, the pattern of voting and all, and I remember at the time when the exit polls, just right after the election, as soon as the voting percentages was coming, when it was like 63, 64, people were trying to give all sorts of narrative, kaate ki takkar, this thing. I said the day Maharashtra is given a historic mandate, you are going to see a historic result and mandate on the counting day, and which is what is being seen on the ground.
Mr. Jain, I'm just curious to know that, when it came to the Ladki Bahin Yojana scheme, we were talking just now about implementation. As I understand it, 5 installments of payments of 1,500 rupees have reached a whopping 2.3 crore women already in Maharashtra. So do you believe, just in terms of implementation and not just election promises so far, people are saying, look, I've already got this money, it's come in on time. Delivery is something which goes in your favor.
There is one more point. So implementation, delivery, but Vishnu, when 1,500 rupees were announced, Ladki Bahin Yojana, what was MVA doing? MVA was opposing. MVA was telling the state treasury is empty. Where are you going to give the money? They went to the court to stop the scheme. And look at the irony. When their campaign came, they said not 1,500, we are going to give you 3,000 rupees. Now look at the crisis of credibility of the MVA leadership. They say state has no money. It is not the question of Mahayuti's intention. They were telling that the state has no money to give 1,500 rupees, and here is a party going ahead and trying to give making a promise of 3,000. Then there were some election panditries who were trying to compare, oh, this is the scheme that was given only on the eve of the election. I mean, it's not like Shivraj Singh Chauhan. They tried to compare with Madhya Pradesh. It ran for 5 years. So this is not going to be a factor. People were trying to bring like soya bean. People were trying to bring jarange. People were trying to bring localized seat by seat and all. But if you will look at the mandate and the manner in which the results will come at the end of the day, when the leads will get firmed up, it was a victory across Maharashtra, across the board. And I think what people in Maharashtra has really brought is the leadership of Prime Minister Modi.
So Mr. Jain, leadership was my next question, and I think Aarti also wanted to get clarity on this. Now, assuming for a moment that these leads translate into results, you have a very effective chief minister right now. You know what the question is, but I'll ask it nonetheless. You have a very effective chief minister in your alliance in Eknath Shinde right now, but you have done very well if these leads translate into results. Would your cadre be satisfied with a non-BJP chief minister?
Vishnu, I anticipated this question, but just to give you the same answer which was given by our senior party leader Amit Shah ji in Mumbai. He said that post-mandate, all the three leaders of all the three parties, Mahayuti, will sit together and then they will decide and they will take the decision accordingly.
Very diplomatic. That was the right thing to be said, Mr. Jain, at this stage.
All right.
But Mr. Sirsa,
well, we have always said, I think all throughout the campaign, we have said the right things. Okay. I think our campaign was positive and we had a lot of support from the organization also.
Mr. Sirsa, now you're looking at these results, leads I should say, the MVA trailing massively at this stage. The Congress party itself is down 21 in terms of leads at this juncture. There would be many more rounds, perhaps more than 8 rounds, which would have been counted. We are progressively getting into the stage when we can point at a direction these elections are taking. How would you respond or look at the overall situation in Maharashtra?
So it is not just when it is a two-third with a two-third of majority. And one must always appreciate that we were there almost from two and a half years.
Right.
In spite of saying by the opposition कि यहाँ तो कुछ किया ही नहीं, यहाँ तो कोई काम ही नहीं हुआ, ये तो प्रदेश के अंदर
Okay, so
पैसा ही
just
नहीं
1
है,
second. Can I just put that question across to Dolly? Can I just put that question across to Dolly? How do you see the numbers, Dolly, at this stage?
Yeah. See, like I said earlier, the way BJP misused the power, we have seen them distributing money, use the muscle power, and also you must have seen last election. केन प्रकारेण चाहे सरकार बने ना बने, बीजेपी को तो सरकार तोड़कर भी, पार्टियां तोड़कर भी अपनी सरकारें बनाई हैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने. सो इट्स ऑब्वियस कि जो वो लोग, उनको किसी भी तरीके से सरकार बनानी होती है. तो ये जो रिजल्ट है आपके सामने है, वो हमने पूरे महाराष्ट्र में देखा कि किस तरीके से खुला नोट उन्होंने बांटा और इलेक्शन कमीशन आंखें मूंद कर बैठा रहा. I think this also you must discuss in front of the people.
Hitesh will respond to that. Hitesh, you know that entire Vinod Tawde incident, was that an embarrassment for you all?
Till yesterday they were saying.
Not only Vinod Tawde, there were other incidents happened in Pune,
Maria, there were,
in Nagpur.
I mean, I think, you know, as I mentioned to you,
money. It was not one incident of Vinod Tawde.
Yes, please, Hitesh, go ahead. Was that an embarrassment? Of course, he filed a defamation suit, but it was caught on camera.
The time for posturing is over. They made a charge that Vinod Tawde was found with 5 crore. That was the statement that was made. Nobody saw the 5 crore rupees, where it came from and all. On the contrary, Maria, on the contrary, more than 20 leaders of NBA were caught distributing money in their different constituency. But be that as it may, there are larger issues to be discussed. Not this. Of course, they have to clutch on the straws to explain their embarrassing defeat. But you know, Maria, one of the very important campaign statement we should not overlook is Aditya Thackeray. When we were looking at Mumbai, we were looking of coastal road, we were looking about metro. His campaign was so regressive. He says, Uddhav Thackeray said, we will remove MMRDA, we will stop the large projects. He is leading, by the way, Mr. Jain. And what we will offer is BEST buses to the people of Mumbai. Now, this is a city where, the former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh had promised that he will make it like a Shanghai and all. Okay. And what is the vision they were offering was the vision of offering BEST buses to the people of Mumbai.
Okay, Mr. Jain, half a second. It does need to be said that when I looked last time around, Aditya Thackeray was actually leading over Milind Deora, but there is some reactions now coming in from the Mahavikas Aghadi. The Shiv Sena's UBT leader Sanjay Raut says, and I quote, "They've done some gadbad, they've stolen some of our seats. This cannot be the public's decision.
Okay.
Even the public does not agree with these results. Once the results are out, we will talk more."
Okay.
So a sense of denial now creeping into the MVA.
Well, Vishnu, I think people should give less importance to what Sanjay Raut was saying. I think for 5 years he was entertaining all the people, all the journalists is concerned. And one more point I would like to make. Like Sanjay Raut, there was a section of journalists in Maharashtra also who amongst them was saying about the MBA is leading, the narrative of MBA and all. It is, I think this verdict is also somewhere, they will also have to introspect. You know, they used to use the words like Purogami and all, and they did not realize Maharashtra has moved ahead. Maharashtra is aspirational. Maharashtra doesn't want to get into the caste conflict. Maharashtra wants development, and Maharashtra wants to compete at a high, you have Mumbai, you have a Maharashtra, which is a very important state. And if you again look at the campaign, that is the difference today. Mahayuti was talking about taking Maharashtra ahead, giving the speed to the progress and development of Maharashtra. While, as I was speaking to you earlier, Aditya Thackeray was promising BEST buses to people in Mumbai. All these hard questions, nobody was asking the MBA leaders. They were, I think the journalists in Maharashtra also were asking, about the family, about it was just about the families, the dynasts and all.
All right, Mr. Jain, I get what you're saying. Aarti, it almost seems, if you look at what Sanjay Raut's statement, which I read out a little while back, is what we saw with the Congress party in Haryana, the sense of disbelief, then going to the Election Commission, writing letters even before the day was done, saying that there's something terribly wrong over here, you messed up here, there.
I think this preemptive...
It's sort of that preemptive, good word, effort at going out to the EC or feeling out the EC seems to have begun.
that stealing of the mandate, I think that's overdone now.
The gadbad, they have done some gadbad.
That gadbad thing is, that should apply also in Jharkhand.
It was a narrow victory. I think, maybe, that argument may still have had some, some sense. But in this kind of a victory, it is a sweeping victory. They're heading towards a 2/3 mandate.
Never seen before in Maharashtra.
Mr. Jain, how many rounds according to your data? How many rounds according to your data has been counted in Maharashtra? Do you have an update, Mr. Jain, in front of you? How many rounds has been counted in Maharashtra?
Well, Maharashtra, you have like 5 to 7 rounds that are counted, and most of the places, I will give you one more data which I have in front of me. Most of the candidates of Mahayuti are winning over 15, 20, 25,000. The leads are consolidating. And if you look at the leads of MBA, they still have some 15 to 18 seats where their lead is not more than 1,500. Aditya Thackeray himself is only leading by some few hundred votes.
Okay.
Okay, so that's fascinating.
Okay, but
7 to 8 rounds.
Look at the bypolls at all, because
those
there's a
elections,
very
right.
interesting one happening in Karnataka.
Let's thank
Karnataka, where this
bypolls, there are
Channapatna, which is
and
Uttar Pradesh. So let's look at Channapatna, which is sort of Kumar Swami's son.
Okay, so let's thank
to the Congress.
now. Thank you, Hitesh, for joining us.
JDS
let's continue to have other guests and shift focus now to bypolls.
But can I just jump in for half a second, because that's what I do. The strike rate is phenomenal. In the Mahayuti strike rate right now is 84%.
84% of the BJP.
84%. The
Shiv Sena
has the Shiv Sena Shinde 71%. The NCP at 62%. The MVA strike rate for the Congress is a dismal 19.2%, and for the NCP Sharad Pawar is an even more dismal 11.6%.
Which is the most shocking thing, actually.
You didn't
for
expect...
me. I didn't expect... No, I expected Sharad Pawar to do well. I did think that the Congress was the weak link in MVA, but I certainly did expect Sharad Pawar to, pull his weight, because he has been such a dominant figure.
Yes.
I think what happened here...
It's really surprising,
what happened here, Aarti?
He's being wiped out in his own stronghold, Western Maharashtra. Exactly. He's done so badly
What is becoming clear here is that if it is about stability, the people of Maharashtra thought that they should give the mandate to the entire Mahayuti. It should not be only about one party or a particular party. In case of Mahavikas Aghadi, it is a no confidence to all three of
As
them.
we have been stressing, if it was in the Mahayuti, it was the BJP which needed to do very well. Whereas in the case of the Aghadi, for any success to come to power, it needed all the three
of them to do well. Okay, so first set of reactions coming in of Shaina, NC and Rahul Narvekar. Let's listen in.
You know, I have never played divisive politics. I've tried to take everyone along in every sense. But having said that, there are certain parties that only appease vote banks and play pseudo-secular politics. I think we need to move beyond that. The time has come to only talk about development, and the younger generation understands that.
और बापा के चरणों में यही प्रार्थना की है कि इस राज्य को महायुति की सरकार प्राप्त हो, जिससे राज्य की जनता को न्याय मिले और राज्य प्रगति पथ पे चलता रहे। मेरे हिसाब से 175 पौने 200 सीट महायुति जीतेगी।
Okay, Rahul Narvekar there, who is the candidate of the BJP from Kolaba. He's of course leading. Shaina NC, from Mumba Devi. Let's switch that plate to look at her picture and what is her scene in Mumba Devi. It appears that she was of course fighting a tough battle. Whether she's trailing or leading, we'll know about it in just a bit. But you know, Rahul Narvekar, we have seen how so she
continues to trail at this stage.
Yeah, so because this
so she was an import. She was an import from the BJP into the Shiv Sena.
Factors here.
BJP and the
There are two factors here. One, she was brought into the party. Number two, it's a seat which has traditionally been with the
Congress
seat. Yeah.
So now it is only Mahayuti all the way. As we look at 11 a.m. now, we can clearly see now that it is consolidating for Mahayuti. Mahavikas Aghadi at 55. A word now from Radhika. Radhika, you know, two questions to you. Where is Mr. Devendra Fadnavis? Is he in his constituency in Nagpur or is he in Mumbai? And what about the central leaders, you know, Bhupendra Yadav, Ashwini Vaishnav? Are they sitting in Delhi and monitoring it, or are they very much in their Mumbai office?
You know, until yesterday, Bhupendra Yadav was in Mumbai. Devendra Fadnavis is in his residence, is what we are hearing. There is a possibility he will come to our BJP office where we are standing. Perhaps he may take a press conference. This is obviously, you know, although we're not calling elections yet, this is a, you know, the early leads are suggesting that it is a landslide victory of sorts for the BJP. You know, excellent strike rate for the BJP and very closely followed by Shiv Sena. So yes, Fadnavis expected to come to BJP office, not entirely certain when. Eknath Shinde also expected to make an appearance. Of course, Anuj is standing there where Eknath Shinde is in Thane, post which of course he will be making his way towards town, and there could be a joint press conference after things become clear. But you know, as far as the Mahayuti is concerned, the next step will be chief ministerial post. We know that both Shinde Sena as well as BJP have done remarkably well, at least so far as the initial lead suggests. If this is what the trend is going to be, and if it is the Mahayuti that is going to come out victorious, then it will be a discussion on who the chief minister is going to be. Remember, 26th is when the term is ending. So by 26th, if they have to take oath before 26th, on 25th perhaps, then they will have to come up with a name for chief ministerial position. Is it going to be Devendra Fadnavis? Or is it going to be Eknath Shinde? That is a question that will remain. But at this point, I'll just show you around. This is the BJP office here. A lot of movement, a lot of leaders had been going in and out of this particular place, holding small meetings and discussions. There is a huge projector monitor as well, which is showing results too. So this is where all the celebrations could also take place. Some time back, as I was pointing out, laddus were also brought in, which clearly indicates that they are sure of a victory even after multiple rounds that will complete in, say, an hour or two. So yes, this is the situation as far as Mahayuti camp is concerned. Certainly celebratory, victorious. Sanjay Raut in denial, saying there is foul play, this can't be it, these can't be the real numbers, or something he's been saying, which is expected from MVA, considering the abysmal numbers that are showing as far as the MVA camp is concerned.
The picture becoming clear at 11 a.m. On the top of 11, in all 288 seats. Of course, 6 to 7 rounds of counting is over. The Mahayuti are 223. If these leads consolidate into actual results, it would mean that Mahayuti is heading for a landslide victory in Maharashtra, never seen before in Maharashtra's history. So for the first time in perhaps several decades, a government would be coming up with a landslide victory. In Maha Vikas Aghadi, all the three alliance partners' strike rate is below 20%. At the moment, the Congress, the Shinde Sena of Uddhav Thackeray and also of NCP Sharad Pawar, all of them performing really poorly. And as far as the strike rate of Mahayuti is concerned, it seems to be in upwards. BJP at 84%, Shiv Sena of Eknath Shinde at 71% and NCP at 62%.
Before we go back to our reporters in Maharashtra, let's also at top of 11 o'clock talk about the situation in Jharkhand. Absolutely fascinating. At one stage it appeared that the NDA was up ahead. But let's bring out the numbers on Jharkhand for a moment and let's just go through it before we come across to our reporters. The India Alliance at this stage, and remember what is taking place in Jharkhand is a slower round of counting than it is in Maharashtra. The India Alliance is leading at 51. The NDA in 28. So the change is the India Alliance up 3, the NDA up 1 as well. The others that are a factor are down 4 from last time around. But again, very early days. My colleague in Ranchi, Prabhakar, joins us. He's outside the Chief Minister's residence. Give us a sense of what's happening over there and how many rounds of counting are you aware of which have taken place? Prabhakar, go ahead.
Yeah, the last update with us was of 4 rounds of counting, but the numbers are cementing now. And it's going India block way. We all know that the India Alliance is going India Alliance way. But we are parked right now at the Chief Minister's house. Here, the celebration has not started. Even at the JMM office, they are holding their horses. They are probably waiting. They'll wait for some more time actually for numbers to settle down, and then you'll see the laddus and the crackers being distributed here and crackers being bursted here. But as of now, it's a mega comeback. It has never happened in Jharkhand, and it seems that the way JMM
over there, we'll try and get that back in a moment. But just in terms of the overall situation in Jharkhand, it is fascinating because the JMM has done well. The BJP, in terms of the lead situation, is where it was in 2019. The Congress is down 4. That was somewhat expected in Jharkhand. They were always riding on the back of the JMM in a sense. But it does believe that the overall situation is one which favors the India Alliance quite clearly. Do we have Prabhakar back with us at this stage? We'll try and fix that audio with him. But let's go back to Maharashtra, where it's the opposite scenario with many more rounds counted. 288 of 288 seats, the counting has begun. At least I would suggest 8 rounds would have been done by now. The NDA ahead, many would suggest that this will start firming up sooner than later.
I think we should go to the man of the moment, which is Eknath Shinde. What is happening at his Thane residence? Anuj, give us a sense. Have the supporters of Eknath Shinde started arriving, or is he very much locked inside his house, away from all the limelight?
As of now, he is pretty much, locked up in his house, but he's expected to come out anytime soon. And as you said, that close to 8 to 10 rounds, have been counted all across the state on all the 288 seats. And one direction that all of these early trends are showing, I am saying early because time-wise this still is early, but the gap between the NDA and the India Alliance, that is the Maha Vikas Aghadi here in Maharashtra, is increasing. And I'm outside Thane residence of Eknath Shinde, and as you can see, the activity around this place has increased. The number of supporters coming here has increased, and one can expect Chief Minister to walk out of his residence any point of time. We've been interacting with a lot of Shinde Sena Sena leader since last few days, and they are very sure of the fact that it is not just the Mahayuti which will be coming back to power, but it is also Eknath Shinde who will be, laying his stake, claiming his stake very strongly for becoming the chief minister of the state. It is under his leadership that they believe, schemes like Maji Ladki Bahin have been popularized across the state. Mind you, it is not just Maji Ladki Bahin Yojana, but it is Mukhyamantri Maji Ladki Bahin Yojana, which means that the name of the chief minister has been going around with that scheme all across. Besides that, Eknath Shinde has gained a very good reputation all across the state amongst different categories. He comes from the Maratha community, which is why he's seen as a safer bet by even the BJP RSS cadre when it comes to the growing anticipation and the protest of the Maratha reservation protest. He comes from a farming background as well, and he's got a very good hold over the farming community in the western Maharashtra. In Mumbai and close by regions, he's got a strong hold over the Marathi Manu sentiment, and that was one of the conflicting ideas even in the Lok Sabha elections, where the doubt was whether the core voters of Shiv Sena are going with UBT or are they going with Shinde faction. While it was quite divided in the 2024 June elections, but right now the picture seems to be much clearer, where all the places where the Shiv Sena had their core voter base, be it the western Maharashtra, be it Konkan region, or several other pockets where the Marathi population vote is higher in number, most of these places seem to be going with Shinde Sena, making him, validating his presence and his position of chief ministership here in the state.
Okay, so Chief Minister, Mr. Eknath Shinde, who will be credited for this victory to a great extent. He was seen as the person who was among the people, a Maratha leader who neutralized the Maratha agitation, ensured that Jarange Patil, who was against Devendra Fadnavis, his deputy, continued to back the chief minister who was a Maratha chief minister. So Eknath Shinde, the man of the moment, we are yet to hear from him. Perhaps he is also getting some feedback from his team, because I've been in touch with his team. They are suggesting that this number is only likely to consolidate. But the larger picture here is becoming clear. This is a landslide victory for Mahayuti. And if these numbers consolidate, it would only mean that for the moment it is Eknath Shinde, but will the BJP, which is of course at 84% strike rate, up in digit numbers on its own, will its cadres be okay with a non-BJP chief minister? So we'll try and get that answer from the panelists who are joining us on the top of this hour. But Vishnu, what a fascinating battle. I'm told...
I suspect that Eknath Shinde's place is pretty quiet at this juncture, primarily because they're thinking about that CM issue. Because with leads in a situation like this, more than 8 rounds of counting, if there is going to be a flip starting at 11 a.m. in the morning, it seems very difficult whichever way you look at it. Nija Chaudhary joins us as well at this stage. Nija, we look at both Maharashtra and Jharkhand in a bit. But at this stage, with at least 8 rounds done, I think it's safe to say that, and this gap, that it appears that the NDA is headed to coming back to power, that also with a landslide.
Yeah, I think given the gap that there is, it's a given. What is of interest is not that the Mahayuti is going to come back to power. What is interesting is who is going to be the chief minister now, given the convincing numbers that the BJP has. And remember, Maharashtra being, as we've often said, financial hub, corporate world is there, MNCs are there are development plans. Would the BJP now like its own chief minister? You know, Amit Shah had said this to Eknath Shinde at the beginning of the campaign, that we have made sacrifices for you, now we hope you will make the sacrifices. And the way Mr. Fadnavis was projected during the campaign and backed, of course, if the numbers had been different, suppose it was 80 for the BJP and 50 odd or 60 for Eknath Shinde, it would be a different story. But now I think Mr. Devendra Fadnavis' chances to become CM have improved.
But let's put that question across to BD Singh. He's the spokesperson of the Shiv Sena Shinde group. Thank you, sir, very much for being with us. I think at this stage it's pretty clear where these elections are headed, with the NDA at 220, 221. But Mr. Singh, in terms of the entire leadership issue, do you believe that it's Mr. Eknath Shinde who should be chief minister still? Or do you believe that there could be a change, in particularly if the BJP continues to do as well as they're doing. Mr. Singh, go ahead.
Yes. जिस तरह से अगर माननीय शिंदे साहब का देखा जाए, ये जो शिवसेना से अलग हुई ज्यादा दिन नहीं हुआ, 2.5 साल का सफर है। इस सफर में इन्होंने जिस तरह से परफॉर्मेंस किया, ये जो है, जो भी आपके रिजल्ट, सारे रिजल्ट आए हैं, उसमें सबसे अच्छा रिजल्ट जो है माननीय शिंदे साहब का है। और दूसरी तरफ से ये बोला जाए कि अगर असली शिवसेना या नकली शिवसेना की पहचान की जो सील थी, जो इलेक्शन कमीशन ने दिया था, जो है वो प्रूव हो, 100% प्रूव हो गया कि असली शिवसेना माननीय शिंदे साहब है।
और लीडरशिप के बारे में हम बात करते हैं। बीजेपी के जो लीड्स है इस वक्त, वो भी काफी स्ट्रांग है। उन्होंने आपसे ज्यादा सीट्स पे कंटेस्ट किया है। तो अगर चीफ मिनिस्टर का पद के लिए एक बातचीत शुरू होता है आप दोनों के बीच में, आप लोग मानेंगे कि शायद बीजेपी का चीफ मिनिस्टर बनना चाहिए इस बार?
देखिए, ये तो क्या है कि जो महायुति की सरकार है उसमें डिस्कशन होगा। डिस्कशन के बाद ही ये डिसाइड होगा कि कौन चीफ मिनिस्टर बनेगा। उसके बाद ही सारा डिसीजन होगा, क्योंकि ये जो है महायुति सरकार जो है काफी मतलब केंद्र से भी चलती है, तो उस पे मैं नहीं जाऊंगा। लेकिन ये है कि जो जिस तरह से मैं एक कमेंट और करूंगा कि जिस तरह से बाला साहब ठाकरे ये बोलते थे कि जो है अगर मुझे कांग्रेस के साथ जाना पड़ा तो मैं अपनी दुकान बंद कर दूंगा, लेकिन आज जो है उद्धव जी ने वही कांग्रेस के साथ जाकर के अपना शटर गिरा दिया।
जी, all right, Nija, shall we flip this now, take a look at Jharkhand? Or
I think we should concentrate more on Maharashtra, because Nija, I've just been told that Maharashtra has largely seen fractured mandate, and not this scale of victory ever in the state. Perhaps it was last in 1967-72. I mean, this kind of victory for an incumbent of 2.5 years, and an incumbent which only 5 months ago faced a massive setback in the Lok Sabha. They did course correction, and then they have come back, and how?
Look, I have only one simple, I keep saying this, it's one factor responsible for this, and that is women.
Ladki Behan. In
Ladki Behan and money.
Samman and Ladki Behan.
Yeah, in both places, women have emerged as a major factor in the electoral process of the country, as a constituency, yes. That the way we not regarded them. And remember, money in the hands of women is different from money in the hands of men.
That money has actually come in the case of...
Money has come for 5 months in the hands.
5 installments of 1,500 rupees.
And Vishnu, I keep...
2.3 crore women.
That's right. Absolutely. And as I've said this several times, I did not meet a single woman who said, I have not got money. No. It was random.
So implementation has been fantastic.
So implementation has been fantastic, and this, the people in the Mantralaya tell you. The officialdom tells you how hard they've had to work.
Nija, let me ask you this. You know, I mean, it may be the women's factor which actually decides which way the election has gone, but there is a battle of identity which will be decided. Yes. Who's the real Shiv Sena? I have suggested that it's an existential question for both the Sena and the NCP. The women's vote we've focused on, and this being India's second largest state, the national sort of scenario over here, should the NDA win, it's huge. So let's talk about the battle of identity first. What would this potentially mean for Sharad Pawar, and what would this mean for the Shiv Sena or the Bala Sahib Thackeray?
Look, you cannot write off anybody in politics. So even Uddhav Thackeray, very weakened Uddhav Thackeray, will remain there. And bide his time for the future. If people get disgruntled this side, they may want to move over. Sharad Pawar, it's now the last battle, and he's the patriarch of, you know, not just... Huh? Maharashtra, the tallest leader of Maharashtra. He's done his bit. There was sympathy for him last time, and that sympathy played out. Sympathy doesn't play out again and again. So yes, he will be there. Again, let's see what, you know, suppose you have a disgruntled Eknath Shinde's group and a disgruntled Ajit Pawar group, if they are not satisfied in the new government.
We have been discussing that. Is there a possibility of a potential realignment post this result. With this kind of result, do you still sense realignment?
No, you know, they cannot move wholesale and form an alternative government. And once you're in power, then it's that much more difficult to say, I'm moving to the other side. The other side has very little to offer you, whereas the ruling side has much more to offer
Anil
you.
Antony of the BJP joins us. We also have Mr. Chavan of NCP Sharad Pawar. A massive setback for you, Mr. Chavan? Disappointment?
Yes, definitely. It is disappointing and unexpected. Nevertheless, we humbly accept the mandate given by the people of Maharashtra, and we are committed to reflecting to the results with sincerity and introspection.
Sir,
this is what I can say at this moment.
These elections? Is your party officially conceding these elections?
You see, the thing is, the results are there in front of you, and I don't know what to react at this moment because, as I said, it is really unexpected for us. So we need to wait and really introspect. This is what I can say at this moment.
All right. Let me go across to Mr. Antony. You know, extraordinary leads, and if these leads translate into results which will start happening anytime now, then, you know, we need to look at the next stage. That would be government formation. Now, we've been debating this for the last hour or so. You've had an excellent Chief Minister in Eknath Shinde. However, you've done extremely well in these elections yourself. The BJP has done extremely well. Would your cadre demand a Chief Minister from your party?
Thank you, Vishnu. First of all, the Bharatiya Janata Party would very categorically say that this is a great day for India, not for India Alliance, but definitely for India. For India, this is a great day. Maharashtra was one of the states where during the Lok Sabha elections, the opportunistic India Alliance had done better than what they had expected, where almost 30 seats went to the Alliance and 17 for NDA. But within 5 months, we have come back in a very comprehensive manner. There's a win for our people's desire for a double-engine government and people's faith in our Prime Minister. Now, talking about the government formation, first of all, again, let us not forget the fact that we went as a formidable alliance. We had 3 major players, and even though we have 3 major factors, and irrespective of the numbers, we went together as an alliance, and the people showed full faith in the alliance. It was a victory for the state units and also the desire of the people to have a double-engine government in Maharashtra also. So after the election results, the leaders of all the 3 parties will speak to each other. They will be, our central leadership will also be speaking to our 2 alliance partners. And finally, one thing we can assure is that we will have a government, a very stable 5-year government that will be ensuring that the welfare of the people of Maharashtra and the development of the state
you will be looking at Maharashtra because that is the big prize.
A stable government will be there.
But what about Jharkhand? You know, it seems that the tribals who did not vote for you during the Lok Sabha polls have again not gone with you in these elections. Although it turned to be a different picture completely in Maharashtra. But in Jharkhand, you'll have to work a little more on the tribal voters, that constituency which is still not convinced with your policies and ideas.
No, there are elections happening across India today. There are by-elections happening in many states, including my home state in Kerala. And Maharashtra is definitely a comprehensive result. Jharkhand, yes, at this moment we are slightly behind, but let's say it's a difference of 8-9 seats can change a lot, and 6-7 rounds of counting is left. So let us not come to conclusions there.
Giving you, I shouldn't be giving you hope at the moment because Jharkhand looks like that it's 49 for India bloc, that is JMM. And
so they're ahead of the simple majority mark if these leads. But Anil, I'm just trying to understand over here.
Simple majority, they are ahead.
Yeah, so it does. So if we take a look at what's taking place in Maharashtra now, would you suggest there was any one deciding factor which has resulted in your being in such a decisive lead? Was it the factor of women and schemes? Because Maharashtra is fascinating, from agrarian distress to the women's vote to the demands of an increasingly young Mumbai caste identity, to Marathi pride, right? It's a hugely diverse state. What won it, or what is potentially winning it for you?
So it's a combination of many factors. It is a outright rejection of the divisive politics that was put forward to the people of India by the India Alliance. It is a thumbs up, a huge thumbs up for our Prime Minister and his vision for Vikasit Bharat. It is also a very good sign of a desire by the people of Maharashtra to have a double-engine government. And then, like you rightly mentioned, a lot of schemes. We have done a lot of development in Maharashtra. The opposition was trying to create narrations, non-existent narrations, including projects, Maharashtra not getting enough projects, etc. But all this was rejected by the people.
Okay.
Everything that the opposition perhaps projected got rejected in Maharashtra?
Mahima, go ahead.
Jai Hind.
Jai Hind.
I would say it is not that... Jai Hind, am I audible?
Yes. Mahima, go ahead, we can hear you.
Yeah, so thank you for having me on your show. Yeah. So Maharashtra and Jharkhand both, in fact, were eager for a change. But what happened in Maharashtra, now the trends are becoming clearer, is certainly, going to be a victory of the rhetoric, the high decibel rhetorical campaign run by the BJP. While in Jharkhand, it is the people's issues, the fight for the people's issues that the Congress and our allies had put up is right at the center of the victory that is imminent for us. But Maharashtra, I would certainly say that, it's quite a misfortune of kinds for a democracy like ours. Because it was a government that was formed by backstabbing. It was a government of intrusion formed by the BJP, betraying people's trust, breaching people's mandate. There was a major trust deficit. In spite of that, if this is happening, it is extremely unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable. And which is what our alliance partners, spokespersons are also speaking about. You must have heard Mr. Sanjay Raut talk about it. And of course, what's happening on the ground, the kind of poaching that has already happened, the kind of factionalism that has happened. A BJP who was accusing Nawab Malik of, linking with Dawood Ibrahim, having links with Dawood Ibrahim, fielding him as their candidate, accusing Ajit Pawar, Mr. Modi accusing Ajit Pawar of 70,000 crores of corruption and then fielding their party. And this kind of mandate is not only unacceptable, Maria and Vishnu, I would say it is also indigestible. We can digest it, but whether the people of Maharashtra will digest it is a larger question. At the end of the day, it is about people's rights, it is about people's voice.
Yes, I think this was the larger sentiment in Maharashtra. This is reflecting on the vote in Maharashtra right now if these seats actually consolidate. People had moved away from anger of 6 months ago. They had moved away from that sympathy of 6 months ago. Maharashtra today is sending that message that they vote differently in the Lok Sabha and Assembly, yes, but it's also a pro-incumbent mandate.
Maria.
Let's accept it and go ahead. That's the beauty of Indian democracy. Yes, we have been focusing on the women voter. Legacy debate, yes. But let's not shift the spotlight from Eknath Shinde. Ma'am, here is someone who has managed to do what somebody from the Thackeray family could not. There was a rebel in Raj Thackeray when he created MNS. He has done what Raj Thackeray could not.
You're absolutely right. It shows how India has moved on.
Yes.
And India that appreciates somebody who comes from humble beginning is the Modi phenomenon. And claws his way up and uses Sam Dam Dhand Bhed, has fire in his belly, will to power. People somewhere respect that. And therefore, you compare it to entitlement. You got it, through the family name.
If I can jump in, what I find the most amazing part of Eknath Shinde's journey is when the Shiv Sena split, there was the entire hotel drama taking place. He broke the party. Nobody thought it would work. People thought that this is just going to be utterly disastrous and all these Shiv Seniks are going to come back to the main group, as it were. He took them to Goa first. From Goa, he went to Assam. came back to Goa, put them on a bus, came back. He became chief minister and might well be chief minister once again. It is an incredible performance. Where does this leave the original Shiv Sena?
You're right. I mean, it will be very difficult now, if they are in power, for them to even think of splitting. Much more difficult to move back to somebody who's not got power.
It could be the other way around. I mean,
it could be the other way around. Also with the NCP, let's
Yes.
see. Even though there's Sharad Pawar this side, and he's known to pull things out of the hat at various moments, but still, you know, would people go to a group that is in power with all the loaves and fishes that's going to offer and perks that it's going to offer to them? So, and with, of course, Ajit Pawar was leading, and one expects him to win in Baramati, actually.
Yes,
Because
but Neerja, again, that was the sentiment that during the Lok Sabha it would be Tai, and during the assembly it will be Dada.
I came across this
That was the
myself.
sentiment, and that also Mr. Ajit Pawar believed in, that fielding his wife against Supriya was a mistake.
No, not only that, every single person who was opposed to him for him would say, "Kaam to kiya hai."
Kaam to kiya hai.
So that was an
Five-term
acknowledgement.
MP, five-term MLA, who has delivered on the ground. So, but overall, Ajit Pawar's performance may not be as good as Eknath Shinde's. So, will this be the same troika that will return in Maharashtra politics with Eknath Shinde and his two deputies in Devendra Fadnavis and also Ajit Pawar? That remains to be seen. But we have Mr. Singh of the Shiv Sena joining us. What's your assessment?
यस जो है जो शिंदे साहब का जो जमीनी ये था, इससे पूरा इलेक्शन में दिख रहा है। और जैसे इसमें मैं ये देख रहा हूँ कि भले बड़े भाई की भूमिका में बीजेपी है, लेकिन क्या है कि जो है जो इंडियन कल्चर है, इंडियन कल्चर के अनुसार जो है बड़े भाई हमेशा छोटे भाई का ध्यान देते हैं। जिस तरह से राम का राज्याभिषेक होते होते उन्होंने भरत जी को राजगद्दी पे बिठाया था, इसी तरह से हम लोग उम्मीद करते हैं कि छोटी भाई का भी बड़े भाई ध्यान रखेंगे।
Okay. I just want to, for our viewers joining us now at 11:26 a.m., let's just quickly go through what the scene in Maharashtra is and also in Jharkhand. Let's remember, in Maharashtra, the magic mark is 145. That's what they are seeking right now. The NDA at this stage is more than double that of the MVA. At 221, I think it's safe to say that they're going to be forming the next government in the state. At least 9 to 10 rounds of voting would have taken place. The BJP, the dominant party in Maharashtra, they are up 23 compared to last time in terms of leads. They are at leading in 128. The Shiv Sena up 12. And this is the Shiv Sena affiliated with the BJP, the Shinde Sena at 53. The NCP is down 5, but still at a commendable 36 in terms of their leads. But it is the Shiv Sena, Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray group, the original Shiv Sena in a sense, though that's disputed who's original and who's not, they're up 4 from last time, but they are nowhere compared to the Shinde faction. The NCP Sharad Pawar is exactly where they were at this stage in terms of leads. 13 now, there were 13 last time around. They contested in 86 seats, so there is no change. But it's Ajit Pawar and his NCP, which seems to, really be holding the cards. Now, that's what the overall situation is. Let's turn our attention now to Jharkhand. And in Jharkhand, there have been fewer rounds of counting. The counting started, as we understand it, a little bit later in Jharkhand. But after the very initial trends suggesting that the NDA was coming up, it now appears to be the absolute opposite, with the India Alliance leading now in 48, both India and the NDA contesting in 81, the NDA at 31, the India Alliance, that's the JMM Alliance, leading in 48.
So what does it do to the momentum which was built by the India bloc?
Yeah.
Immediately after the Lok Sabha is the big question.
Correct.
So will that momentum then, or the Lok Sabha results, be seen as an aberration, Mahima? Mahima?
Sorry, who do we have joining us at this stage?
Mahima, let's quickly get a word from Mahima. Mahima?
Could you repeat the question, Maria?
Will the momentum which was seen after the Lok Sabha polls in favor of India when BJP was down to 240, below the majority mark, be seen as an aberration, that result as an aberration, because you have one victory after another and decisive victories, Haryana, Maharashtra.
I would, before I delve into your question, Maria, I would actually, because I was looking at the Jharkhand trends and, you know, the leads that we are getting there, it's quite interesting because the kind of high decibel campaign the BJP ran with Himanta Biswa Sarma at the helm of it as the ambassador was quite intriguing in an uncomfortable, in a rather adverse way. Yet what you see in Jharkhand is a victory of people's rights, people's issues, and that is what we expected in Maharashtra also. Lok Sabha was not an aberration, rather it was the reality. You see, the BJP had upset its ideological father, the RSS, and that is when you saw the real people's issues come to the fore. This time around, whether it was Haryana or the Maharashtra, BJP, which was a few months ago telling the RSS to take a back seat because the BJP can stand on its own feet now, is actually, you know, having to rely upon the appendages of its allies that it has broken apart, it has excoriated to the extent of, you know, extinction of the real ideology. So the BJP, that is basically the khichdi of BJP, which is being cooked today, which apparently is you know, gaining these leads today, is setting in a major identity crisis in our society in the forthcoming years, Maria, and that's worrisome. And that, why I'm saying this is because, you know, as I said, it is a misfortune. It is unfortunate, the kind of trend we are seeing, whether it was Haryana or Maharashtra, because people will not accept the results. Although the BJP may have succeeded, you know, the Congress may at the end of the day go back to its drawing board. Our alliance partners may go back to our drawing boards for Maharashtra while we celebrate Jharkhand.
Sure.
But at the end of the day, it is the people whose
trust
was backstabbed by the BJP.
Yeah. I wanted to go back just briefly to Neerja. Neerja ji, let's look at 4 or 5 key factors in these elections. A, there's a thumbs up for the Prime Minister's infrastructure push. Obviously, the women's scheme, the Ladki Behan scheme, yeah. Ladki Behan, Ladki Behan, right? That's done. Okay, that's done dramatically.
Ladli, that has become Ladki in Maharashtra.
In Maharashtra, that's done well. The Shinde has settled the issue within the Shiv Sena on the legacy debate. And whenever there is, and this is what fascinates me, whenever there is a direct contest between the Congress and the BJP, the Congress is not in the picture. What does it say about the Congress in these direct contests, I mean, from a national standpoint?
Well, I think if you look at it, the Congress tends to drag the alliance down. And now look at, you know, Jharkhand, they're saying 5 RJD people are leading. They got 60 tickets. Right. Congress got 30. Now I think it's not so bad that they're leading in 13. Earlier the figure was much lower. So final figure will be interesting. But overall that is correct. So I think Congress, even though there may be a sentiment as in Jharkhand, does not seem to take advantage of it as it should. And
is not the dominant party.
It's not the dominant party.
Even if you look at Jammu and Kashmir, we don't talk about them. They were supposed to do much better in Jammu. They've not. They hardly. The question was whether they would get any births at all.
Organizationally, they are so weak that I think that's where they need to, you know, put their effort. Also, you know, sometimes I feel Congress has forgotten how to work hard. It's become a drawing room party.
In fact, congratulatory messages, Neerja, have started now.
Who's congratulating who?
Yeah, first set of visuals coming in now of Devendra Fadnavis being congratulated by his mother. But let me bring in Radhika now. Radhika, so, you know, should we expect some kind of a big celebration in Mumbai office? Or will the leaders be going and collecting their certificates and then postponing it and letting the Delhi office have all the spotlight, the BJP headquarters where Prime Minister is expected later tonight?
7 p.m., right?
Yes.
Well, certainly there will be celebrations at Mumbai office, which is why I showed some of those laddu boxes. At some point, that has to be kept out, that has to be taken out. So that will be expected in a bit from now. Yes, Devendra Fadnavis is certainly celebrating in his residence. So those are the visuals from his residence of his family member, his mother, calling him and congratulating him. And this is the movement, or rather the activity at BJP office here. We just saw Vinod Tavde a while ago in this particular place, which is the BJP headquarters. He will be taking a press conference in a bit. In fact, he spoke to us off camera. He did speak about, of course, he did not speak about the allegations against him, but he did speak about the factors that have been attributed to the victory of BJP and Mahayuti in general. You know, so far as the schemes are concerned, be it the Latki Behan scheme, some of the farmer-centric schemes that have been announced, and the hard work put out by the leaders just ahead of elections, be it in terms of organizational structure, be it in terms of, you know, coming out with numbers, the candidates, seat allocation, all of them being done in a structured manner, which is what led to the victory. And besides that, he also pointed at how Shinde Sena took the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray forward successfully, which was abandoned by Uddhav Thackeray, which did not go down well with the people of Maharashtra. So these are some of the reactions coming in. Vinod Tavde inside, more leaders expected here. Devendra Fadnavis also expected to take a press conference, perhaps a little later, once things become clear, once, you know, multiple rounds are over. That is when that will happen. And in Worli constituency, very interesting.
Radhika, any idea on the number of rounds which have been counted so far? Because at this, we should be in a situation soon to call this election, particularly with this gap. Do we have an idea of the number of rounds?
I think in both the states now.
Radhika, any idea of the number of rounds?
You know, yeah, what I'm hearing is at least about 8 rounds have been completed.
No, but that's been going on for a while.
Okay, so let's listen in to the first reaction that is coming in. Devendra Fadnavis in conversation with his mother.
Hello. Hello. मी येतो संध्याकाळी येतो आता इकडून सगळं निपटवतो मी येतो हां मी कळवतो तुला यस यस चला धन्यवाद आशीर्वाद दे तुम्हाला हॅलो हॅलो मी येतो संध्याकाळी येतो आता इकडून सगळं निपटवतो मी येतो हां मी कळवतो तुला यस यस चला धन्यवाद आशीर्वाद दे तुम्हाला हॅलो हॅलो मी येतो संध्याकाळी येतो आता इकडून सगळं निपटवतो मी येतो
So let's listen in now. And Radhika, just what exactly is the conversation that's in Marathi? Please translate it for our viewers.
Hello. मी येतो संध्याकाळी येतो आता इकडून सगळं निपटवतो मी येतो हां मी कळवतो
All right, so Devendra Fadnavis gets a congratulatory message from his mother. There is another picture that is coming in now of Mr. Bawankule, who is the state president of the BJP, with Devendra Fadnavis. I'll ask the producer to put that photograph also on the television screen. So the celebrations indoors clearly right now has begun. But let's not forget that the BJP strike rate is the highest in this election. Their tally is much above the entire MVA, twice the MVA, and also the combined strength of their own alliance partners, that is the Shiv Sena and the NCP Ajit Pawar. So Mr. Bawankule and Devendra Fadnavis exchanging a hug, embracing each other with joy. That picture will be coming up as well. So BJP in this election has sent the message that they can also ensure and turn the tide completely after 6 months. So that is Mr. Bawankule, who is the state president of Maharashtra, and Devendra Fadnavis. Devendra Fadnavis, a Brahmin leader, the BJP experimented with him in 2014 for the first time, and we saw after 5 years there was the pre-poll alliance of Devendra Fadnavis and the Shiv Sena won, but then the entire turn of events happened. But Anil and Anthony continues to be with us. We have other guests as well. But a word on the BJP's organization, how this picture should be read.
On this,
yeah.
Fadnavis, you know, Sometimes maybe it's so
आप इतना slow कर
Okay, Nirja, we've got Shaina NC with us. I'm so sorry. Shaina, thanks very much for being with us. You know, I mean, we've been seeing your own Leeds situation go up and down. Where do things presently stand for you, Shaina?
So honest to God, Vishnu and Maria know that mine is the toughest constituency in all of Maharashtra. It's hardcore, 140,000 Muslim, 1 lakh Hindu, and we have worked tirelessly to try and make a developmental agenda reach out to the people, because for 15 years you saw no development at all in Mumbai. No cluster redevelopment, no schools, no colleges, even water, electricity issues, sewage, parking, the works. I mean, it's really the most congested constituency. So having said that, I have worked tirelessly this 1 month, and I hope that the people accept me as their future MLA. But I don't want to go into any overconfidence. As Maria says, manifest, manifest. So I will manifest till the end. But having said that, I think the work done by the Mahayuti has really impacted lives. If you look at the Chief Minister's Ladki Behna Yojana, where 2.5 crore women have got 7,500 rupees directly into their bank accounts, this is incredible, as has been with the Ladki Behna Yojana, even in Mumbai Devi, where 40,000 women have got money in their bank accounts, and of which 15,000 are Muslim ladies. So obviously, this kind of work percolates down to the poorest of poor, and that makes it part of stunning Mahayuti sweep, because
But
historic
Shaina, let me
mandate.
ask you this. You know, your own personal journey has been quite interesting. You've been for years and years with the BJP. You've been a spokesperson of the BJP. You've you know, grown within the BJP ranks. Now, of course, I have to remind myself that you aren't in the BJP or in the Shiv Sena, and despite the color of the sari that you're wearing. So what I must ask you, therefore, is, you know, I mean, your own political journey. Do you, in a sense, regret the fact that you aren't still in the BJP, or was this a natural progression for you?
Or maybe an understanding for you to be fielded on a different ticket, because you realize that Shiv Sena was better placed than BJP in that constituency?
No. I don't think any of these speculative questions have an answer, because this is the Mahayuti leadership that decided that I should fight from Mumbai Devi, and I have adhered to it. And I thank the Honorable Chief Minister for the opportunity, irrespective of it being the toughest constituency, because I truly believe that if we can make it here, this is going to be history in India. 15 years you have had a Congress MLA who has done absolutely nothing for the constituents, and that is apparent, because if you go to the constituency, you see how backward it is. And I don't say this with pride, I say this with shame, because we as an inclusive society should make sure that every constituency gets the basic infrastructure. Sure. So I think the decision of the Mahayuti to field me is something that the leadership has decided, but it's like going from one house to another. The joint family continues to be the same, and the ideology continues to be the same. We haven't flunked the ideology.
Just be with us, Shaina, for half a second. A little bit of breaking news, which I noticed a little while back. Professor Shastri, interesting. Bengal, 6 bypolls over there. The Trinamool leading in 6 out of 6. It comes on the back of the entire RG car situation. There was an expectation that it might hit Mamata Banerjee very hard. If those leads translate into results, it would be significant, because she faces huge troubles in Bengal right
Vishnu,
now.
I think by-elections need to be seen from a totally different lens. Very often the ruling party in the state does well because of the specificities of that by-election. And this is proving true in West Bengal, it's proving true in Karnataka, where the last trend was all the 3 by-elections the Congress was leading. So there is that trend, other factors being equal, that the ruling party has a slight advantage.
How would you look at this, Nirja? Trinamool leading all 6 seats in Bengal, quite unexpected?
No, not. I agree with him. The incumbent government has the advantage as far as bypolls go. And that's the case in UP also. We are seeing happen, and West Bengal. Rajasthan, of course, the government, the chief minister was, you know, had to take away. Last time the BJP lost 11 seats in Rajasthan, so they had to make up. I don't know what the tally is there, what the situation is there.
We'll try and get the tally in Uttar Pradesh as well. Maria?
Yes, we'll try and get details, because Bypoll results are equally important.
Last I saw was that the BJP was leading in 6 and 1 RLD and the SP only in 2.
Yes, so I think there is a great shift from the Lok Sabha.
Yeah, there is a shift. But as I say, bypolls it'd be very surprising if bypolls
are lost by the party in power.
Yeah, they normally go towards the party in power. And of course, Mr. Yogi Adityanath was, it was a prestige battle for him after, the setback in the Lok Sabha elections to show that his popularity is undimmed in Uttar Pradesh.
So perhaps Mr. Yogi Adityanath has also settled that discussion within his party.
Whether he'll be moved to Delhi or somewhere else.
A lot of speculation around him as well. So, but TMC leading in all 6 seats in Bengal, they did very well in the Lok Sabha polls. So TMC continuing with that trend. But yes, we have seen bypolls after bypolls. It is the government of the day which tends to win those bypolls. State after state, election after election. But shifting focus again to Maharashtra, I would say, because that's where the big story is. Professor Sandeep Shastri is joining us at this hour. It's settled in favor of Mahayuti. We are still not calling the election because as journalists, we are not supposed to be calling elections. We are just reflecting what the numbers are showing. But, 220, my sources are saying that last time this mandate came was in 1967 or 72. After that, it has always been fractured mandate in Maharashtra, but never a landslide of this nature.
What you referred to earlier was also possibly a single party getting a majority because of a particular sweep. This possibly would be the first example of an alliance doing so well. The numbers may settle little less, little more around where we are, but it indicates a clear trend which is in favor of the NDA in Maharashtra, and which is in some senses a reversal of the Lok Sabha verdict that you had in that state. And as we have been discussing on this channel for quite some time, assembly verdicts are different from Lok Sabha verdicts, and here I think the performance of the state government clearly has played an important role. The caste coalition they were able to create has been successful for them. And thirdly, I think working as an effective alliance has been important for the NDA here. As we have been saying, the BJP was the main partner in the alliance, whereas in the opposition, all the three were contesting more or less equal number of seats, and nobody was really seriously driving the coalition as the BJP was driving the coalition in the case of the Mahayuti.
Zafar Islam of the BJP is joining us. Zafar Islam, of course, as someone who is from Maharashtra, from Mumbai, do these numbers come as a surprise? I'm sure you will say no, but you know the internal functioning of the BJP. You work very closely with Home Minister Amit Shah.
If you see my tweet in this morning, rather I gave it by to ANI, and that was aired on many channels. At 8 o'clock in the morning, I said century for BJP, half century for Shinde Sena, quarter century for Ajit Pawarji's party, and put together double century for Mahayuti. And this is something which is coming true. And it is primarily because of the Modi magic which actually works. All these other strategy they have, the FVA, has actually not worked because they are not connected with the people. Because I worked for 2 months in Maharashtra, as you know, that we exactly know that which party was connected with the people. Even though if you can see that even in Uttar Pradesh, Samajwadi at least has some connect with the people. That's why they are at least leading in 2 seats. But as far as Congress and Uddhav Thackeray's party, Bata, they were absolutely away from the ground, and they were more on television and fighting with each other and criticizing each other. And Sanjay Raut in particular of Ubata actually made life difficult for all the political parties of FVA, because every morning it was his strategy to target our leadership, target Mahayuti leadership. of no reason and rhymes, and that is something has gone really bad with the people of Maharashtra. They decided, they made up their mind that they will definitely bless Bharatiya Janata Party and Mahayuti, and this is something which is in front of you. And I give credit to the people of the state who has given us blessing, the Karyakarta of Bharatiya Janata Party and Mahayuti. And one more thing which is very important, our leadership has very clear instruction that we have to fight on all 288 seats without exception. So we were fighting not in 149 seats which was allocated to us, but we were fighting in all 288 seats. Yes. And that is why even other Mahayuti partners, they were also fighting in 288.
Zafar Bhai, can you hear me?
We were able to transfer
Zafar Bhai, Vishnu here, can you hear me?
And the result is for everyone to see. Yes.
Great. Zafar Bhai, how many rounds of polling is actually done? Do you have that data with you? It's almost 12 o'clock.
No, see, in some constituency,
yes,
9 rounds. Some, like for instance, Worli, half an hour ago I checked that only 4 rounds was done at the where Mahayuti candidate Milind Dera was trailing by merely 400 votes. So in some constituencies, the 9th round, 4th round, 5th round, but put together, I'm saying there is still many rounds left. In some constituencies, even 27 rounds to be counted. So I think we need to wait for some time, but the trend is set. Trend is very much set now. It may be 2 seats here, 2 seats there, but the victory for Mayawati is done and dusted. It's all settled.
Yeah, so it's a massive victory. I mean, 219, and there is this analysis, which is an interesting analysis, that Sharad Pawar's party has 15 seats as of now, leading in those seats. This is Sharad Pawar's worst ever performance in his political career. He has a strike rate of just 11.6% in 2024. I mean, Sharad Pawar, the doyen of politics, someone who's known to be making multiple comebacks.
But there's another piece of breaking news, Maria.
Yes.
That big breaking news is that the exit polls got it right.
Can I give you one statistic?
Yes.
Can I give you
Zafar,
one
go ahead,
statistic,
Zafar Bhai.
Vishnu. See, so the strike rate, since Maria was talking about the strike rate, BJP has strike rate as per the current
84%.
86%. And Congress has 86%. Okay. Congress has 19%. Shiv Sena, Shinde Group, 71%, as against Shiv Sena, Ubata, 21%. And NCP, Ajit Pawarji is 62%, as against 12%, 11.6% of NCP Sharad Pawar group. That shows which parties was the preference of the people of Maharashtra.
Let's go full frame with those visuals that are coming in.
They have blessed,
flowers, laddus, patakas, firecrackers, all have started arriving at the Mumbai office of BJP. The celebrations have begun. Those are the pictures of the two men who are fronting it in Maharashtra, in the state. Devendra Fadnavis and Mr. Bawankule, who is the state president. You can see Prime Minister Modi's picture and also Mr. Nadda's
and
image.
Devendra Fadnavis.
And Devendra Fadnavis.
Very much the man of the moment as well, I mean, in all of this. Along with Shinde.
Yes, along with Eknath Shinde. You can see Devendra Fadnavis and Prime Minister Modi's image together. But across Maharashtra, when I was traveling, I did see both of their images on posters. So if it was a big picture of Prime Minister Modi, Devendra Fadnavis was also there. Although his own personal acceptability may not be high, particularly in Marathwada because of because of the Maratha agitation, but largely this kind of victory requires togetherness or strategy working at multiple levels.
I think 2 levels, I would say. The RSS is back with the bank as far as campaigning went. Door-to-door, distribution of checks. I think they, unlike the Lok Sabha elections, when they held back, that's one factor. And I think the RSS may also have a say in who becomes chief minister. Number 2, I wonder, was there a inherent sympathy for Devendra Fadnavis that manifested itself for this chief minister who was downgraded to deputy chief minister? And somewhere people have voted for the BJP. Was there a factor like a vindication of his honor?
I do believe that despite all of the arguments and debate that we've had, that it will be Devendra Fadnavis as the next chief minister. It seems unlikely that it wouldn't be the case.
Vishnu, in a poll that we did, when we asked people, are you voting for party candidate or leader? Nearly half the respondents said candidate. It's the candidate who makes the difference, then the party, and then the leader. So I think Fadnavis has got the benefit of a party which was on the upswing and a right set of candidates being chosen, and the two factions supporting what the BJP wanted. I mean, the two parties in the alliance supporting what the BJP wanted, that worked to their advantage. Where I think there was a lot of division within the three partners in the opposition alliance, which is seen in the type of results that we are getting.
I'm just saying that 6 months ago, it was a different story altogether.
Absolutely.
I mean, the same alliance was seen as cohesive. Maha Vikas Aghadi's differences
the narrative in our politics has changed completely,
Absolutely.
right?
I mean, the BJP is on the upswing again.
From Rahul Gandhi saying, I think the day after the Lok Sabha elections, that we have reason no longer to fear the Prime Minister. Then, you know, campaigning hard and yet losing decisively in Haryana, doing very poorly as a party in Jammu. And now it appears that they've not done well over here as well. So in terms of the momentum which the Congress believed they had picked up, many would suggest that that may not be the case, though yes, there is a strong possibility that they may win Jharkhand.
Also, you know, the consolidation of the OBCs behind the BJP has been very, very strong. And possibly the consolidation of the Marathas behind the MVA has not been that strong.
Marathas behind the chief minister, perhaps. Maratha chief minister.
There is a split in the Maratha. See, the Maratha vote last time was consolidated with the Aghadi. But now with the projection of the Maratha chief minister and Shinde being very visible in their campaign, I think a segment of the Maratha vote, a big segment has shifted to the
And perhaps
alliance.
the fact that he appeared to be more sincere by giving that 10% reservation which got passed by the Maharashtra Assembly.
And nobody else has taken any other position.
Nobody
they said in excess to 50%, we'll give 10%. They're not agreed, any of them, to making them, you know, in the Kundi vote.
Yes.
All right, let's take a look at what the overall situation is, and let's have the strike rate numbers up as well. We are gradually getting to a scene where the trends are now going to fast become results, and it appears quite clearly that the NDA is winning Maharashtra. Devendra Fadnavis is likely to be the next chief minister. We would wait, of course, for a formal series of conversations between the alliance partners.
Vishnu, you spoke too soon on Devendra Fadnavis becoming the chief minister. For the moment, it appears that the BJP could very well go with the same formula of
Are you hearing that? Are you hearing that?
That clearly has been the indication as of now.
All right, so we'll see where that goes. But for now, that's what the situation.
No, they haven't said it, but the indication.
I got an indicator that it could be Fadnavis. Maria, we'll go with her word. She covers this much closer than I do. But we're going to take a short break, and then when we're back, when Team NDTV is back, we'll be looking closely at Maharashtra and Jharkhand. In many ways, an equally fascinating election, but one that seems to be headed to the India alliance. We'll take a short break. There's more coming up.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking,
and I swipe it there. Pound rewards, मैं everywhere. कहीं से भी करूँ collect, spend करूँ direct.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card, and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States, how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
हम ये चुनाव विकास के मुद्दे पर लड़ रहे हैं.
Let them come for an open debate with me. I've challenged Eknath Shinde multiple times.
Congress is in the worst situation in this state.
महायुति में भी इससे ज़्यादा dispute है.
Everything is fair in love and politics.
वोट देने वाले ही जिताने वाले हैं ना.
So we worked on 4 options.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Mahayuti is poised towards a comfortable victory in the state of Maharashtra. It's a restive state that has not seen one party touch the majority mark on its own in the last 5 assembly polls. And in the last 5 years, it has seen 3 chief ministers, 4 deputy chief ministers, multiple wars for symbols and names. But leading in over 127 seats, the BJP also seems to have really put on its best performance. But how does that change the dynamics? What are the large implications of this win? All of that is going to be keenly watched.
Good morning, and it's just not a victory, it's a tsunami for the Mahayuti in Maharashtra. I mean, for all those who were thinking it's going to be a keenly contested match, just take a look at what's happening at this moment. If you talk about the MVA, I think it's that's the man of the moment at this moment, isn't it? What's the Devendra Fadnavis
with the BJP president of Maharashtra, Mr.
Bavan, and possibly poised to be the next chief minister, because with these numbers, there is no way that Devendra Fadnavis and of course the Bharatiya Janata Party would not be staking claim as the chief minister seat is concerned. 127, in a way, it's the choice of the BJP who they want to go ahead with, and the partners would have more or less no say. Though I must say, it was just not the battle between the BJP and the Congress, it was also the battle between the Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray versus Shiv Sena Shinde, and of course NCP Ajit Pawar, Sharad Pawar. In all those battles, the Mahayuti has checkmated their opponents.
And the other important state, Jharkhand, the India bloc has managed leads in 50 out of 81 seats. Of course, NDA, as per the leads we have now, is ahead in 30
That's the
seats.
solace.
Yes.
That's the solace for the India Alliance, because the route after Haryana and the route now in Maharashtra and the kind of numbers that we are seeing, it will be in fact mayhem as far as the India Alliance is concerned for the Congress party, an embarrassment at this moment coming in there from Maharashtra. So we'll get you all the latest details, but let's quickly start with the headlines.
Fadnavis, the ultimate comeback man in Maharashtra. Fadnavis stars in BJP's stunning show, specifically in the seats of Vidarbha.
NDA set for a landslide victory in Maharashtra. Stunning feat by the BJP. Contested 149 at this moment, leading on 127.
Some relief for the India bloc. Its source in Jharkhand widens its lead, defying anti-incumbency. Hemant Soren most likely to retain power.
And in Wayanad bypolls, as expected, Priyanka Gandhi on her way for a stunning debut, leads by a margin of over 1 lakh votes.
Results of bypolls that took place, 42 of them are also coming in. TMC and BJP maintain lead in West Bengal, UP respectively. In Punjab, Aam Aadmi Party leads in 3 seats, Congress in 1. Well, the Mahayuti seems to be all poised towards a comfortable victory in the state of Maharashtra. Remember, it has been a restive state. It's been a state that has seen a lot of political developments in the last 5 years. But this was a battle that the BJP and its allies took head on. Of course, in 2024 Lok Sabha elections, the party faced a major setback. Mahayuti won just 17 out of 48 seats, with the BJP putting on the worst performance. But now, tables seem to have really turned, and it is in Vidarbha that the party has performed really well. In fact, not just Vidarbha, also in Marathwada, also in North Maharashtra, specifically Nashik, and also West Maharashtra, and specifically in Konkan. It's the BJP and its allies that have put on a good performance.
Absolutely. It's all regions, and that is reflective exactly on the numbers that we are seeing at this moment. 225 is what the Mahayuti is leading at. So it is across Maharashtra and riding largely on what the game changer scheme was, the Ladki Bahan Yojana, and then of course the massive election management of the Bharatiya Janata Party at its best being displayed as we talk about these numbers. From in just about 4 months from the Lok Sabha elections, the reversals and the way, in fact, in all the areas where the party was weak, whether it is now the reversal of the Dalit vote coming to them. Look at it, even by the context of the Dalits, the OBCs, even the Marathas, the Maratha agitation impact also not at this moment denting the party. So where it on the one hand, the MVA thought that after the elections result of the Lok Sabha, their victory was given. The BJP and their allies went back to the drawing board, completely different strategy, and riding on the back of the women vote of the Ladki Bahan Yojana have stunned with these results.
And also, I think, Ankit, the most important takeaways would also be the fact that apart from the Ladki Bahan Yojana, the BJP also took a lot of corrective measures and took its allies along with it. And there was a lot of focus on the Maratha factor, which was in some ways reflected in Eknath Shinde's leadership. And like we were talking before the show began, Eknath Shinde also projected himself as this common man, somebody who understood, issues of common people, contrasting that with the image of Uddhav Thackeray, completely accessible person, somebody who threw the doors of Varsha open to common people. So completely, a lot of these, it's a battle of perception in Maharashtra, and that is where the Mahayuti seems to have really pulled it off.
Let's go across to our colleagues right now. It's more or less the results, the leads have settled, and this is how the result would look like, more or less, barring a few seats up and down. Radhika joins us from, at this moment from BJP headquarters, where a lot of action, Radhika, behind you. Jitendra is also joining us. Let's very quickly first go to Radhika. Radhika, the BJP, asked the voters, their supporters there, their karyakartas, I'm sure they didn't expect to wake up to this result this morning, isn't it? It's an absolute tsunami.
Absolutely. It is an absolute tsunami, a landslide victory of sorts. Of course, a lot of people did predict a Mahayuti win, but maybe not this kind of a win. Even pollsters, some of them did predict a Mahayuti win, but not perhaps a 220 odd seats. That was something that none of the pollsters predicted. Nobody really wanted to take a chance with that. Even Mahayuti didn't predict. The leaders said it could be 180, 185, but not beyond that. Let me show you where I am. Yes, I'm at BJP headquarters, and as you can see, these are the flower decorations that have been put up. This was put up just about half an hour to an hour ago. Flowers here, and of course a huge banner has also been put up by the BJP just about 10 minutes back. This poster, or rather the banner, has been put up, which says that this is a great victory for the BJP, for Mahayuti, and a huge round of congratulations to all of the winners. That's what the banner here says. And saffron wave is what we are seeing outside the BJP office. BJP flags all around. This is the decoration that just started coming up about half an hour back. back flowers all around, BJP flags all around, and banners in every corner of BJP office. And a lot of Karyakartas are here in and around. They were seen sloganeering as well. I will try and go across to some of them. But this is the scene here, and predictably, expectedly so, considering the landslide victory that we are talking about. It is a clean sweep for BJP. Very few seats lost by BJP, and it obviously puts the MVA in shame, and obviously a time for them to perhaps introspect. But this is the situation outside the BJP office, and I will go across to a few कार्यकर्तास. आप बताइए, आप इधर आए हैं, आप विक्ट्री के बारे में बताइए. तो लैंडस्लाइड सुनामी टाइप विक्ट्री हो गया.
बहुत बड़ी जीत है, बहुत बड़ी जीत बोलता हूँ मैं तो. मेरे लिए बहुत.
आपने एक्सपेक्ट किया इतना नंबर्स? 180 185 तक तो सब लोग कह रहे थे.
इससे ज़्यादा की उम्मीद थी, इससे ज़्यादा की उम्मीद थी.
नहीं, उम्मीद से ज़्यादा हुआ ही है, और इसमें जो है हमारी लाड़की बहनों ने बहुत अच्छा वोट दिया है, जिसके लिए मैं हिंदू भाई बहनों को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद दे रहा हूं कि उन्होंने अच्छे तरह से मतदान किया, और इसके लिए हम इतने अच्छे से जीते हैं.
ये तो बस झांकी है, लोकसभा बाकी है. यहाँ के जो मतदाता भाइयों ने हमको सहयोग किया है, विशेषकर मुस्लिम महिलाओं ने, जिन्होंने लाड़की बहन योजना का फायदा लिया है, उन्होंने हमको वोट दिया है, और ये नतीजा आपको दिख रहा है.
So a lot of this attributed to the schemes by Mahayuti. We know for a fact that there was Ladki Behan scheme, a huge hit among women. One of the reasons why, at least pollsters and several of the experts feel, one of the reasons why the number of women voters increased immensely this time is as a result of these schemes for women. Besides that, there were farmer-driven schemes, schemes for youth, including internship programs, scholarships. All that seems to have wooed voters towards BJP, and of course in particular towards Mahayuti. So it's a great strike rate as far as BJP and Shinde Sena are concerned, and even NCP, Ajit Pawar for that matter, he was seen as the dark horse in this particular equation. But he also felt...
Anuj joins us from outside Sena Bhavan. Anuj, that's Eknath Shinde speaking, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. The Chief Minister is also leading from his constituency, Kopri Pashpakadi, and also a strong man there, Maratha strong person, but of course the BJP doing well on its own this time.
But also, you know, one of the big winners of the day, Eknath Shinde, who transformed the image. You know, if you would have asked somebody 2 years back, who is Eknath Shinde, many people in Maharashtra would not have been able, able to tell you who Eknath Shinde is today. He transformed the chief minister to the common man. His house is also open all the time, and that is something the Shiv Sainiks would have always wanted. He's speaking at this moment. Let's listen in. Oh, all right, he's speaking in Marathi. I don't think Vasudha and I are capable of translating that for our viewers. As soon as we get a translation, we'll put those,
But again, I think this ideological divergence that people talk about, with respect to Uddhav Thackeray not really aligning with the Hindutva ideology, betraying that, was something that Eknath Shinde managed to turn it around on him, because he was often called the Gaddar. But he said that, you were the one who really didn't stick by values that we were brought up with, and hence what I did was the right thing to do.
I think for Uddhav Thackeray, we've been seeing, that's the problem with the Mahavikas Aghadi. Right from the Lok Sabha election, whatever worked for them, they continued with that. Rahul Gandhi continued with his constitution plan. Uddhav Thackeray still continued to try and gain some sympathy, calling him Gaddar and Pachas Koka, so and so forth. That trick worked once, did not work in this election. And of course, with the Ladki Behan Yojana riding on the popular women vote, I mean, there has been an increase as far as the women voters are concerned in Maharashtra. And Eknath Shinde, he was able to present himself as an absolute contrast to what Uddhav Thackeray was standing at. And if there was, if this election was in any way a referendum on who the real Sena is after the Lok Sabha, possibly the voters, especially the Marathi Manus, who the Uddhav Thackeray faction was banking heavily on, has answered that.
Like, somebody in the BJP told me that Maharashtra does not need mass leaders. Like if you talk about Yashwant Rao Chavan or Shankar Rao Chavan or Mr. Nayak or... Okay, we have Anuj with us to translate what Mr. Shinde is speaking about.
नोंद आणि त्याची कामाची पोचपावती या महाराष्ट्रातल्या जनतेने आम्हाला दिलेली आहे. खरं म्हणजे आता आम्ही 2.5 वर्षात जे काम केलं, आता पुढच्या कार्यकाळामध्ये आमची आणखी जबाबदारी वाढली आहे
The people of Maharashtra have validated all the work that we have done, but this also puts us under more responsibility to work even harder in the next term.
सर्व कार्यकर्ते मनापासून काम करत होते आणि म्हणूनच हा विजय एवढा मोठा.
All the workers worked very honestly for this fight, and that is why this victory has been possible for the entire Mahayuti.
मतदारांना धन्यवाद देतो की खूप मोठ्या लीडने मार्जिनने त्यांनी मला.
I would like to thank to all the workers and all the people of Maharashtra for giving us such a huge and unprecedented lead.
पुन्हा एकदा सगळ्यांना मनापासून खूप खूप शुभेच्छा. मनापासून सगळ्यांचं सर्व मतदार.
I'm thankful to everyone, all the workers and all the people of Maharashtra.
आज मैं महाराष्ट्र के तमाम मतदाताओं को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ, उनका अभिनंदन करता हूँ, क्योंकि ये विक्ट्री जो है ये लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री है. ये मैंने कहा था कि महायुति को थम्पिंग मेजोरिटी मिलेगी और इसीलिए मैं तमाम मतदाता जो है, मेरी लाडली बहनाओं को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ, लाडले किसानों को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ और लाडले हमारे भाई हैं, लाडले सीनियर सिटीजन हैं, सभी वर्ग जो है, सभी वर्ग को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि उन्होंने ऐसी विजयश्री प्राप्त कर दी है कि न भूतो न भविष्य तो ऐसी विक्ट्री जो इस बार मिली है, जो 2-2.5 साल हमारी महायुति ने काम किया है. ये महायुति ने जो काम किया है उसके काम के ऊपर ये जनता ने शिक्कामोर्तब किया है, काम को तवज्जो दिया है, प्राथमिकता दी है और इसीलिए महायुति को इतनी बड़ी जीत हासिल हुई है. इसलिए मैं महायुति के पूरे महाराष्ट्र की जनता को तो धन्यवाद देता ही हूँ, उनका स्वागत करता हूँ, लेकिन महायुति के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को भी धन्यवाद देता हूँ. उन्होंने जो काम किया है बहुत ही बढ़िया काम किया है और इस चुनाव में हमारे महायुति को जिताया है. इसलिए मैं बहुत बहुत उनका आभारी हूँ.
Chief Minister. Sweet victory for him as the Chief Minister of Mahayuti at this moment. Whether he continues or not, that is going to be $1 million question with the kind of numbers that the BJP has got.
But he has proved his utility. He's a Maratha face. You remember the Maratha protest that took place under Devendra Fadnavis. The Peshwai allegation is often there. But remember that it is because of Devendra Fadnavis and also because of Nitin Gadkari that Vidarbha has really turned around for the BJP. So while the BJP is the real winner there, they cannot really deny the utility that Mr. Shinde brought to the table.
Yes.
But what is going to happen to Ajit Pawar? Let me also tell you that Ajit Pawar has actually performed better than Sharad Pawar's teammates, except of course some of his leaders, which include Chhagan Bhujbal and a couple of leaders here and there. Of course, Nawab Malik seems to be trailing, but other than that, most of his leaders, most of his influential MLAs seem to be really retaining their hold over their seats.
Now the big problem for that is what we were discussing, and we'll go into that. A big problem would be with these kind of numbers, whether whatever number of MLAs are winning for Sharad Pawar and also for Uddhav Thackeray, whether they are going to stick around or is there going to be another, it will be easy to break those and go back and bolster the claims of Ajit Pawar and Eknath Shinde. But we also at this moment, let me introduce our other guests who are joining us. Neerja Chaudhary, senior journalist, political analyst, is with us at this moment. Zainab Sikandar, political analyst, is also joining us. Dr. Shama Mohammed, national spokesperson of the Congress party, is with us. Pradeep Bhandari, BJP national spokesperson, also joining us at this moment. Thank you so much to all of you and welcome to the broadcast. Let me, Mr. Sushil Vyas, spokesperson of the Shiv Sena Shinde faction, is also with us.
Sanjay Gupta, who's the leader of the Shiv Sena UBT, also joins us. Thank you all of you for joining us on this broadcast. To you, Shama Mohammed, first. Shama, what really do you think went wrong with the Maharashtra campaign of the Congress party? Because just about 5 months ago, the party emerged as the party with the highest number of seats, 13 seats in all, and it was supposed to be this driving force, the anchor of the MVA, but clearly there are things that went wrong. Do you think that it was also the allies that in some ways pulled the Congress down with the kind of demands that they made with respect to seat sharing?
First and foremost, I myself am shocked when what I'm seeing in Maharashtra. I was there. I mean, you can have a difference but not this much. Now, one thing they are saying is the Ladli Behna or Ladki Behna scheme worked. But even if it worked, it can be 156, 160. But this sort of landslide is very unbelievable for me. I mean, I don't want to blame anybody. I don't want to blame my alliance partners or any of those things. We have to see exactly, talking to the leaders, what exactly went wrong, because it's very shocking. Farmer distress was huge, unemployment was huge, businesses going out of there was huge, women's security, many issues as such were very big. So yes, there was a Ladli Behna scheme, and when it came itself, I was at the opinion that we should really take it up, in the sense as it was given 3 months before, and we knew that the election, which when somebody wants one nation, one poll, normally last election, Jharkhand, Maharashtra and Haryana all were together. So why? Of course, we knew it was for this. But as you know, I mean, I'm not going to blame anybody, but there is no independent election commission in this country. That is a very big issue. And you cannot say polarization worked, because the same polarization was done in Jharkhand. It did not work. I mean,
but it's the same election commission also conducting the elections there, ma'am.
No, let me finish. Despicable ads were put on where Muslims are entering a Hindu house, they're taking over, showing us Guspetias, and JMM, Hemant Soren, outside his photo, that he's allowing this. I mean, that's despicable. So that did not work there. All right. So they cannot say that ek hai to safe hai worked. I will not believe that. That is not the.
But okay, what did not work for the Congress party? Before I go to our other guests, because like you are saying, even if you call out the election commission, the same election commission has conducted the election in Jharkhand, where your alliance is coming back to power. The route in Maharashtra is there a feeling that the Congress party, like you were saying, there have been so many issues. And just 3 days before people voted, the Congress did a press conference, and that's the time they announced, 7,000 rupees for the soybean farmers. Were you not able to, in fact, your messaging continued from what happened in Lok Sabha? You thought after Lok Sabha election, it's a given that you are going to win, while the BJP was able to reinvent itself.
So just one point. I'm not blaming the election commission for anything, but for the dates of the election, when they say, one nation, one poll, you can't tell festivals are there and then change dates. That I don't agree. We all know festivals in the beginning of the year, we get the calendar. So we know when festivals are. The other thing is, yes, I agree with you and admit, in Telangana, the guarantees were given much before. The guarantees itself came 2 weeks before. It was very late. The people, I was in Pune, many of the candidates did not even publish those, get the guarantee cards to give it to the houses. So guarantees were released very late. I agree on that. In Telangana, it was done 1.5 months before. We were up to there. We gave it to the people. Yes, there was a coordination issue in Maharashtra. I saw it. So there are definitely issues.
So the coordination issue is important here, and I'm glad that you mentioned it. Pradeep Bhandari, the Prime Minister and a lot of BJP leaders have been extremely critical of freebies. But of course, what is happening is state after state, we see the BJP actually offering a lot of guarantees. Okay,
I think Pradeep is not able to hear us. Yes. We'll go back to Pradeep.
Let me go across to Sanjay Gupta, who comes from the UBT Shiv Sena. संजय गुप्ता सर, आपको लगता है कि जिस तरह उद्धव ठाकरे ने एक बहुत ही ज़्यादा पर्सनल अटैक सेंट्रिक कैंपेन जो चलाया था, इतनी बार जो एकनाथ शिंदे को गद्दार बोला उन्होंने, आपको लगता है कि दैट एक्चुअली मेड एन इम्पैक्ट एंड दैट एक्चुअली लेड टू अ लॉट ऑफ एंगर अमंगस्ट पीपल कि एट द एंड ऑफ द डे एकनाथ शिंदे भी तो एक कॉमन पर्सन थे, कॉमन शिव सैनिक थे, वहाँ से वो एक चीफ मिनिस्टर के पद पे आए थे.
फोन तो करवा कर देखिए, एकनाथ शिंदे जी गद्दार नहीं, वो बागी थे. उन्होंने बगावत की थी, और बगावत जिस बात पर की थी, इस बात को हमारी पार्टी के सीनियर लीडर्स ने कई बार बोला. मनोज जोशी जी ने बोला कि हमारा नेचुरल अलायंस बीजेपी है. प्रताप सरनायक जी ने भी बोला कि हमारा नेचुरल अलायंस बीजेपी है. और हमने भी कई बार इस बात को चेताया कि जिस तरह से हवा दिखाई नहीं देती मगर जीवन उसी से होता है, ठीक इसी तरह से हर पॉलिटिकल पार्टी अपनी विचारधारा पर टिकी होती है. लेकिन जब हम बोलते थे तो अक्सर हमसे पूछा जाता था कि आप किस तरफ हो. तो जिस विचारधारा को छोड़ करके पार्टी ने जिस तरह से कांग्रेस के साथ गठबंधन किया, इस बात से हमारे उद्धव गुट में भी 90% लोग ऐसे हैं जो आज भी ये चाहते हैं कि हम कांग्रेस के साथ गठबंधन में ना रहे और हम बीजेपी के साथ ही गठबंधन में रहे, क्योंकि हमारी पार्टी
चुनावों के नंबर्स का असर है. अभी से इस तरह की आप बात कर रहे हैं, कल आपके जो एमएलए दोनों जीत के आ रहे हैं वो भी अगर बीजेपी के साथ चले जाएंगे, वो भी वापस चले जाएंगे शिंदे जी के साथ. तो उद्धव ठाकरे का जो पूरा सवाल था कि असली शिवसेना कौन है, वो क्या अब इन चुनाव से जवाब मिल गया है?
बिल्कुल, देखिए किसी भी बात का सबसे अंतिम निर्णय लोकतंत्र के अंदर जनता ही लेती है। और मैंने हमेशा, किसी एमएलए ने क्या कहा क्या नहीं कहा, मैं इस बात को नहीं कहूंगा, लेकिन मैंने हमेशा इसी बात को कहा कि जो भी 5 साल के अंदर महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति में घटा, उसका अंतिम निर्णय महाराष्ट्र की जनता ही लेगी। और महाराष्ट्र की जनता जो निर्णय लेगी वही सही निर्णय होगा।
First impact of these elections, Vasudha, where the spokesperson of the Uddhav Thackeray Sena at this moment somewhere conceding to the fact that we may have made a mistake by going to the Congress party.
Pradeep Bhandari, often we have seen the Prime Minister and also BJP leaders actually, call out this idea of providing welfare and calling it freebies, revdies. But state after state, we are witnessing the BJP also offering very similar welfare programs and saying that this is empowerment of women. I completely agree that it is empowerment of women. Women need that kind of money, especially, in times like this. But do you think that's become a blueprint for the BJP? And now that also doesn't put you in a position to criticize the Congress for its guarantees or even question, how irresponsible it is?
Well, thank you so much, Vasudha and Ankit, for having me. Well, there is a difference, Vasudha, here, that when we give a guarantee, we complete and we ensure that the guarantee, we live to our what we promise. And there's a difference because the Congress party, whatever it promises, the Congress party does not deliver. Look at Karnataka as a test case of Congress party, and look at Maharashtra as a test case of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Bharatiya Janata Party and NDA. In Karnataka, the Congress party could not provide Greh Lakshmi. Congress party has increased the price of milk. Congress party has increased the price of water. Congress party has ensured that the land of the farmer is given to work. So we can go on to our political debate. Today I want to focus on a very important point, Vasudha. I was listening to Shama and she could not even concede. She started to blame the election commission and was saying that the result is unrealistic. Please look at this last history. 2014, the same individual said the result was unrealistic. Prime Minister Narendra Modi came with full majority. 2019, the same individual said that the result was unrealistic. Prime Minister Narendra Modi came with full majority. 2024, they said that they're coming in absolute majority. We repeated the government for the third consecutive time. In Haryana, they said that it is impossible for the Bharatiya Janata Party to come. We came back and defeated all odds. In Maharashtra, they were claiming victory. We've got a landslide victory. The commonality in all of this is that we get a pro-governance vote, we get a pro-welfare vote. And in all these elections, the good part for a democracy has been, whether even it is Jharkhand, that the women voting in the democratic process has increased substantially. For the first time in Maharashtra, since 1962 onwards, the women vote surges more than the men vote surge. So in our democracy, it is the women which is the swing vote, and the women is going with welfare and development.
Pradeep, may I just come back to you in just a fraction of a second, because our colleague Prabhakar is joining us from Jharkhand at this moment. Jharkhand, of course, Pradeep, interesting things to talk about as well. As interesting as Maharashtra is, this is the only solace as far as the India alliance is concerned. Prabhakar, for Hemant Soren, now, not only does he emerge as one of the biggest tribal leaders, not just in Jharkhand, but across the country, he has also done something which is not usual in Jharkhand. 5 years, we have seen the government changes. This time, he has been able to make sure that the alliance crosses that victory mark.
Yes. And is it more of an emotive vote? Because, like Ankit said, that he is, Hemant Soren is the, most popular tribal, in fact, the only tribal chief minister that the country has. He was also jailed for a few months. What is an emotive vote, or was it also the welfare push and also...
Maya Samman, I mean, the women voter once again.
And the campaign around tribal identity, protecting Sarna code, is that all, all these factors, did they play an important role in making the voters, go for Hemant Soren's party, or at least as of now, we think that's where the leads are showing us to. Those are the visuals there of...
Hemant Soren has certainly made a history. I mean, so Hemant Soren certainly has made a political history, and it has never been done in Jharkhand before. He is a chief minister who served for 5 years, and then he made a comeback, which was never seen in Jharkhand before that. We are right now at the chief minister residence, though it wears a deserted look as of now, but we are told that as time passes, you'll see laddus and crackers, all laddus being distributed here and crackers being busted here. Now, what actually worked for JMM on ground is something very interesting. Hemant Soren was from day one playing a victim. He said that he was a tribal chief minister, a tribal leader, and the way BJP had not only targeted him, but he was sent behind bars. So he went to his voters actually claiming to be a victim, playing a victim, and that seems to have worked on the ground. As far as BJP's effort to eat into the, dent into that tribal vote bank of JMM, which is considered to be their vote bank, it did not work on the ground. We saw the narrative of the infiltrators, the Bangladeshi migrants, all being floated on the ground by BJP, but that actually did not seem to be working on the ground and did not work for BJP at all. And most importantly, the women voters. Remember, Maiya Samman Yojana is the flagship program of JMM, and they have been giving 1,000 rupees stipend to women living under below poverty line, 1,000 rupees monthly, and they've already given away four installments. Now, JMM has promised that if they are voted back to power, they would increase this stipend from 1,000 to 2,500 rupees. What we saw on ground was women voters lining up, and we saw it in data also released by the Election Commission that almost 80% of the constituencies, actually, the women voters outnumbered men. So is it because of the women voters who stood in the line and voted for JMM? So we'll have to actually dig deep into this data, but as of now, JMM seems to be all smiling. Yeah.
Thank you for joining us at this moment. But Neerja ji, let me ask you this. Does this now present the blueprint for, for every political party, for every alliance?
Yes.
We have seen the whole women voter, and especially trying to give the direct benefit of cash incentives to the women voters, state after state. If you are in government, if you start doing this, even if it is just 6 months before the election, that becomes the most formidable thing. Whether it is Madhya Pradesh, whether it is now, of course, in the state of Maharashtra and Jharkhand. Whether what you do in 4.5 years matter less, what you do in the last 6 months with these direct cash transfers to the women, is that the way forward for every political party?
And also two more things, sub-classification in the Dalit category, in the SC category, something that we saw in Haryana also, and also in Maharashtra, and of course, electricity for farmers. So I think these are the three things that the BJP has managed to crack, and they feel that that is one thing that gets voters on their side.
And you see, if women are almost 50% cutting across caste, and I saw in Maharashtra, Dalit women, OBC women, Maratha women being excited by this, what money they had got in their hand. Yes, the answer to your question is yes, this may well become the blueprint. And even in Maharashtra...
I'm sorry I'm interrupting you. Have Mr. Vinod Tavre is speaking at this moment. The man was in a lot of controversy 24 hours before the voting. Let's listen in.
Eknath Shinde ji, Devendra ji Fadnavis, Ajit Dada Pawar, आणि रामदास आठवलेंचे RPI या सगळ्यांनी जे एकत्रित या राज्यात काम केलं आणि माझं तर स्पष्ट मत आहे की अप्रत्यक्ष लाभाचं राजकारण आणि प्रत्यक्ष लाभाचं राजकारण इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेव्हलपमेंट, रस्ते, पाणी, वीज, वंदे भारत, मेट्रो म्हणजे अप्रत्यक्ष लाभाचं राजकारण आणि प्रत्यक्ष लाभाचं राजकारण म्हणजे लाडकी बहीण, शेतकरी सन्मान निधी, शून्य बिल या दोन्हीचा बॅलन्स एकनाथजी शिंदे, देवेंद्रजी फडणवीस आणि अजितजी दादा या तिघांनी केल्यामुळे जनतेला यांच्यावर विश्वास बसला. दुसरं मला असं वाटतं की भाजप शिवसेनेची जी नैसर्गिक युती होती ती शरद पवार साहेबांनी, उद्धवजींनी 19ला तोडली. त्याचा एक वेगळा राग विशेषतः माननीय बाळासाहेबांच्या मतदारांच्या मनात होता. रोज सकाळी राज्याचं राजकारण कलुषित होणारं वक्तव्य भांडूपवरनं यायचं आणि ज्यावेळी एकनाथ शिंदेंनी बाळासाहेबांचं हिंदुत्वाचं धनुष्यबाण, हिंदुत्वाचं शिवसेना नाव हे हिंदुत्वाच्या मूळ प्रवाहात भाजपबरोबर आणल्यामुळे एकनाथ शिंदे साहेबांना बाळासाहेबांच्या विचारांची मतं ही बीजेपीच्या बरोबर मिळाली. मला असं वाटतं की महाराष्ट्रातला हा विजय बिहारमध्ये पोटनिवडणुकीत 4 पैकी 4 जागा एनडीए पुढे, उत्तर प्रदेशमध्ये 9 पैकी 6 जागा भाजप पुढे आणि तसंच राजस्थानमध्ये 4 जागांवर भाजपा पुढे. त्यामुळे देशातल्या या सगळ्या निवडणुकांमधलं चित्र हे सांगतंय.
In Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, BJP is leading not just in Maharashtra but also in the bypolls of the other state elections as well.
जनतेने आपला विश्वास दाखवलेला आहे आणि महाराष्ट्रातला विश्वास अभूतपूर्व आहे. तुमचा पुढचा प्रश्न असणार मुख्यमंत्री पदाचं काय, तर एकनाथ शिंदेजी, देवेंद्र फडणवीस, अजितदादा पवार आणि भाजपचा निर्णय घेईल. आज महायुती म्हणून आम्ही खूप खूप धन्यवाद. महाराष्ट्र में मतदाताओं ने जो भाजपा महायुति को
Sanjay Pugalia, who's the CEO and editor-in-chief of NDTV, has his analysis on what went right with respect to the Maharashtra elections and how did the narratives pan out. Let's listen in to what he's saying.
सोबत आहे विनोद भी अपने साथ. इनफॉर्मल चर्चा भी कर रहे हैं इस पूरे इलेक्शन के बारे में. हर कोई अपनी अपनी राय दे रहा था, हर कोई अपने अपने प्रेडिक्शंस बता रहा था, पर शायद ही आज के जो आंकड़े आए हैं वहां तक कोई भी प्रेडिक्शंस पहुंच पाया.
बिल्कुल सही है. ये चुनाव का जो रिजल्ट है वो वास्तव में कई कारणों से ऐतिहासिक है. बीजेपी की जो डोमिनेंट पार्टी बनने की एक मुराद थी वो कई सालों के बाद इस चैलेंजिंग चुनाव में पूरी हो गई है. मराठा वोट और गैर मराठा वोट को एक साथ लाने का असंभव काम भी उन्होंने करके दिखाया है. उनका स्ट्राइक रेट करीब करीब 85-90% का है सीटों के मामले में और वोट शेयर करीब करीब जाएगा 50%. ये ऐतिहासिक है. आप ये सोचें कि शतरंज की जितनी चाल इन्होंने खेली और जब खेली पिछले 2 साल में या 5 साल में महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति को कैसे डोमिनेट करना है या कैसे जीत के लाना है, उसमें उनकी हर चाल, हर स्ट्रेटजी और हर टैक्टिक्स कामयाब हुई है. शिंदे को तोड़ करके लाना, अजित पवार को साथ में लाना, शिंदे को प्राइमेसी देना और उसके बाद ऐसे मुद्दे गढ़ना जिसमें एक तरफ विकास और दूसरी तरफ उससे भी बड़ा महिला वोट बैंक, ये जो था उन्होंने इनके लिए कमाल किया है. इस तरह की विजय की तो बीजेपी को खुद को भी उम्मीद नहीं थी, ये बात मैं आपको बता सकता हूं. तो इस चुनाव का जो सबसे बड़ा आउटकम है वो ये है कि लोकसभा चुनाव महाराष्ट्र के मामले में एक एबरेशन था. वो आप पाएंगे कि इस बार सभी वर्गों के, हम लोग कह रहे थे कि पिछड़े वोट मिलेंगे क्या, दलित वोट मिलेंगे क्या, हिंदू दलित वोट संविधान के नाम पर चले गए थे उसका क्या होगा, वो सब वापस आते हुए दिखलाई पड़ रहे हैं. ये चुनाव स्ट्रेटजी और टैक्टिक्स के लिए इस पूरे बीजेपी, मोदी, शाह, संघ, देवेंद्र फडणवीस, शिंदे, इन लोगों के काम करने के तरीके का पीएचडी का विषय होना चाहिए विपक्ष के लोगों को जो आज धूल चाट रहे हैं.
संजय सर, एक सवाल यह है कि जिस तरह से बीजेपी को इस चुनाव में जीत की ज़रूरत थी, मगर इस जीत की वजह से कुछ सवाल भी खड़े हुए हैं. स्पेशली उनके जो दोस्त है शिंदे, उन्होंने अच्छी नंबर्स लाए हैं और साथ में अजित पवार. बीजेपी इस तरह से उभर के आई है कि इस दोनों दोस्तों में से एक दोस्त काफ़ी है उनको सरकार स्थापित करने के लिए, दूसरे दोस्त की उतनी ज़रूरत नहीं है. कुछ सवाल खड़े किए, ये जब मैं बोलता हूँ तो इन 2 दोस्तों का इसके बाद क्या हो सकता है?
देखिए, बीजेपी जब बहुत बढ़िया से जीत के आती है तब भी वो गठबंधन का धर्म निभाने में जितनी ज़रूरत है वो सारा काम करती है. आप पाएंगे कि इन तीनों लोगों को वो लोग अच्छे से रखेंगे, गुड ह्यूमर में रखेंगे. मैं मानता हूं कि ज़रूरत नहीं है, इसीलिए दरअसल ये शिंदे को और अजित पवार को सोचना होगा कि बीजेपी के साथ बने रहने के लिए, विश्वास का संबंध बना के रखने के लिए वो क्या करें. बात बिल्कुल सही है कि अब शिंदे की उस तरह की ज़रूरत नहीं है, लेकिन बीजेपी आप मान के चलिए लॉन्ग टर्म पॉलिटिक्स करती है. उनका हमेशा था ना, आप सुनते थे ये महाराष्ट्र में सीनियर पार्टनर, जूनियर पार्टनर कौन है, अब वो डोमिनेंट सीनियर पार्टनर बन करके आई है. इसीलिए मुझे लगता नहीं है कि एलाइज के साथ उनकी कोई भी प्रकार की वेवलेंथ में कोई मिसमैच होगा, ऐसा मुझे बिल्कुल नहीं लगता है. ये बहुत अच्छा फार्मूला निकालेंगे, अच्छे से पावर शेयर करेंगे, उसमें मुझे कोई दिक्कत नजर नहीं आती है. ये जरूर है कि घटनाएं होती हैं, संकेत पढ़ते हैं, उससे संकेत पढ़ते हैं कौन मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा, लेकिन ये इतनी बड़ी विजय है कि उसमें ये सारे सवाल गौण हैं. कुछ दिनों का सेंसेशन रहता है.
मगर अभी जिस तरह से एकनाथ शिंदे जी ने बयान दिया है, उन्होंने कहा है कि कुछ फार्मूला तय नहीं है सीएम के बारे में. एक तरह से बड़ा बयान उनका माना जा रहा है, बीजेपी को एक तरह से चैलेंज दिया जा रहा है।
मैं ऐसा नहीं देखूंगा, उनका काम है वो पोस्चरिंग करें कि भाई मुझे मुख्यमंत्री बनाइए। अच्छा ऐसा कर लेते हैं कि आधा आधा कार्यकाल बांट लेते हैं, मैं मुख्यमंत्री था, मेरे चेहरे पर चुनाव लड़ा गया, लाड़की बहना स्कीम को मैंने एक तरीके से पायलट किया, ये बात सही है, लेकिन ये सब बीजेपी की ही स्कीम थी। तो शिंदे का पोस्चर करना, बार्गेन करना बिल्कुल बनता है, वो बिल्कुल करेंगे और उनको करना भी चाहिए, ताकि पावर शेयर जब तक बीजेपी ठीक से नहीं करेगी तब तक अलायंस का धर्म निभेगा नहीं। लेकिन मुझे इसमें यह कहना है कि देखिए ये ऐतिहासिक विजय बीजेपी के लिए क्यों है। हाईएस्ट एवर सीट्स है उनकी, तीसरी बार 100 के ऊपर का आंकड़ा इन्होंने क्रॉस किया है। 50% के वोट शेयर में अगर 30% का वोट शेयर बीजेपी का है तो ये हिस्टोरिक नंबर है। तो पब्लिक मैंडेट को आप ईमानदारी से डिकोड करेंगे तो सीएम का पहला हक तो बीजेपी का बनता है। उसमें आप कैसे कहोगे कि मैं जूनियर पार्टनर हूं इसलिए आप मुझे बनाइए क्योंकि मैं मुख्यमंत्री था, तो ये बहुत लॉजिकल नहीं है। इसमें मुझे लगता है शिंदे साहब को थोड़ा सा पीछे आना ही पड़ेगा अल्टीमेटली, और वो भी खुशी से आएंगे।
मगर बिहार में
और एक है कि तब की जरूरत, जब शिंदे साहब को मुख्यमंत्री बनाया गया था तब की जरूरत, आज की जरूरत, तब के आंकड़े, आज के आंकड़े, तब की राजकीय परिस्थिति, आपकी आज के, इसमें बहुत सारे। लेकिन आपने जो कहा कि शिवसेना को वो अपने साथ रखेंगे, इसमें मैं ये सवाल पूछना चाहती हूँ कि हिंदुत्व का जब भी मुद्दा आता है तो बीजेपी ये चाहती है कि शायद वो मुद्दा हमारे पास रहे या फिर जो उस मुद्दे के साथ जा रहे वो हमारे साथ रहे। शिवसेना इसी तरह उनके साथ थी और जैसे ही शिवसेना ने हिंदुत्व का मुद्दे से थोड़ी सी फरकत ले ली तो फिर एकनाथ शिंदे को उन्होंने साथ में ले लिया। मनसे की भी वही है, मनसे ने जैसे ही हिंदुत्व का मुद्दा उठाया वो बीजेपी के साथ जाते दिख रहे थे। तो क्या ये मुद्दा है जो शिवसेना को और बीजेपी को साथ बांधे रखेगा आगे भी?
मैं समझता हूं कि आपका एनालिसिस बिल्कुल सही है, ये लोग बिल्कुल साथ बने रहेंगे और उनको मालूम है कि बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है और आगे सीमेंट करने के लिए उनके पास एक जगह और मिल गई है। क्योंकि इसके बाद क्या होता है, महाराष्ट्र एक ऐसा राज्य है जहां महानगर पालिकाएं बड़ी होती हैं, लोकल चुनाव भी बड़े होते हैं, तो सबका अपना अपना स्ट्रेंथ एरिया है, सबको अपने रीजनल कंसोलिडेशन करने पड़ेंगे। तो पावर में बने रहें और ये मोमेंटम मेंटेन कर पाएं, इसके लिए इन एलाइज में मुझे कोई बहुत दिक्कत नहीं आती है। एक ही बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग बात है इसमें ऑन अ लाइटर वेन कि महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति अभी कैसे भी आप शेप कर लीजिए, पवार तो उसमें रहेगा ही।
एक तरह से ये जो मैंडेट आया है, आप सोचते कि क्योंकि बीच में जिस तरह से फडणवीस जी ने बयान किया था कि हाँ मैंने ये पार्टियां तोड़ी है, उनको एक सबक सिखाना ज़रूरी था, इसके लिए मैंने ये किया, उसके विषय में ऐसे कहा जाता था कि लोग इस तरह से बीजेपी को देख रहे हैं कि ये पार्टी तोड़ने वाली पार्टी है। मगर जिस तरह से मैंडेट आया है उससे आपको लगता है कि जनता ने अभी नकार दिया है, बीजेपी को माफ कर दिया?
बिल्कुल। पॉलिटिक्स में देखिए ये तोड़ना फोड़ना क्या होता है, इट इज आर्ट ऑफ पॉसिबल एंड यू डू एवरीथिंग टू गेन पावर, दैट इज व्हाई यू आर इन पॉलिटिक्स। तो मुझे लगता है कि पब्लिक ने बिल्कुल, हम जो कहते थे ना कि तोड़ दिया, सरकार चोरी कर ली, हाईजैक कर लिया, इन सब बातों को नहीं माना गया। और सबसे बुरी बात क्या है, मैं इसके कुछ जो दूसरे पक्ष हैं उसको देखिए, हमने बीजेपी पर चर्चा की और अभी किस प्रकार का अलायंस बनेगा, मुख्यमंत्री कौन बनेगा इसकी चर्चा की, लेकिन इस चुनाव का जो दूसरा सबसे बड़ा सबक है वो है कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए। चुनाव कैसे हारें ये आप राहुल गांधी से सीखिए। उनकी कमेंट्री आपको क्या याद है, आप बताएं, आपको क्या याद है कि उन्होंने यहाँ की जनता से क्या वादा किया, ये आप सोच करके देखिए। एक मुद्दा जो कि सोशल मीडिया पर ट्रोल का मुद्दा था, तो जब लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन अपने को ट्रोल बना ले, सिंगल मुद्दा पार्टी बना ले, पूरा मीडिया में उसकी सेंसेशन के कारण डोमिनेट करना चाहे और सोचे कि महाराष्ट्र में वो अच्छा कर लेगा, इससे बड़ा सबक नहीं हो सकता जो महाराष्ट्र ने सिखाया है। और वो ये है कि विदर्भ जो उनका गढ़ होता था, जहां संघ का मुख्यालय है, संघ कभी भी और बीजेपी कभी भी विदर्भ में ये डोमिनेंस नहीं बना पाई थी जो आज उन्होंने बना लिया है। तो कांग्रेस को हारने की कला इतने शानदार तरीके से आती है, ये इसका दूसरा उदाहरण है। वो झारखंड में भी कोई बहुत अच्छा नहीं कर रहे हैं, इसीलिए कांग्रेस पार्टी को यह सोचना पड़ेगा कि इस प्रकार का लैकलस्टर, स्टैमर करने वाला, हकलाने वाला नेतृत्व लेकर के वो कौन सी पॉलिटिक्स कर रहे हैं, उनकी स्ट्रेटजी क्या थी, उनकी टैक्टिक्स क्या थी, और चुनाव में जितना एफर्ट उन्होंने महाराष्ट्र में लगाया, क्या उतना या उससे ज्यादा उन्होंने वायनाड में नहीं लगाया? वायनाड जीता हुआ चुनाव था, पूरा का पूरा कैडर अपने नेता को चेहरा दिखाने के लिए वहां पर बिजी था। इसीलिए मेरा यह मानना है कि महाराष्ट्र में कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए बहुत बुरी खबर है, ये कांग्रेस के ध्वस्त होने की खबर है, ये राहुल गांधी के नेतृत्व के ऑल राउंड फेल्योर का मैसेज है इसमें। और मैं पुराना कांग्रेस बीट रिपोर्टर हूं, इस नाते ये बात बहुत अधिकार के साथ कहना चाहता हूं और पोलाइटली कहना चाहता हूं कि राहुल गांधी जिस पॉलिटिक्स को परस्यू कर रहे हैं, ये पॉलिटिक्स षड्यंत्र की पॉलिटिक्स है, ट्रोल की पॉलिटिक्स है। इस पॉलिटिक्स का इलेक्टोरल कन्वर्जन नहीं है। दरअसल आज तो बीजेपी और संघ का नेतृत्व हो सकता है राहुल गांधी को बहुत बधाई दे रहा हो कि आप जो अडानी अंबानी कर रहे थे, आप सिंगल मुद्दे पर बने रहिए, उसमें आपको वोट नहीं मिल रहे हैं और हम ऐसी हिस्टोरिक लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री के साथ आने वाले हैं। दूसरी तरफ आप उद्धव ठाकरे की हालत देखिए। बाला साहब ठाकरे की लिगेसी को उन्होंने कैसे निभाया, इसको समझने की कोशिश करिए। उनकी बातों में भी कर्कशपना था, एंटी डेवलपमेंट बात कर रहे थे, प्रांतवाद को फैलाने की कोशिश कर रहे थे। अब ये कांग्रेस पार्टी क्या जा करके गुजरात में कैसे वोट मांगेगी, ये सोचने की कोशिश करिए। और ये बाला साहब ठाकरे अब के नाम पर कैसे उद्धव ठाकरे आगे की राजनीति करेंगे। 20-20 सीटों की पार्टी हो गई है ये महाराष्ट्र में। ऐसा जमींदोज इनको किया गया है और बीजेपी की चुनाव लड़ने की महारथ जो है उसकी वजह से किया गया है। और वो कोई सीक्रेट प्ले बुक थोड़ी है, वो सब पढ़ते हैं, सब जानते हैं। आप उसको कॉपी करते हैं, लेकिन कॉपी करते हैं तब तक 5 साल का आपका एक चुनाव निकल जाता है। तो ये चुनाव राहुल गांधी के पर्सनल फेल्योर की सबसे बड़ी मिसाल है, सबसे बड़ा सबूत है। और ये बहुत गंभीरता से ये बात हम आपको समझाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि देखिए, लोकतंत्र चलना चाहिए। बीजेपी का ऐसा डोमिनेंस किसको चाहिए? कोई पब्लिक नहीं चाहती है कि ऐसा डोमिनेंस हो। लेकिन अगर अपोजिशन ऐसी एंटी डेवलपमेंट, ऐसा एंटी नेशनल, ऐसा एंटी बिजनेस एंड नो प्रो पीपल क्या कर रहे हैं, उन्होंने 3000 रुपए दिए, मैं 5000 रुपए दे दूंगा, ये कोई पॉलिटिक्स होती है क्या? इसीलिए मेरा कहना है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी अभी भी, अगर आप लोगों को ये लग रहा है मेरी बातों से कि भ्रम हो रहा हो कि कांग्रेस पार्टी जागेगी इस झटके के बाद भी, तो इसको भूल जाइए। क्योंकि जब तक राहुल गांधी का नेतृत्व है, कांग्रेस धराशायी होते रहेगी, इसी तरह से टूटते रहेगी। और आखिरी बात, 2029 अगर ये इस ट्रोल पॉलिटिक्स से लड़ना चाहते हैं तो भूल जाएं।
कांग्रेस के प्रचार में जो एक बात दिख रही थी, वो ये दिख रही थी कि कोई भी महाराष्ट्र व्यापी, जिसको आप पैन महाराष्ट्र कह सके, ऐसा मुद्दा लेने की वजह एजेंडा सेटिंग लग रहा था। ऐसा लग रहा था कि जो मुद्दे कांग्रेस लाना चाहती थी वो पहले से तय किए गए थे और उन्हीं को कांग्रेस आगे लाना चाहती थी। पर बदकिस्मती महाराष्ट्र के लोगों ने उसको एक्सेप्ट नहीं किया।
मतलब जनता से जुड़े सवाल भूल के कांग्रेस कुछ अलग सवाल उठा रही थी।
वही प्रॉब्लम है ना कि जनता सोच क्या रही है। इनको पीपल पल्स का कुछ नहीं मालूम था ना। ये अगड़े पिछड़े की राजनीति नहीं समझ रहे थे, इलाकों की राजनीति नहीं समझ रहे थे। हमारे पत्रकार लौट करके सोया कपास को बड़ा मुद्दा बता रहे थे, कौन सा मुद्दा निकल करके आया, कोई रिजोनेंस था ही नहीं इनकी बातों का। क्या कह रहे थे? आप लोगों ने इतनी कमेंट्री की, आप लोग मुझे बताइए। मेरे इस सवाल का जवाब मैं आप लोगों से लेना चाहता हूं। आपको कांग्रेस का कौन सा इशू याद है? कोई एक इशू याद है आपको जो पब्लिक में रिजोनेट करे? किस राज्य में? महाराष्ट्र, जहां पर कि कांग्रेस मजबूत थी, जहां शरद पवार का साथ था। ये तो शरद पवार हैं, इसलिए आपको एक सेम्बलेंस ऑफ चुनाव लड़ने वाला फाइटिंग मोड थोड़ा सा नजर आया, वरना कांग्रेस की क्या हैसियत थी इस चुनाव में सामने आ गया है ना। उद्धव ठाकरे किस तरह से तितर बितर होकर बिखर करके पराजित हो गए हैं, सामने आ गया है ना। मेरा यही कहना है कि अगर आपका ऑब्सेशन कॉरपोरेट दुश्मनी और एक ऐसी आवाज, अमेरिका का चुनाव, लिबरल अमेरिकन डेमोक्रेसी का हम एग्जाम्पल देते हैं, आपको दिख नहीं रहा है वहां पर कि क्या बयार बह रही है, आमतौर पर पब्लिक क्या सोच रही है? आप अपनी पॉलिटिक्स को रीएडजस्ट नहीं करेंगे क्या? और चूंकि आप अपनी पॉलिटिक्स को रीएडजस्ट नहीं करेंगे तो ऐसा ही नतीजा आएगा जिसमें आप जमींदोज हो जाएंगे। इनको पब्लिक पल्स का कोई आइडिया ही नहीं है। ये सोशल मीडिया के ट्रोल को पॉलिटिक्स समझते हैं और सोशल मीडिया के ट्रोल में ये जब तक फंसे रहेंगे, कांग्रेस पार्टी का भविष्य अत्यंत ही अंधकारमय है। ये मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं। आप सोचिए, ये बैठ करके ब्लैक बोर्ड ले करके अपने प्रवक्ता के साथ जब इनको चुनाव प्रचार में गली मोहल्ले में घूमना चाहिए तो वहां बैठ करके कॉन्स्पिरेसी थ्योरी का, जैसे नहीं होता व्हाइट बोर्ड पर कोई बड़ा स्ट्रेटजिस्ट अपने को समझ रहा है, बैठ करके कोई डिजाइन बना रहा है, उस प्रकार का बीच चुनाव में कैंपेन के दौरान अपने आर्म चेयर पर बैठ करके ज्ञान दे रहे हैं। तो मेरा यह कहना है कि इस वक्त एंटी डेवलपमेंट पॉलिटिक्स के ये बड़े चेहरा बन गए हैं। दुर्भाग्य की बात है, लोकतंत्र मजबूत में कांग्रेस मजबूत हमको चाहिए, लेकिन ये तो नहीं दे पाएंगे। इसीलिए इनका पब्लिक में कोई रेजोनेंस नहीं दिख रहा है। महाराष्ट्र में, महाराष्ट्र कौन है? सबसे बड़ा सोशल रिफॉर्म वाला राज्य। महाराष्ट्र कौन है? सामाजिक रूप से सबसे जागा हुआ राज्य। महाराष्ट्र कौन सा राज्य है जहां इतनी जातियां, धर्म, सबके बावजूद ये एक ऐसा मैंडेट ला करके आपको देते हैं? आपकी कौन सी थ्योरी सही निकली, आप ये बताइए ना।
क्या फ्यूचर देखते हैं तीन पार्टियों का जो बुरी तरह से हार रही है?
ये जो रिजल्ट है उसके बाद कभी भी पॉलिटिक्स में ये नहीं कहना चाहिए कि कौन सी पार्टी उठेगी या नहीं उठेगी, लेकिन पवार लेड जो पॉलिटिक्स चली थी इस महाराष्ट्र में, और पवार का मतलब होता है पूरे देश में एक खास तरह की पॉलिटिक्स, पवार लेड पॉलिटिक्स का ये आखिरी अध्याय है। ये दुख की बात है। पवार साहब की पॉलिटिक्स को जिंदा रहना चाहिए और सक्सेसफुल होना चाहिए, ये दुख की बात है। और उसको फ्लॉप किसने किया है? ये दो कमजोर खिलाड़ियों ने, जो लोग कॉरपोरेट दुश्मनियों के कारण और छोटे मोटे जिसको कहते हैं ना गुदगुदाने वाले अचीवमेंट के कारण एक ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स को परस्यू कर रहे थे जिसका जनता ने करारा जवाब दे दिया है। ये लोग ब्रीफ पर काम करने वाले लोग हैं, ये लोग ट्रोल करने वाले लोग हैं, इसीलिए इनकी इतनी धुनाई हुई है।
एक तो
इनका फ्यूचर बहुत खराब है।
एक तो आपने मुद्दों की बात की, लेकिन अगर हम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के तौर पे बात करें तो भी कांग्रेस कुछ अच्छा करती नहीं दिखाई दे रही थी। जिसको हम कैडर मोबिलाइजेशन कहते हैं, जिसको हम वोटर मोबिलाइजेशन कहते हैं, उसमें भी कांग्रेस कहीं नहीं दिख रही थी। कहीं ना कहीं इसका भी खामियाजा कांग्रेस को इस इलेक्शन में भुगतना पड़ा।
इसीलिए क्योंकि आपने कांग्रेस पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता को ये एहसास दिला दिया है कि सोशल मीडिया पर ट्रोल करने से चुनाव प्रचार हो जाता है, तो पूरा कैडर घर पे बैठा रहता है, इनके नेता घर पे बैठे रहते हैं, इनके जो प्रभारी बन करके आते हैं चुनाव लड़ने के लिए वो ड्राइंग रूम में बैठे रहते हैं। ये लोग ग्राउंड पे हैं कहाँ? इनको मोबिलाइजेशन आता कहाँ है? इनका वोट है, उनको ये बूथ तक ला नहीं सकते। ये आप पिछले 10 साल की हिस्ट्री नहीं है, उससे ज़्यादा की हिस्ट्री है। पब्लिक मूड थोड़ी ही कोई बीजेपी के पास 60% है, 40% ही है ना नेशनल लेवल पे, 60% दूसरे साइड में है ना। फिर ये अपोजिशन वोट मोबिलाइज क्यों नहीं कर पाता? इसलिए नहीं कर पाता क्योंकि कांग्रेस पार्टी को ये गेम खेलना आता ही नहीं है। कांग्रेस पार्टी का जिस प्रकार का नेतृत्व है वो कहता है कि हम तो पावर लेने के लिए चुनाव ही नहीं लड़ रहे हैं, तो घर बैठो यार, घर बैठा दिया पब्लिक ने।
राहुल गांधी के नेतृत्व पे जो प्रश्न चिन्ह लगाया जा रहा है, लोकसभा के दौरान थोड़ा सा कम होता दिख रहा है, पर लोकसभा के बाद जो जो चुनाव हो रहे हैं उसमें वो प्रश्न चिन्ह और गहरा होता जा रहा है। महाराष्ट्र के चुनाव में उसमें एक और मोहर लगा दिए।
बहुत अच्छा सवाल है। भारत की जनता अपनी पॉलिटिक्स को शेप करती है, उसमें एक बड़ा नेतृत्व होता है, वो उसको क्राफ्ट करके एक फ्रेमवर्क देता है कि मैं आपको विकास की राजनीति दूंगा, मैं आपको ऐसी राजनीति दूंगा, वैसी राजनीति दूंगा, जो भी है। इनके पास पब्लिक मूड को पढ़ने का कोई तरीका या पैमाना ही नहीं है। इसी कारण इनकी ये परिस्थिति हुई है कि लोकसभा में जो अपॉर्चुनिटी क्रिएट हुई थी इसको इन्होंने गंवा दिया। हरियाणा में जीता हुआ राज्य था, तो अगर आप हरियाणा में नहीं जीत सकते, आप राजस्थान जैसे राज्य में, मध्य प्रदेश में जहां लगातार 3 बार बीजेपी लौट के आई है, वहां आप अपनी नई शुरुआत नहीं कर सकते, तो बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है। अब ये क्या करेंगे मैं बताता हूं। मुझे नहीं मालूम कि इनको चिंतन मनन शिविर इस बार कहां लगाना चाहिए, बारामती में लगाना चाहिए या बैंकॉक में लगाना चाहिए। लेकिन ये सोचने की बात है कि आप अपने कैडर को ब्लेम करेंगे। आप जानते हैं क्या कहेंगे? अब नेतृत्व को इंसुलेट करने के लिए कांग्रेस पार्टी के नहीं नेता ये कहेंगे कि जी लोकल नेतृत्व पर डिसीजन छोड़ा हुआ था। कोई लोकल नेतृत्व पर डिसीजन नहीं छोड़ते, सब जगह फ्लुक में बैठ के कहते हैं इसको लड़वा दो, इसको हटा दो, इसको सबक सिखा दूंगा। घर के अंदर ही अशोक गहलोत और पायलट की राजनीति को लोग ठिकाने लगाने में लगे रहते हैं। उस प्रकार का इनका काम है। इसीलिए ये पॉलिटिक्स जो बॉटम ऑफ पिरामिड सिटीजन के खड़े होकर के डेमोक्रेटिक अपरेटस को अपने हाथ में लेने की राजनीति है, वो राजनीति इनको समझ में नहीं आ रहा है। ये एलीट पॉलिटिक्स है, ये फैमिली डायनेस्टी ओरिएंटेड पॉलिटिक्स है। उसके आगे इनका कोई बहुत ज्यादा एम्बिशन है भी नहीं लाइफ में। ये प्रॉब्लम है।
अगर जिस तरह से चुनाव के नतीजे आए, आप किस तरह से देखते हैं? लोगों को क्या चाहिए? मतलब इस मैंडेट का क्या अर्थ निकाले हम?
इस मैंडेट का जो सबसे बड़ा अर्थ है वो ये है कि भारत की पब्लिक ने ही, जो आपने सवाल पूछा उसका एक सप्लीमेंट्री आंसर ये है कि भारत ने ही लोकसभा के चुनाव में भारत की पब्लिक ने ही एक कोर्स करेक्शन किया। तो ये उसके विल का कोर्स करेक्शन था कि आप गवर्न करिए एनडीए, मोदी जी की ही सरकार हमको चाहिए, लेकिन हम थोड़ा सा चेक एंड बैलेंस आप पर लगा रहे हैं। ऐसी अपॉर्चुनिटी को अगर अपोजिशन भुना नहीं पा रहा है तो ये भारत के लिए, लोकतंत्र के लिए दरअसल ऑन अ सीरियस नोट चिंता की बात है। लेकिन ये पॉलिटिक्स में अपोजिशन आएगा कहाँ से? ये जो अपोजिशन लाना है, क्या ये काम कांग्रेस पार्टी कर पा रही है? अभी तक का रिकॉर्ड बताता है कि नहीं कर पा रही है। क्या उनके कुछ रीजनल छत्रप कर पा रहे हैं? उदाहरण कर्नाटक, हाँ शायद कर पा रहे हैं। तेलंगाना शायद थोड़ा बहुत वहाँ कुछ हो पा रहा है, लेकिन ये इसलिए हो पा रहा है कि वहाँ की लोकल पॉलिटिक्स को आपने थोड़ा सा स्पेस दिया हुआ है। रीजनल पार्टियाँ बनी रहेंगी, वो कहीं नहीं जा रही हैं। डेमोक्रेसी का बैलेंस बना रहेगा, कहीं नहीं जा रही है। लेकिन अगर इस डेमोक्रेसी को कोई पहला थ्रेट है, जो अपोजिशन का काम बचाने का होता है, वो पहला थ्रेट राहुल गांधी लेड कांग्रेस पार्टी से है।
ये बहुत बड़ी बात कह दी है सर आपने कि लोकशाही है वो वैसे ही रहेगी, डेमोक्रेसी है वो वैसे ही रहेगी, बैलेंस भी बना रहेगा, बट वो बैलेंस बनाने की जिम्मेदारी जितनी सत्तारूढ़ पार्टी की होती है उतनी ही वो अपोजिशन की भी होती है। तो जितना हमें सत्तारूढ़ पक्ष मजबूत चाहिए उतना ही मजबूत चाहिए अपोजिशन, अगर डेमोक्रेसी हमें जैसे है जिस स्पिरिट में चाहिए वो अगर इस देश में रखनी है तो। सर बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया इस पूरे बातचीत के लिए। या विशेष चर्चेमध्ये आत्ता वेळ झाली आहे इथेच थांबण्याची.
All right, so that is Editor-in-Chief Sanjay Pugalia. In fact, his analysis over what happened in Maharashtra. Of course, Maharashtra is a big state, will be spoken about for many hours. But don't forget, there is another state in the reckoning today, and it was Jharkhand, where at this moment 50 leads coming in for the India Alliance led by Hemant Soren and the BJP. I mean, this is also in a way quite an aberration, because in Jharkhand we have seen more or less after every 5 years the government changing. Hemant Soren has been able to in fact bring his alliance back into power. That's a big deal there as well when it comes to the election results.
Absolutely,
this
but
morning.
going back to Maharashtra, because that's where a lot of interest is. Neerja Chaudhary, let me just take you through some numbers. Of the 53 seats which saw a direct fight between Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde led Shiv Sena, and of course Shiv Sena led by UBT. The UBT faction is leading on 14 seats and Shinde faction is leading on 38. And when you talk about NCP Sharad Pawar versus NCP Ajit Pawar factions, 41 direct contest in which 31 is where Ajit Pawar is leading on and 8 is where Sharad Pawar is leading on. So clearly that's a reversal of what we saw in Lok Sabha. This is so much about legacy and pursuit of legacy. Tell us what are the larger implications for Uddhav Thackeray and of course Sharad Pawar?
I think for both it's a huge challenge. As I say, you can never rule out anybody in politics, never write their obituary. They have a tendency to bounce back. But it is a very difficult situation because Uddhav Thackeray's party having almost 1/3 of what Shinde has. Not only is it an endorsement of Shinde as a leader of the Shiv Sena, and he would say as a legatee of Balasaheb Thackeray's politics. Even though Uddhav Thackeray during the campaign had said, why is he using my father's photograph? Why doesn't he use his photograph? But that's not the way, legacies are determined. So one, of course, is, he has fought back. He's projected himself as a Maratha leader, new Maratha star, and also become a champion of social welfareism. He's thanked my Ladki Behnas for the trust they've reposed in him. So he has carved out a new profile for himself as a leader of the future. Right. Now, and he's accessible, he's helpful, he's doled out money, he's very generous with giving money, I'm told. So smaller number with Uddhav Thackeray, Eknath Shinde with not only numbers, ground support, people support, as well as power.
Neerja, does this mean that these smaller numbers can even shift?
That's the point I'm making. It'll be more attractive for the smaller numbers to split and break and go there rather than for those in power to move to no power.
In days to come, we may see further consolidation.
Erosion in their ranks, and this may also happen to the NCP.
Yeah.
Right. As long as Sharad Pawar is alive, there are people there who are very loyal to him. And I would also say, Sharad Pawar had said to me during the Lok Sabha campaign that regional parties like his would very soon merge with the Congress, associate more closely with the Congress. Now, is that something that may be on the table for him?
It's a very famous interview of Neerja Chaudhary.
It's a very interesting thing.
Maybe that's the only way for him to survive.
For the NCP to survive.
A practical solution to...
And because Ajit Pawar now has established himself, he is at least in the state politics, he has taken the mantle away from Sharad Pawar, whether after the results of the Lok Sabha, at least in Delhi politics, they have an upper hand, but in the state politics, it's Ajit Pawar who established himself.
And he could also divide the party.
Absolutely. So possibly the only safeguard is to try and align with the Congress party and see a way forward. These are very important questions.
Do that when the Congress is, not feeling very great or strong. But Sharad Pawar is 84. but he is probably the real Chanakya of politics in India today, who understands the system.
Like people steeped in politics.
Can he bring together elements of India closer together? Possibly facilitate other parties also merging in the Congress to strengthen the
And he
opposition.
played a pivotal role in this. Also, like people steeped in politics always say.
I'm sorry. We have been told we have to take a break at this moment completely. We're slipping into a very short break. We'll keep coming back with very, fantastic insights that we have at this moment. Stay tuned. We are coming back on this 360-degree coverage of the election, last election result day of 2024.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
This week on India Ascends. Why is Africa crucial to India's strategic and geopolitical calculus? Will COP29 address climate catastrophes, or will the deadlock in negotiations hurt global climate goals? What does thaw in India-China ties mean for business and regional security? And big global voice on India Ascends this week, Ian Bremmer on Donald Trump 2.0. All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Mahayuti seems all poised for a comfortable victory. In fact, a sweep in the state of Maharashtra, a state that's known for being so restive. It's a state that has seen 3 chief ministers in the last 5 years and also 4 deputy chief ministers, multiple wars for symbols and name. But of course, there's some sense of clarity that's coming in now. The BJP out there putting on its best performance. Remember, Devendra Fadnavis, the first BJP chief minister of Maharashtra, is at the center of all of this celebration. Also because in Vidarbha, 62 seats, the BJP has put on a remarkable performance. Also in direct contest with the Congress has failed to make a mark. Also with regard to Sharad Pawar-led NCP versus NCP-led by Ajit Pawar. It's the Ajit Pawar faction that has managed to get 80% of the seats. And in Shiv Sena, that's led by UBT versus Shiv Sena led by Eknath Shinde, it's the Shinde faction that has surged ahead.
That's right. And the celebrations, of course, have erupted in the NDA camp. You can see on your screens right now, Eknath Shinde there holding up the victory sign. We've also seen Devendra Fadnavis there, being congratulated. Of course, congratulatory messages have also gone from the BJP High Command to all the 3 top leaders in the NDA in Maharashtra. Their celebrations have already begun. Of course, there is this tough question about whether or not Eknath Shinde will be retained as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra or not. These are some of the aspects that we'll discuss along with our panel of experts, as well as go across to our ground reporters there. But first, let's take a look at the top headlines.
Celebrations erupt as NDA is all set to sweep elections in Maharashtra. BJP wave stuns Mahavikas Aghadi.
BJP's best ever show in Maharashtra, leading in about 124 seats out of the 149 seats that they contested in the state. Devendra Fadnavis, the ultimate comeback man in Maharashtra. stars in BJP's stunning show.
Home Minister Amit Shah congratulates Mahayuti leaders. The Home Minister has spoken on the phone to Eknath Shinde and also Devendra Fadnavis. He has also spoken to Ajit Pawar.
Big win for India bloc in Jharkhand as voters reject NDA's infiltrators campaign. Hemant Soren defies anti-incumbency, set to win another term in the state.
Congress's Priyanka Gandhi on her way to win the Wayanad Bypoll leads by a margin of 3 lakh. Finally, all Gandhis in the parliament now.
Right, and we are, of course, looking at the battleground state of Maharashtra first, as we have, in fact, seen BJP scoring their biggest ever victory, win in a way in the state, but it's the NDA camp which is, of course, celebrating over there. All the three parties over there of Shinde Sena as well as the NCP doing remarkably well in order to get this stunning victory by the NDA. At the moment, there's, of course, we are looking at a landslide victory of the NDA in Maharashtra. Vasudha.
Absolutely. And Tanima, you know, if you look at the different issues that played out in this election, there were slogans like "Ek hai to safe hai." There was also "Batenge to katenge." But at the same time, there was a lot of social engineering attempt that the BJP put in. In fact, Bhupendra Yadav, Ashwini Vaishnav, the in-charges of from the BJP side, had this whole mandate to ensure that the OBC castes are with them. They also tried uniting the Marathas and also going to Dalit bastis to ensure that the Congress's narrative that the constitution can be changed is something that is worked upon. So a lot of corrective actions is what the BJP took. This is after the BJP faced its worst setback in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, Mahayuti winning just 17 of the 48 seats. But major takeaways there. For that, we have with us Aarti Jairath, senior analyst and senior journalist, and we have Mayank Mishra, who's also with the NDTV. Hey. Thank you, both of you, for being here. To you, Mayank Mishra, first, the Congress clearly is the weakest link, because if you look at Vidarbha, it looks like the BJP has put in a lot of effort there. It's winning more than 70% seats there. Tell us, what are your big takeaways from the election outcomes as far as what we see right now?
I will give you some data which I picked up from Election Commission. Congress vote share, Congress got fewer votes than all other parties, all 5 parties, major parties. Congress vote share is at 10.6% as of 12:30 from Election Commission. NCP, both the factions of NCP got more votes than Congress. UBT faction got more votes than Congress. And Shinde faction also got.
Right.
So undivided,
Okay,
Shinde Sena had.
Mayank, I'm really sorry to interrupt you there, but we will, of course, finish that point. But let's go across to my colleague Radhika, who is standing on the ground there. Radhika, what's the latest on the ground where you are reporting from?
That's right. It is an incredible victory for Mahayuti, and BJP is, of course, celebrating. I'm outside BJP office. A stage has been erected where all the BJP top leaders are expected in just a bit. Devendra Fadnavis, Chandrasekhar Baumkule, and several other winning candidates will be taking over the podium in just a bit. You can see saffron all over, and of course, people here celebrating, sloganeering. बताइए, नहीं बताइए आप
आज की जो महाराष्ट्र की जो कामयाबी है, ये हर कार्यकर्ता ने मेहनत किया है, और महाराष्ट्र शासन में जो माझी बहन लाड़की योजना लाई, उस तरफ से बड़ी कामयाबी मिली, और महायुति का मुख्यमंत्री अभी बनेगा भाजपा और महायुति, बहुत बड़ी कामयाबी मिली, और महाविकास आघाड़ी तो पूरी खत्म हो गई।
क्या रीजन एट्रीब्यूट करेंगे, क्या रीजन है ऐसे वाले विक्ट्री के लिए?
देखिए क्या है, देवेंद्र जी ने नारा दिया था धर्म युद्ध का, धर्म युद्ध हो चुका है, अभी धर्म स्थापना की बारी है। नरेंद्र जी के, माननीय पंतप्रधान नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमारी महायुति की सरकार आ रही है, और हम 2 दिन के बाद मुख्यमंत्री हमारे भारतीय जनता पार्टी जी के ही बनेंगे, और देवेंद्र जी ही मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे। वुमेन कार्यकर्ता,
देखिए लाडली बहन जो योजना बनाई मुख्यमंत्री शिंदे जी ने और उप मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र जी ने, वो काम में आई। लाडली बहनों का भी आशीर्वाद मिला है। फिर बटेंगे तो कटेंगे, एक है तो सेफ है, और हमारी जो मातृशक्ति है भारतीय जनता पार्टी की संघ वाले, उन्होंने जिस प्रकार से ये मुद्दा उठाया था कि हिंदुओं ने अपना वोट करना था, वो भी एक कामयाब हो गया। जैसे मुस्लिमों ने फतवा निकाला था कि मुस्लिम ने महाविकास आघाड़ी को वोट करना चाहिए, तभी हिंदू जागरूक हुआ कि अभी हमें महायुति को लाना है। और उस प्रकार से एक विकास और हिंदुत्ववाद, ये पूरा और महिलाओं का जो लाडली योजना है, ये पूरा फैक्टर है जो आज महायुति के।
So those are the reaction and responses from BJP karyakartas here. Of course, victory sloganeering is what we are hearing, and we also heard some firecrackers, laddus being distributed. So all that taking place outside BJP office, a lot of movement activity going on, and of course, as this this particular person was in fact commenting, it is the development factor as well as women's schemes that seems to have worked well as far as Mahayuti, particularly BJP and Shinde Sena are concerned.
So Radhika outside the BJP office and reporting all those visuals there. Radhika, tell us, this is the best performance of the BJP when it comes to Maharashtra. And of course, the party is leading in more than 129 seats. Tell us what is the demand of the BJP workers? The Prime Minister is also expected in the BJP headquarters today evening. There will of course be a lot of meetings today. This is not something that the BJP will let go of, and there will be a lot of power play that we can see in the next few days.
But as I was saying before, 2019 and 2024 are starkly different, and we couldn't really predict the results this time. We thought it would be a hung assembly. Some of them did predict Mahayuti win and some did predict MVA win, but did not predict a landslide victory of this kind. That is something that was unexpected even for leaders within Mahayuti. They did say a number of 170, 180. As far as MVA was concerned, they were speaking about numbers ranging from 160 to 170. But about 200 was something that even pollsters perhaps did not predict as far as Mahayuti's performance is concerned. And all this, just a couple of months after the Lok Sabha elections saw a defeat of sorts as far as Mahayuti is concerned. And we saw what happened to Devendra Fadnavis. Soon after Lok Sabha defeat, Devendra Fadnavis decided to resign as the Deputy Chief Minister. He wanted to concentrate on strengthening the organizational structure of the BJP obviously, his resignation was not considered by the BJP top brass, but he continued to work for the organizational structure. And this time around, what was different from Lok Sabha is that, of course, there are unlikely alliances, unlikely parties within Mahayuti as well as within MVA. During Lok Sabha, there were a lot of disputes, bickering over seats, candidates. BJP as well as Shinde Sena announced candidates and seats in the last minute. That really cost them dear. Constitutional narrative by the Congress, that cost them dear. But this time, they made sure that those narratives did not adversely impact Mahayuti, one. And secondly, they made sure that the candidate selection, the meetings, all of them happen in a very structured way and much before the election. So they were very careful in terms of planning for these elections, and certainly the campaigns and all the schemes seem to have worked wonderfully well as far as BJP, Shinde Sena and Ajit Pawar NCP are concerned.
Right, thank you Radhika. We'll keep coming back to you. Joyce, celebrations happening there at the BJP headquarters. We also have GVL Narasimha Rao from the BJP joining us. Thank you Mr. Rao for joining us on NDTV. The Mahayuti faced its worst setback in the state of Maharashtra in Lok Sabha elections 2024, winning just 17 out of 48 seats. But today the tables have been completely turned. Can you tell us what are the corrective measures that the BJP took, and also this welfare pitch? It seems like the BJP will no longer be able to blame the Congress for its guarantees, because welfare has also become your hallmark.
Yeah, good afternoon to you and all the viewers watching NDTV. First of all, we'd like to thank people of Maharashtra for giving us such a massive mandate. I think first let me explain the significance of this mandate. For over 4 decades, a magnitude of this magnitude has not been given by the people of Maharashtra. This is the largest seats tally for the BJP. This is the lowest tally for the Congress and the opposition. And the most important, the headline point is, there will not be any party which can really claim the leader of the opposition status in Maharashtra Assembly. Congress will fall in the same league as they have in Lok Sabha. For 10 years, they could not claim a leader of the opposition post. So this is the, and then we have polled close to 50% votes. Last time when we won the mandate in 2019 with Shiv Sena, we polled only 42%. Together, this time we polled 50%. So a big voter, big support from the public across segments, various sections and segments. I think in the recent elections, we are seeing people cutting across the geographic divides, the demographic divides. They are voting for development, they are voting for Vikas, they are voting for welfare. And this is, the welfare pitch of the BJP is different from that of the Congress. Because for Congress, welfare is deceit. They've only been making empty promises. They've done that. They have won elections in Karnataka, Telangana, Himachal, making such promises which they never fulfilled. On the contrary, BJP has fulfilled every promise that they have made, that we have made. So that certainly there is a credibility gap for the Congress party, whereas the BJP under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji and the state leadership in Maharashtra has the credibility. Today, the Congress has plunged to its lowest ever tally because the Congress suffers a serious credibility question.
Okay,
they have
Mr.
made
Rao, first of
several
all, also
lucrative
congratulations,
promises,
given that, you know, the
but
BJP has
people have not
performed
believed
remarkably
them.
well. You know, can we also expect the party to, you know, to really align with the alliance dharma? But, you know, this is politics, and given that the party may not really need two of the allies who have also not really performed that badly, what can you tell us about what is in store for the future? Because this is politics, and I'm sure BJP, I mean, this is also BJP's chance of making Maharashtra BJP yukt, you know, something that the state has not been in the last many years.
No, but between 2014 and 19, it was a BJP-led government with Mr. Fadnavis as the chief minister. So it's not that BJP had never led government in Maharashtra, but this time certainly the central leadership of the BJP, the parliamentary board of the BJP, in discussion with the state unit, will take a decision, and that will not be a problem at all. You've seen how BJP has been able to elect governments without any murmur. So certainly this is not, today is a day to understand and also to swallow the victory. And a government formation has never been difficult for the BJP. It will not be difficult now. It will certainly be a decision that will be collectively made by our parliamentary party in discussion with the state unit. But another important thing, today the Shiv Sena, the NCP, another major takeaway from today's election is people have decided which, you see, there has been a discussion all through this campaign that people might vote against Mahayuti because certain Shiv Sena split and NCP split. On the contrary, people have given legitimacy to the Shiv Sena led by Mr. Shinde and NCP led by Mr. Ajit Pawar. They have given legitimacy to them. They have clearly given their verdict that they consider them to be the real parties. And they have punished these parties, Shiv Sena particularly, for betraying the mandate of the people in 2019 and siding with the Congress party, which was defeated in 2019 polls. So this is a result against Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray's betrayal of the mandate of 2019, and it's certainly some sort of legitimizing. The constitutional authorities, Election Commission, Supreme Court have already given the legitimacy, but today people have put their stamp on it. So certainly in all respects, it's a huge victory for the Mahayuti and the biggest setback for the MVA ever.
Right, sir. Thank you, Mr. Rao, for joining us on NDTV. Quite a remarkable victory for your party. Congratulations on that. Going back to our guests, Aarti Jairath and Mayank Mishra. Mayank, you were saying, you were talking about the big takeaways from this result.
It was one headline, stunning headline is stunning rejection of the Congress in Maharashtra. And I was going through some of the data. Undivided Shiv Sena had polled 16% votes, Now, if you combine the two factions together, it comes to around 23%. So everybody else has gained and Congress has lost. BJP remains intact. And second takeaway is whoever has allied with BJP, BJP has pulled them up, whereas Congress has pulled everybody down. That is one. On Jharkhand, I would like to say, it is Hemant Soren's victory, not India Bloc's victory. Hemant Soren has gained 4 percentage points in terms of vote share, which is huge in a multi-corner contest. Everybody else stays either at the same level or has gone down, except JMM in Jharkhand. So it is not India Bloc's victory in Jharkhand, it is Hemant Soren's victory, and it is rejection of Congress in Maharashtra and BJP lifting all its allies.
The same thing happened in Kashmir with National Conference saying that, it was our victory and Congress's. Aarti Jairat, what would you say with the BJP actually surging ahead, registering this remarkable victory? Now what happens to Mr. Shinde and of course to Ajit Pawar? They have proved their utility because if you look at numbers, 53 seats, Sena versus Sena. UBT-led faction is leading in 14 and Shiv Sena led by Shinde is leading on 38, which means that Shinde has actually performed very well. He's the face of the welfare. He's the Maratha face of the Mahayuti. What do you think is going to happen in the next few days?
So I think, well, there's really not very much time. The new government has to be in place by the 26th of November. So swearing in ceremony by 25th, I think. So they've got just 2 days in which to take the decision. Now, it depends on how the BJP decides to play this. Are they going to sort of settle for continuity, which was the mantra after the Lok Sabha elections, and coalition dharma, in which case, maybe Shinde will be the chief minister. Alternatively, they have several bargaining chips in their hands, actually. If you look at the numbers, they can form a government without Eknath Shinde, just, Ajit Pawar's faction and the BJP together. That's a bargaining chip, as far as Shinde is concerned. Secondly, they can also accommodate Shinde at the center. Like Shivraj Singh Chauhan in Madhya Pradesh, he was supposed to be the face of the Ladli Behna scheme, which is supposed to have won the BJP that election in Madhya Pradesh. Then they brought him to the center as the agriculture minister and gave him several other important, jobs. So they could accommodate Shinde here and make Devendra Fadnavis, the chief minister, because the BJP's tally is no question. It is the highest. Their strike rate is the best. And while the allies played their part, I think he's right. It is the BJP that pulled the allies, up. Yes. So, that has to be acknowledged in some way. So, I think the decision really will rest partially on what Amit Shah and Narendra Modi decide. Amit Shah particularly because he's been so deeply involved in the Maharashtra elections. And I think also on inputs from the RSS, which behind the scenes has played a fairly crucial role on the ground, to help the BJP, with this Samvidhan Yojana that they started, which was basically to counter the Lok Sabha campaign of the MVA, that these people were against the constitution and they'll take away your reservation and so on. So, but, as I said, they don't have much time. So, we will see a decision very soon. So, hopefully none of those midnight dramas that we saw last time.
And the results are also interesting because, the satraps or regional leaders seem to have really done well regardless of, whichever party they come from. Although most of them are from the BJP or Shinde-led Shiv Sena. And Jayant Patil, who is from NCP-CP, one of those tallest leaders. Dilip Valse Patil, somebody who worked very closely with Sharad Pawar. And Sharad Pawar, emotively campaigned against him. He is winning this time from Ammegaon. So clearly, a lot of it is also...
Right, sorry to interrupt there, but I believe we have Mr. Prakash Javadekar who has joined us, senior BJP leader and former union minister who is joining us live directly on the broadcast there. Mr. Javadekar, thank you so much for speaking to us here on NDTV. The big question, of course, congratulations, of course, on the decisive victory that BJP is seeing in Maharashtra and, of course, the NDA alliance in total. But everyone has that big question up now, like whether or not there's going to be a change as far as the chief minister is concerned of Maharashtra. Devendra Fadnavis is being seen as the comeback man. You know, he is actually the person who has led the party from the front in the state, and whether or not he's going to be awarded with the top post in the state, that is the question on everyone's mind. So what would you say, what is your first reaction to this?
See, this is not the correct analogy. I'll tell you, in 14, BJP was the single largest party and ruled for 5 years under Devendra Fadnavis on its own. Shiv Sena backed it. Then, in 19, Shiv Sena and BJP were in alliance, and people gave the same mandate, very good mandate. But Shiv Sena wanted chief ministership, so they went with the enemies of the alliance, and now they are repenting. They must repent, because people punish such acts. And what people have now, this is the third consecutive victory in a way, I will say. What people have seen that in 5 years they have seen 2 chief ministers, Uddhav Thackeray and Eknath Shinde. It is exactly negative and positive. So negative was Uddhav Thackeray's when there was no development, when all the developments were stopped, and now is development and welfare both. That is very important. And one factor I must tell you, people reminded, Shiv Sena earlier in 19 ditched the people's verdict. So people have punished. That is the simple thing.
Right. I mean, of course, that is, we have heard Mr. GVL Narasimha Rao also before you talk about the fact that this is, of course, the entire alliance which has come together to deliver this sort of a win in the state. But there's, of course, a lot of curiosity around the question of the top post in the state, Vasudha, as we have in fact seen, that it is the best ever show that BJP has put up in Maharashtra by far.
Right. Mr. Javadekar, also one question for you, sir. There was a lot of emphasis on Karyakarta ka josh ya morale, you know, because there was a belief, there was an understanding that in 2024 Lok Sabha elections, a lot of Karyakartas, a lot of workers, in fact, also those with the RSS did not really come out. That also led to the kind of results that we saw. What did you change with respect to working with party? Because this time all BJP leaders were very clear that though Eknath Shinde was being projected as the leader of the alliance, it was very clear that that's something that will be decided later. Was that also a strategy to ensure that every party brings out its supporters and workers in huge strength?
Strategy apart, but fact is that BJP is a 24/7 party. I have come to Delhi just to attend the yesterday's meeting, which is about organizational elections. We don't stop. And therefore, after Lok Sabha, from the very next day, Maharashtra Karyakartas, leaders and everybody started working hard, understanding what has gone wrong somewhere, and we found out many things, and many things were corrected also, and that is how things happen. People who are ready to think and learn always make progress, and people like Sanjay Raut who are never are ready to think again, introspect or accept the mandate, will always be on the wrong side of the things.
For joining us on this very important day. Also, congratulations on your party's victory. Also, apart from Maharashtra and Jharkhand, there were 42 bypolls that were held across the country. We will take you to one of them. Gurpreet joins us. Gurpreet, important bypolls that took place in Punjab, specifically the prestige seat of Vidarbha, which saw the battle between Amrita Waring, the wife of Raja Waring, the state president of the Congress party, versus Manpreet Badal, the former finance minister of Punjab. He had actually taken a break of sorts from politics, and this is a comeback of sorts. Tell us what is happening there and also the significance of these bypolls.
Well, we have seen in 4 bypolls, three bypolls result have already been out, and what we have seen from the Congress stronghold, Dera Baba Nanak, Aam Aadmi Party is able to win, and from Chabbewal, Aam Aadmi Party has managed to win that 2 seats from there. But a stronghold of Aam Aadmi Party from Barnala, where they have lost that seat to Congress Party, and Congress Party was able to win. We are reporting from Vidarbha at this point of time, and we are showing all the statistics and calculation how these rounds are happening here. So total 13 rounds are required, and 9 rounds have already been done, where we can see Amarta Vring, who is wife of Congress chief, she is able to get 36,561 votes, whereas Dimpy Dillo, Hardeep Singh Dimpy Dillo, who is the Aam Aadmi Party candidate, he has got 49,772 votes as of now. If we can talk about Manpreet till the time 9th round, he is able to win only 10,245 votes. And if we can talk about the margin, we can see 13,211 margin here in Vidarbha, and this counting is already underway. It's a 9th round which has just been finished, but as of now, we know this is the prestige battle here in Vidarbha. One side, we have seen the former Finance Minister Manpreet Badal, he was contesting from the BJP, whereas from Congress, we have seen Congress chief's wife Amarta Vring, she is contesting from here, and Amrinder Singh Raja Vring was able to win this election multiple times, 3 times from the same constituency, but this time we have seen there is a lot of anti-incumbency against him, and Hardeep Dillo, who has just joined from Akali Dal to Aam Aadmi Party, he is able to manage to win, and so far we are seeing these trends. We have seen he is leading from this Vidarbha. So in Punjab, if we can talk about overall bypolls elections, we have seen Aam Aadmi Party has already won from 2 constituencies, it's Chabbewal and Dera Baba Nanak, and from Barnala, the Congress candidate is able to win election from here, and from Vidarbha, the counting is still underway. So let's see, because these elections, bypoll elections, are very important for Aam Aadmi Party ruling government. It seems the way they have already got mandate, it seems from the way Aam Aadmi Party is leading from here, also Vidarbha, it seems Aam Aadmi Party is able to get mandate, and we have seen all the top leaders of Aam Aadmi Party, they are going to address their supporters and celebrating this victory of Punjab in national capital. So let's wait for more time to understand how this political calculation is going to happen in Vidarbha. Back to studio.
So comeback of sorts for Aam Aadmi
Party in Punjab there, yes.
Very critical, I think, because Delhi elections are coming up in February. So, you know, if they win 3 of the 4 seats, it's going to be a big morale booster for Aam Aadmi Party, which is pretty much down in the dumps after all its top leaders have gone behind bars.
And I can notice one more trend. After 2019, BJP lost votes and seats in all assembly elections, most assembly elections. Now, this time there has been a trend reversal of sorts. In Haryana, we saw BJP making a comeback, huge comeback in Maharashtra, and BJP did not do so badly in Jharkhand. And now Aam Aadmi Party reversing its Lok Sabha.
So we used to think that BJP performs very well only in Lok Sabha elections. On that trend is getting reversed because they're performing better in assembly polls. Also, let's go across to Ratnadeep, my colleague. Ratnadeep, tell us about these important bypolls that took place in the state of Assam. 5 bypolls. Himanta Biswa Sharma found time to campaign despite being the Jharkhand in charge. And also the importance of Gaurav Gogoi, the significance of these bypolls with respect to the kind of prestige that is attached to both Mr. Sharma and also to Mr. Gogoi.
That's right. In fact, as we speak, the counting is underway. There were 5 seats for which bypolls have taken place, of which in the assembly elections of Assam, 4 were with the BJP and allies and 1 with Congress. And that 1 seat is Samaguri, where in the run-up to the polls, we saw massive pre-poll violence. There was death of 1 person. And Samaguri is a seat, remember, which is a strong hold of the Congress since 2001. Congress has never lost there. Congress heavyweight Rakibul Hussain, a former minister, this time chose to contest the Lok Lok Sabha election and won with one of the highest margin in the country. And this time in the bypolls, his son Tanzil Hussain is making his electoral debut. He is just 26-year-old, and at this moment till round 4, Tanzil Hussain was leading with about 4,000 votes. But from round 8 onwards, the BJP candidate is closing on that gap. Remember, BJP has tried a lot in terms of the campaign to try to win this seat, which is a Muslim majority seat in Assam, Congress stronghold. In the other seat, Bihali, where Gaurav Gogoi had campaigned for Congress has actually lost that seat. BJP has been able to retain that seat. So that has been a setback for Gaurav Gogoi, who is seen now as the emerging face of Congress in Assam. The BJP is leading in another seat, which is Dholai, which it was its MLA who was elected in the last election, and its allies AGP and UPPL are also leading in two other seats. So at this moment, BJP and allies are leading. BJP has won one seat and 3 seats. Its allies and BJP is leading, and Congress is leading in 1. However, let me tell you, this election was one election after 2016 Assam Assembly election, when BJP came to power for the first time in Assam, that the campaign of the party in Assam was not led by Himanta Biswa Sharma because he was busy in Jharkhand. Perhaps the Jharkhand result would be also a setback for Mr. Sharma. Remember, ever since Mr. Sharma delivered Assam elections for the BJP in 2016 and subsequently helped BJP and BJP allies to form governments in several states in Northeast, his services were taken for states like Odisha, where the BJP had done well, and this time he was given, he was made the co-in-charge for Jharkhand, where the BJP, however, could not, as of now, is trailing. So this might be a setback for Mr. Sharma. But having said that, there is good news in neighboring Meghalaya, where Chief Minister Conrad Sangma's wife, Mehtab Chandi Sangma, who made her electoral debut in the by-election in Gambagre seat, she has won her seat. So this is going to be a good news for the ruling NPP in Meghalaya.
Right. Ratnadeep there, thank you so much for joining us with that update of the Northeast bypolls, the bypolls which are taking place in Assam and Meghalaya there. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm also being joined by Mr. Arshpreet Karyal of the Congress party. Mr. Karyal, thank you so much for joining us here on the broadcast on NDTV. Even till yesterday, there were murmurs being made by several people from your party that Congress would be leading the MVA in terms if they get a favorable result in the Maharashtra elections today. But now we can see that Congress has actually registered probably its worst performance.
It is the worst.
It is the worst performance that we are seeing coming in from Congress in Maharashtra. So do you think, and there have already been a lot of questions being raised about the way Congress managed its campaign, both in Maharashtra as well as in Jharkhand. So in hindsight, do you think more effort needed to have been put in by the Congress leadership in the battleground state?
Well, a couple of things to that. First and foremost, the Bharatiya Janata Party is one a state and India Alliance one another state. So it's 1-1. Let's see it for what it is. Number 2, the Bharatiya Janata Party has registered Guinness Book of World Records record as in the maximum number of malpractices have been witnessed in this election. We all saw how the General Secretary of the Bharatiya Janata Party, if there's a BJP spokesperson here, he should tell us, was Mr. Vinod Tavade caught on camera influencing votes, distributing money, or was he not? Number 2, the Operation Lotuses that have taken place under the BJP regime, everybody's witnessed that. Number 3, the misusage of the agencies, whether it be the IT, the ED, the CBI. We've all seen how the arm twisting happened and how all the complaints that went vis-a-vis the violation of the Model Code of Conduct, all of them went unaddressed. We did not get any substantial action taken against any BJP leaders that were violating it. And these things have been caught on camera. Despite that, there's been no action, number 1. Number 2, it's very important for the Bharatiya Janata Party, if there's a BJP spokesperson to tell, could you please enlist 5 things that the BJP has done in the last couple of years, the Mahayuti has done in the last couple of years in Maharashtra? 5 things they could not tell. I've been asking spokespersons of the BJP and they could not enlist 5 things. And number 2,
Arshpreet, back-to-back defeats both in Haryana, then Maharashtra, and of course even in Punjab, which is where you come from. It's the Aam Aadmi Party that's surging ahead in 3 seats. Congress, of course, is leading in 1. Don't you think all of this is, in a way, sort of really problematic for the party and for its workers?
Not really. See, winning and losing is a part and parcel of the game. What matters is the people's work should be done. And the question here is, will the 15 lakhs be given? Will the 2 crore jobs a year that the BJP promised would be given? Will the doubling of farmers' income by 2022, which was supposed to happen 2 years ago, will happen now? Will the inflation decrease? The diesel, petrol, dal, dahi, doodh, paneer and whatnot, will the prices come down? Will the rupee be better as compared to the value it has against the dollar? All these things are what is what matters to the people of India. Winning and losing of a political party is irrelevant to the people. They want their work done. They want to be able to sustain themselves. They want good governance. And the BJP has not been able to do that. And the question is, now that you have won this, now that you've won Maharashtra, will you be doing the promises you made a couple of years ago? Because you made new promises. Number two, you talked of Haryana. In Haryana, the vote percentage was 39%. And if the Bharatiya Janata Party had won Haryana, at the same time, India Alliance had won Jammu and Kashmir. If this time the Bharatiya Janata Party has won Maharashtra, India Alliance has won Jharkhand. And in the other states, the bypolls, we have swept Karnataka bypolls. Everybody's seen that. We have swept it. And the BJP's questions, the allegations that they were leveling against our government, all of them have gone out of the window. And very soon you will see that the other seats, the other bypolls where we have either won or where we are leading, the Congress party will make a significant development in all the other bypolls which are happening. In totality, if we were to talk of the results in Maharashtra, in Assam, we have won 1. In Gujarat, 1. Karnataka, 3. Kerala, 1 with a massive lead. Lakhs. There's a margin and there's a difference of lakhs of votes. In Punjab, there's 1. In Rajasthan, there's 1. In Jharkhand, there's 15. And so on and so forth. So basically, the fact of the matter remains that will the Bharatiya Janata Party start delivering on their promises, or will they keep on coming up with hollow promises and hollow statements?
That's an important point. Thank you, Ashpreet, for joining us with your views. Aarti Jairat, what happens now? Because, 2024 Lok Sabha elections, we saw a different sentiment. But now, clearly, that blemish of 2024 is going to be forgotten because that will be seen as an aberration. It's the Haryana mood, it's the Maharashtra mood that is going to be there. That's going to be projected by the BJP as mood of the nation. Also, what explains this massive victories? I saw this in Gujarat, 156 seats. We've seen that in UP in the past, not this time, of course, and then Haryana and now this. So what explains, so many people voting for one party?
Well, if we look at the strategy of the BJP in the Lok Sabha polls and the strategy they adopted both for Haryana and Maharashtra, the Lok Sabha polls were all about one man. He actually led the show and nobody else was given any kind of space. In fact, Yogi Adityanath's big complaint was that he was not given a say in the polls in UP, which is why the BJP did so badly in UP. This time, the BJP went back to its roots, which is letting local leaders, take front stage. This is what the BJP has always been about. The old Vajpayee-Advani BJP was about nurturing and letting local leaders flourish. All the people you see today, starting with Narendra Modi, whether it was Vasundhara Raje, Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Sushma Swaraj, Arun Jaitley, they just, they nurtured and developed younger leaders, local leaders, and that was the party's biggest strength. I think it kind of lost its way somehow during the Lok Sabha elections, and I think it is now going back to its roots. And, if you saw that in the Maharashtra elections, both Modi and Shah didn't address as many rallies as they used to. In Haryana also the same thing, so they forefronted their local leaders, and I think that really helped, which is probably why this time they're doing better in local elections rather than earlier when they used to win the national elections, but they didn't do so well in local elections.
So that is the beauty of BJP.
Yeah.
Despite being the incumbent for 10 years, successful people are expected to be least flexible, but BJP is most flexible party we have known in years. They always change their strategy. Whereas in the case of Congress, and we heard the spokesperson, they blame everybody except themselves. See, same agencies worked in Maharashtra, same agencies worked in Jharkhand and elsewhere, in Wayanad also, and we have different outcomes. Why can't they understand that people have rejected them in some places, they have accepted them because of different issues altogether. So brushing everything under one carpet and saying ki agencies are to be blamed, this is...
But you know, again, to go back to this issue of local leaders, the only place where the Congress is doing well actually is Karnataka, where, you know, they're winning 2 of the 3 bypolls. And that's because that's one state where they still have strong local leaders.
An organization.
And an organization. Yeah. You know, everywhere else, I mean, Maharashtra, for instance, they've lost everybody. Either they have passed on because they were too old, or people like Ashok Chavan have left, you know, and they don't have local leaders left. So, I mean, I think really the BJP, Congress needs to learn some lessons from the BJP about the flexibility, adaptability, you know, reading the mood on the ground, and, you know, when necessary, push your local leaders forward, when necessary, push your national leaders forward.
Ma'am, on that aspect of local leaders being at the forefront, you know, another important thing which is of course coming out is the legacy war that everyone was talking about. You know, how Uddhav and Sharad Pawar had the sympathy wave in their favor in the Lok Sabha elections, and the tables seem to have turned this time around. So in terms of these 2 big political stalwarts in Maharashtra, this mandate, what would it mean for their future career?
Well, you know, I mean, honestly, for me, the biggest shock in Maharashtra is not the poor performance of the Congress, because I really wasn't expecting the Congress to perform well, you know, when challenged by the BJP. For me, the really big story is Sharad Pawar's complete eclipse in these elections. In his home turf of Western Maharashtra, you know, his nephew's party, breakaway party, has done better than him. This, I mean, he has dominated Maharashtra politics for 4 decades. You know, for me, this is, and he had said this is his last election. So it's his eclipse, and maybe the eclipse of the NCP, because I really don't know who can take his legacy forward now that, you know, Ajit Pawar seems to be in the driver's seat as far as NCP is concerned. So, yeah, I mean, this is the most shocking story. And, you know, it's also very... it'll have an impact on the India alliance, because, you know, Sharad Pawar was a major strategist for India through the Lok Sabha polls. Now with his eclipse and his failing health and his age and everything, I mean, they don't really have anybody left anymore to, you know, do a kind of national strategy for them.
Asif Bamla of the BJP also joins us. Asif, when it comes to, Asif, first of all, thank you so much for joining us. Also, congratulations. I was
thank you. It's a good day for us.
Yes, I was looking.
Thank you to all the media people as well for, you know, bearing us at many times of challenges as well. Thank you.
Okay, sir, I was looking at some numbers, but before that, tell me, is Devendra Fadnavis becoming the chief minister, or is it going to be Eknath Shinde?
Well, अभी थोड़ा सा सस्पेंस भी रखना चाहिए ना. सारी बातें आप लोग को अभी बोल देंगे तो क्या फिर आप लोग हमें बुलाना ही बंद कर दोगे. But in all possibilities, it looks like he's on the driving seat. And it's not that he's on the driving seat now. He was always on the driving seat. I mean, if you know, in the last time, in the last time we got the mandate for 5 years. But apparently हमारे पीठ पे खंजर घोंपा गया था और उन्होंने जाकर अपना अलायंस तैयार किया. 2.5 साल all the progress of the state, all the infrastructure projects, all were pushed to the back burner just to show Devendra ji down. And of course, after 2.5 years, when they themselves, being in the ruling, their own people left them and went away. And they preferred to join us not being in power. And when we came in power, we got the trail back. But then again, after that, Lok Sabha came. And after Lok Sabha's victory, they saw no end to themselves. And to an extent that they were so trumpet about the fact, although देखिए क्या झूठ ज़्यादा टिकता नहीं है. आपने संविधान की बात की, वही किताब जिसके अंदर पन्नों में कोई संविधान के बारे में जानकारी नहीं, आप वो दिखाते रहे. मराठा आरक्षण बरगलाते रहे आप. तो ये चीजें जो है उस समय उन्हें बहुत फायदा हुआ. Except that we, in all humility, we accepted our defeat. लेकिन आज वो फिर से मौका आया. और यही नहीं, 2.5 साल में देवेंद्र जी ने वो कहते हैं ना गम खाकर, a man who's been a successful, वो कहते हैं development Fadnavis in his time for 5 years had to go as a deputy chief minister. No, he was not interested to even come into the chair. But the party gave him, and with all the huge numbers that we had, we went and we compromised. No, that was in the interest of the state. और यही लोकसभा के बाद आपने देखा इनके तासुरात क्या हो गए. यही लाडकी बहन योजना जो हमने लाई.
लाडकी बहन योजना, which is being seen as the reason, one of the most important reasons.
Give me 10 seconds on that.
Yes.
That was what passed. तो इतना हुआ रेवड़ियां बांटी जा रही है. अरे नेशनल एक्सचेकर पे इतना प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगा. Where do we get all the money from? और तुरंत you take a U-turn on that and say no. They're giving you 1,500. Now we will give you 3,000 rupees.
Right.
So तब national exchequer पे भार नहीं होगा state exchequer.
Right.
So
Asif ji, valid point there, but देखिए, you know, ये जो लाडकी बहन योजना थी, you know, which is being seen as one of the reasons for your win, उसका जो face था, the face of that was also Eknath Shinde. आपको लगता है कि, you know, the Mahayuti alliance will also remain collective, you know, और सबकी utility जो है will be taken into account when decisions of the government, you know, are being taken, and also उसमें भी you don't have too much time because the government has to be in place by the 26th.
देखिए महायुति की अगर आप बात करें तो you come back again. Sorry, I just got a little airy with the question.
I'm saying that the face
about Eknath Shinde. Yes, of course. We are all together. Eknath ji ho, हम हो. We are not like the Shiv Sena. आपस में उनके ही अगर आप देखो तो परिणीति शिंदे के वहाँ शिव सेना के लोग उनके बैनर फाड़ रहे हैं. तो ये भूमिका हमारे तीनों लाइन में दो भी had lot of differences also, but we never had a situation like that. And let me tell you, लाडकी बहन का संकल्प मध्य प्रदेश से भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एक कामयाब कैंपेन रहा जिसका एंड रीच लोगों को रहना जरूरी है. आप स्कीम्स बहुत लाते हो लेकिन it doesn't reach to the end person. If you see, all the Mahilas had a smile on the face when they went to the election. I remember in Bandra Stay when we went for the campaigning of Ashish Shelar ji, महिलाएं कहती थी अबे आप क्यों आ रहे हो हमारे दरवाजे पे? आपने अपना काम कर दिया, अब हमें अपना काम करने दीजिए. हम आपको दिखलाएंगे और आज उन्होंने चमत्कार दिखाया. You know that's why it's women's first, and I'm happy that you are interviewing us and you are there on heading this debate also. So this is the Ladki Behan charm and the charisma that was well crafted. And not only that, we also understood the mood on the ground. You know, we didn't live in the denial, which of course Mahavikas Aghadi lived in, like a Sanjay Raut coming in the morning and blabbering, you know, from all the worst thing. We said, हमें तो पार्टी से भी आदेश दिया गया था कि भाई as a spokesperson आपने संयमता बरतनी चाहिए. आपने ये नहीं कहना कि कौन सीएम बनेगा. That's all. हमें महाराष्ट्र चाहिए. महाराष्ट्र की प्रगति और उन्नति चाहिए. सीएम अभी जो भी हो वो आला कमान और पार्लियामेंट्री वोट तय करे.
Right. You wanted to come in at the point?
सर ये बताइए, चीफ मिनिस्टर के नाम पे सस्पेंस रखा जाए आपको जब होगा सुविधा, लेकिन ये अरेंजमेंट है कि एक चीफ मिनिस्टर और दो डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर, ये अरेंजमेंट रहेगा इस बार मैंडेट एकदम से इस मैंडेट के बाद?
देखिए आज का दिन तो बहुत ही खुशी का दिन है, तो हम बड़े खुश मिजाज हैं और आगे क्या होगा वो कोई इतना अहमियत रखेगा जरूर कल के बाद. लेकिन आज तो मैं स्वयं पार्टी ऑफिस जा रहा हूँ 4 बजे. देवेंद्र जी आ रहे हैं वहाँ, तो बड़ा जोश व खरोश और जोश व उल्लास से हम आज के दिन को, क्योंकि मेहनत भी इतनी लगी हम सबकी. देखिए हमने जो है वो कहते हैं ना, जब हम हारते हैं तो हम इंट्रोस्पेक्शन करते हैं. लोकसभा में हमारी जो हार थी उसका हमें बड़ा खेद और दुख रहा, और हमने यातायात उस पर हर दिन काम किया. और देखिए आप युवा हो, महिला हो, अपना किसान हो, लाभार्थी हो, सबको हमने साथ लेकर चलने का एक प्रण लिया कि नहीं, ऐसा कोई we didn't leave any stone unturned to reach to a magic figure.
Absolutely, Asif Bamla ji, thank you so much for joining us.
That is the blessings that the blessings that Maharashtra, my Ladki Behna and all of us given us in the form of coming back to power. Thank you.
Yes.
Right, that was Asif Bamla there of the BJP, of course. Let's also turn our focus to one of the states which saw very crucial bypolls taking place, and that is, of course, the state of Uttar Pradesh, in which the BJP seems to have stolen a march ahead of the Samajwadi Party. And I have my colleague Ranbir, who is standing by to give us the latest. So, Ranbir, it's the BJP which is leading in in most of the 9 constituencies which had in fact had the bypolls earlier this week. Yes.
BJP is leading on 7 seats out of 9, and 2 Samajwadi Party is winning 2, Karhal and Sisamawa of Kanpur. So the ratio between BJP and Samajwadi Party is 7:2, and that ratio is expected because exit poll says that the situation is that BJP can win 6 to 7 seats, and today after the trends we can say that BJP is in condition to win at least 7 seats out of 9. So it's a setback for Samajwadi Party because in 2022 Samajwadi Party won 4 out of these 9 seats, and this time it shrinks to 2. So the number, one is Karhal, from where Akhilesh Yadav was MLA in 2022, but now it's time for Tej Pratap Yadav, who is winning from Karhal seat, and another one is Sisamawa of Kanpur, where Naseem Solanki, she has almost won that seat by around 8,500 votes. And rest of the 7 seats, including Ghaziabad, Khair, Kundarki. And the most interesting one is Kundarki because at least 65% voters are Muslim community, and BJP is winning that seat by at least margin of more than 90,000. So that is very interesting seat. And if we talk about Majhwa, if we talk about Katehri, if we talk about Phulpur, all these seats, BJP is in a condition to win these seats. So the ratio between BJP and Samajwadi Party is 7:2, and that's a setback for obviously for Samajwadi Party.
So the bypolls of UP being seen as a semi-finals before the 2027 assembly polls, also seen as a test of the sentiment that existed in UP, where the BJP faced a setback in 2024 Lok Sabha elections, to know if that sentiment actually existed, because that's when Sapa Samajwadi Party got 39 seats, reducing the BJP to 31 seats, so clearly 27 seats. So clearly this was an important set of elections. Also in Maharashtra, like we know, while the BJP and the Mahayuti focused a lot on micromanagement, there was also a trend. There were also many leaders, top leaders, addressing public rallies in various parts of the states, very strategically designed program in which what we understand is that the Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed around
11 rallies, and
in which the strike rate has been 82, which is where the Mahayuti has won about 9 out of 11 seats that he addressed, and so the strike rate is around 82%. For Rahul Gandhi, he addressed around 7 rallies in which the Maha Vikas Aghadi has won 1 seat, which means the strike rate is around 14%.
Right. And let's also take a look at other leaders there. JP Nadda there's 3 out of 3, which means in all the areas that he campaigned, BJP has in fact won all the 3 seats where JP Nadda campaigned, the BJP president there. Also, let's take a look at Amit Shah's strike rate, 93%, which means out of the 15 seats, the regions that Amit Shah campaigned, BJP has managed to win 14 out of those 15 seats.
And Amit Shah was the BJP leader who addressed the maximum rallies because he had taken this as a personal project for himself, both Haryana and Maharashtra.
Yeah, let's shift focus away from the BJP leaders. If we look at the MVA and its performance in Maharashtra, Priyanka Gandhi, out of the 5 seats, the regions where Priyanka Gandhi had in fact campaigned, Congress has managed to win 2 out of those 5 seats, the strike rate of 40%.
In fact, her last rally was in Vidarbha, which is where the Congress has performed the worst. Ajit Pawar, Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, he addressed around 36 rallies. In fact, that was, credited to him because he visited apparently every village in the sugar belt bastions, and that the strike rate has come to 67%. In some ways, also responsible to the 31 seats that his party is leading out of the 41 direct contest with his uncle's party.
That's right. So interesting data there. Also, let's take a look at Uddhav. Right, we'll have to cut across live now to Uttar Pradesh, where Dimple Yadav is speaking.
ज़्यादा कह नहीं पाऊंगी। अभी हम सफाई में हैं, करहल में जिस तरह से शुरू से ही बढ़त बनाए हुए थे, क्या लगता है कि क्योंकि 27 का एक तरीके से सेमीफाइनल इस तरह से माना जा रहा है कि आगे देखा जाएगा।
नहीं, अच्छा है क्योंकि जहां यहाँ पे प्रशासन ने और जहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोगों को खुली छूट दी गई कि मतदान के दिन वो घूमें, और बाहर से भी दूसरी विधानसभा से भी लोग आके गाड़ियों में यहाँ घूम रहे थे, और जहाँ 3 या 4 गाड़ी चलने की अनुमति होती है वहाँ पे 10-10 गाड़ियाँ लेके लोग चल रहे थे, और जिस प्रकार से पूरा माहौल रहा उसके बावजूद भी समाजवादी पार्टी का जो परफॉर्मेंस रहा है वो सही रहा है।
लगता है अभी और सीटें आ सकती हैं, कई राउंड बाकी हैं।
हाँ, मैं समझती हूँ कि हम लोग अनुमान लगा रहे हैं कि 4 सीटों पे हम लोग अभी भी जीत सकते हैं।
थैंक यू
सो मच।
Right, so
Dimple Yadav there alleging that the BJP had a free hand. In fact, also suggesting that it's the UP police's role that was instrumental in BJP actually leading in 7 out of 9 seats. Remember, 5 of those seats were won by the Samajwadi Party earlier. Those are details about the bypolls that were held across the country. But of course, all eyes are on Maharashtra and Jharkhand, even as Mahayuti in Maharashtra is all poised for a comfortable victory. A sweep, never seen sweep before in the state of Maharashtra, even as Hemant Soren is all likely to come back as the Chief Minister of Jharkhand.
Right, and at this moment we'll head into a short break, but Ankit Tyagi coming up on the other side. Stay tuned.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to a national party. Is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options?
Hello and welcome to NDTV, our continuous coverage of the last election result day of 2024. And how has this day turned out to be? A massive landslide, something that we have not seen in Maharashtra probably since 1995. The kind of victory that the BJP-led Mahayuti alliance is enjoying at this moment, and all those doles and the lovely dance moves that you are seeing on your screens are the BJP and Shinde Sena Shinde supporters celebrating the massive victory. It's not, in fact, ladies and gentlemen, something that you call a wave. It's an absolute tsunami that has hit Maharashtra in favor of the BJP and the Mahayuti at this moment. The MVA, the opposition alliance, relegated to just 55 seats. On the other hand, some good news coming in there for the India alliance from Jharkhand, where Hemant Soren is making a comeback in the state. We'll get you all the details. I'm Ankit Tyagi. Let's quickly take a look at the headlines. Mahayuti landslide in Maharashtra. Saffron surge drowns Mahavikas Aghadi. Celebrations erupt as the NDA camp is all set to sweep the elections in the significant state of Maharashtra. BJP's best ever show with a phenomenal strike rate. 124 leads out of 149. The BJP contested Devendra Fadnavis, the ultimate comeback man, now has his eyes all set to become the Chief Minister of Maharashtra for the third time. Big victory for the India bloc in Jharkhand as voters reject NDA's infiltrators campaign. Hemant Soren defies anti-incumbency, set to win another term in the state. It will be the third Gandhi in the parliament with the victory of Priyanka Gandhi Vadra at the Wayanad bypoll. Stunning debut for Priyanka Gandhi, surpasses Rahul Gandhi's victory margin. TMC's massive sweep in first bypolls after RG Kar case. TMC wins 3 seats and leads in the other 3 in the state of West Bengal. Yogi Adityanath firmly in lead in Uttar Pradesh, leads 6 seats out of 9 in Punjab. The ruling Aam Aadmi Party is leading on 3 and the Congress on 1. Ladies and gentlemen, the most significant state of Maharashtra has fallen to the BJP. The incumbents are coming back, and with this, a lot of questions that were being asked about who's the real Shinde Sena, who's the real NCP, probably these elections have answered those questions. But what a turnaround has this been in the state of Maharashtra in just 5 months, from 2024 Lok Sabha election, where the BJP was stunned by the margin of the victory of the opposition alliance and possibly went back to the drawing board. And then, of course, the Ladki Behan Yojana coming in and making sure that the Bharatiya Janata Party is home in style, romping home in style, with Devendra Fadnavis now, in fact, eyeing a third term as the Chief Minister. I mean, these visuals are of celebrations across, in fact, in the state of Maharashtra, where the BJP has won, even in areas where the Bharatiya Janata Party traditionally found itself on a weaker wicket. Marathwada, Vidarbha, the Bharatiya Janata Party, which was absolutely clean bowled in the 2024 elections of Lok Sabha, has made a stunning comeback. And one of the big winners is the man of the moment at this moment, the man that you see on your screens, Eknath Shinde, the, in fact, Chief Minister. He has won and possibly has answered a lot of questions about his legitimacy and his claim as far as the Shiv Sena is concerned. Let me very quickly go across to my colleague Radhika, who is joining us at this moment. There is, we'll also talk about the bypolls and also the state of Jharkhand. The solace there coming in for the India Alliance in the state of Jharkhand, where Hemant Soren is making a comeback. Prabhakar is joining us from there. Radhika, coming to you. Celebrations have just begun. It is going to be a long day of celebrations for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Okay, I'm not able to hear your question, but I can show you the scenes around. It is very, very loud here, but certainly celebratory. In fact, celebrations are peaking outside BJP office. As you can see, doors and drums. People are dancing all around. There is saffron wave throughout outside the BJP office here. Top leaders have already started coming in. They are inside holding meetings. After some time, we'll see Devendra Fadnavis also holding a press conference. We know for a fact that at Varsha, there is going to be a joint press conference of Chief Minister Eknath Shinde as well as Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar, post which celebrations will turn to BJP office here, and multiple activities, celebrations, firecrackers, saffron flag, BJP flag all around. And we've been, speaking to several of the Karyakartas here. Of course, they are ecstatic. Several candidates, leaders have already started coming here. Winning candidates will also be felicitated in a bit. I have some women Karyakartas here. Ma'am, aap bataiye. आप बताइए विक्ट्री के बारे में, इतना एक्सपेक्ट किया था ऐसे मार्जिन विक्ट्री?
हम लोगों ने तो एक्सपेक्ट किया था, हमें पता था कि लाड़की बहना हमें साथ देगी और ज़रूर साथ देगी।
लाड़की बहन योजना ने बहुत अच्छा काम किया है और हम आगे भी सपोर्ट करेंगे उनको, इसलिए हमें उन्होंने सपोर्ट किया है इस वक्त।
क्या फैक्टर्स, व्हाट फैक्टर्स वर्क फॉर बीजेपी?
बटेंगे तो कटेंगे मुद्दा और लाड़की बहन दोनों ने कमाल कर दिया है।
बटेंगे तो कटेंगे campaign as well as लाड़की बहन, that's what has worked for the BJP, is what these karyakarta are telling us. But you know, a lot of factors did work. We know for a fact that post Lok Sabha defeat, BJP had been very careful in terms of projecting itself as a party, in terms of projecting itself as a coalition, alliance in itself. We saw all kinds of schemes being launched, not just Ladki Behan, but multiple other schemes for youth, farmers, senior citizens, and then of course the campaigns such as Ek Hai To Safe Hai and so on. Besides that, the development projects, we know for a fact that over the last 6 months especially, there have been multiple infrastructure development projects in Thane, Konkan, especially in Mumbai, be it the coastal road, be it metro. So all that has in a way contributed. Even when we spoke to voters, they just had to speak about the infrastructure development project that has made their lives easy. And of course, Ladki Behan, that has changed the lives of lakhs and lakhs of women, especially in rural parts of Maharashtra. I'm not able to hear you clearly at all. It's very, very loud here. But in a bit from now, all the top leaders of the BJP and, of course, leaders from Mahayuti will be descending to address the media, to celebrate along with winning candidates. And that will happen in just a bit. Of course, this is a landslide victory, no doubt, as far as Mahayuti is concerned. Unprecedented and something that even the BJP or even the Mahayuti did not expect.
Absolutely, it's beyond expectations of many. The margin of this victory, 227 place 56 of the Maha Vikas Aghadi for the Mahayuti. All the components of this alliance firing all cylinders with the BJP, of course, over 127 leads that they have at this moment. But for a moment, ladies and gentlemen, let's just take a breather from Maharashtra, and where of course overwhelming emotions for the winners and the losers. But let's just take a look at Jharkhand as well. That's the other big state, the last, as I said, of the 2024 election results. And Jharkhand also, the incumbent is making a comeback. Here also, what we are seeing out of 81, 55. By no means, I mean, of course, both the states in geography, in the strength of their assembly are different, but make no mistake, out of 81, if you are getting 55, this alliance is also winning big. Prabhakar, massive victory there for Hemant Soren-led alliance, and Hemant Soren firmly puts himself in the driving seat. He is, make no mistake about the fact, the biggest tribal leader in this country at this moment. All the sympathy, along with the Maya Saman Yojana, seem to have working for Hemant Soren.
Yeah, indeed he is. Indeed, he is one of the tallest tribal leaders, and especially after this victory, he becomes one. He becomes even taller. And remember, he has created a political history of his sort, because this is the first time an incumbent government is coming back to power. This is the Chief Minister house. He is the man of the moment. The man himself is parked there. He's parked with the family, and we are just waiting for him to walk out maybe a few hours from now. He's actually waiting for the scores to settle down, and then probably he will be coming face to face with the media. Now, the reasons what actually worked for him on the ground, because we were speculating for last 1 month regarding the Bangladeshi illegal immigration issue, which the BJP was raising time and again. Batoge to Katoge was the narrative by BJP on ground. But whether these things were working for BJP on the ground, we were speculating about it. Now it is clear that it did not work for BJP. BJP was not able to A, dent into the tribal vote bank, B, it was the woman factor which worked in favor of JMM, because they had floated a scheme called Maya Saman Yojana, where the women folks were given 1,000 rupees monthly stipend, and JMM has promised that stipend would be increased to 2,500 rupees if they are voted back to power, and now they are voted back to power. And most importantly, what the JMM cadres feel on the ground, and even BJP leaders used to concede, that sending Hemant Soren into prison on a corruption charge was a bad decision actually, because that backfired. He was a tribal leader, he was a chief minister, he was an elected chief minister, and BJP people believe the message to the tribals were that this was BJP which was victimizing him and he was sent behind bars. So the BJP was not able to tolerate even one tribal chief minister in the country.
And even in the very important Santa Kolan area, where even for Champai Soren, who defected from the JMM, went to the NDA. Even in that point of time, he has not been able to create any impact for the Bharatiya Janata Party. I mean, it just seems that the tribals have formally gone with Hemant Soren. They have accepted him as the leader. Even the defectors have not been able to work for the NDA here.
Not really, because Champai Soren, remember, is a localized factor, because we know about him, we talk about him because he became the chief minister here. Otherwise, Champai Soren basically is a leader in the Kolhan region. Now, talking about tribals, see, it's the Shibu Soren who is the tallest tribal leader out here. And remember, Jharkhand is one state where if tribals don't vote for you, you can't ever actually dream of coming to the power. So Shibu Soren is the man actually, and the baton has been handed over to Hemant Soren. Hemant Soren has successfully taken over the baton. So now the Soren family, I would say, is the tallest leader as far as the tribals are concerned, and they still associate themselves with the Soren family, and that has this time again been proven on the ground. Yeah.
Thank you, Prabhakar, for joining us with all those details. What a day has this been. It seems for the opposition alliance, 55 is the magic number. Whether they are winning or losing in Maharashtra, they are at 55, and they are losing in Jharkhand, it's 55, where they are winning at this moment. So they are stuck with 55 on this election day. Prabhakar, thanks for joining us. Let me very quickly get a word in from Sam Daniel as well. Sam has been keeping a close eye on Wayanad. Wayanad, Sam, in many ways was a given result. I mean, it was expected that Priyanka Gandhi is going to win, but the margin was something that people were talking about. Massive victory for Priyanka Gandhi, and probably Wayanad is the only place where the Congress put in all their energies more than even Maharashtra or Jharkhand, and the result is there for us to see.
That's right, Chanket. Her victory was a kind of a foregone conclusion, but the margin speaks volumes in terms of the kind of springboard this mandate has given Priyanka, who's making her electoral debut in politics this time. And she has exceeded the margin of Rahul Gandhi. As we speak, she is nearly 6 lakh. She's leading with the margin of nearly 6 lakh votes. The second and third, the UDF and the LDF candidates, the NDA candidates are at a distant second and third with 1.95 lakhs and little over a lakh in the case of the NDA candidate. And the Congress is quite ecstatic about this, and they look at it in a different way. They say, while another Gandhi family member has now been elected from the south after Rahul Gandhi moved to Raebareli, this would also, they say, catapult Priyanka Gandhi to be a strong woman voice for the Congress in the parliament. They say she'll be articulate both in Hindi and English, and she'll be a good bet to take on the BJP, as they say. Many Congress leaders also look as a slice of Indira Gandhi in Priyanka Gandhi, and that way they say, besides her performance and tackling of the issues in the parliament, they hope she would also be able to spend considerable time working on the organizational challenges of the Congress. They look at Rahul Gandhi as a kind of a mass leader who likes traveling across the country and emerging as a people's leader, listening to people, understanding their problems. And they look at Priyanka with the strength to fix the organizational challenges of the Congress in a bid to strengthen the party and take on the BJP in a more effective way. And they hope she'll spend more time working with the AICC leaders and taking on the challenges. But as an MP of Wayanad, the larger challenge could be also to spend enough quality time as an MP in Wayanad, as the criticism against her during the campaign by both the BJP and the left was that she could be an outsider. She is an outsider, she could continue to be an outsider, and she could abandon the constitution. So she has to disprove that and live up to this mandate she has won. So that's a big challenge for her. But certainly for the Congress, which lost Maharashtra, here is something big to be happy about.
Some solace for the Congress party, and more they are consolidating in South, whereas in North India and West India, now we are seeing a complete decimation of the Congress party. Gurpreet China also joins us. We'll talk about Punjab in just a short while. Gurpreet, just give me a moment. Let me introduce my guest. Sajjan Kumar is joining us at this moment. He's a political analyst. Mr. Brij Mohan Shrivastava, National General Secretary of the NCP. Ajit Pawar faction is also with us. Subhashini Yadav, spokesperson of the Congress party, is with us at this moment also. Thank you. Mayank ji is also with us at this moment, our in-house political expert. Mayank ji, the Congress party, like I said, more and more relegated just to the south of India.
South or Wayanad?
South. Also, like, right now, Telangana and Karnataka is with them. They've won all the 3 bypolls in Karnataka. But the fact remains, if you look at and analyze the numbers like you have been doing, even in terms of the vote percentage, this is warning bells for the Congress party after Hindi heartland states in Maharashtra as well. Maharashtra, though the Congress has not been able to perform like they used to at one point of time in their dominance of the 80s, but even then, the Congress party had pockets of massive influence. They have been decimated in those pockets as well.
And we have discussed this before, and not in the studio and outside of it. Case of misplaced priority, and we have discussed this. Congress party gave everything in Wayanad and left everything else. See, in Jharkhand, all big leaders of Congress put together held 11 rallies. And I think they held very few rallies in Maharashtra also.
Yes.
And we had discussed this. What is Congress's priority? See, Maharashtra is one state where Congress has always been very strong. Even till late as 2024 Lok Sabha election, they had 16% vote share, despite contesting fewer number of seats. But now they are reduced to just 10% vote. Just 10%, which is less than all 5 major parties. Less than BJP, less than both the factions of NCP.
So of the 6 major parties, Congress has number 6
share
right now.
Yeah, in terms of vote share. Even though Congress contested more than 100 seats. So this is stunning reversal for stunning rejection of the Congress.
Would you attribute that largely to the way the performance of the Mahavikas Aghadi has been, the Congress party not being...
Congress has pulled everybody down. Congress has let its allies down. Maharashtra is rejection of Congress. It has never happened before. Maharashtra is rejection, and because of negativity around Congress, everybody else failed.
Let me just to ponder on this point further. Subhashini ji, Rahul Gandhi, like Mayank ji was making a point. Rahul Gandhi held 8 rallies in the state of Maharashtra. Was an important state. After Haryana, people were thinking that there will be a renewed Congress which will try and pull its weight as far as Maharashtra is concerned. 8 rallies, 2 of them were closed-door Samvidhan Sabhas. Has the Congress party, in fact, relied too much upon the narrative that they had 5 months back in the Lok Sabha election, not been able to reinvent itself, and the BJP has learned from what happened in 2024 Lok Sabha and has completely decimated the Congress party? The situation is that none of the opposition would not even have a leader of opposition in the Assembly of Maharashtra.
Certainly, we are a bit disappointed with the results which has come out in Maharashtra. This is not we were expecting. Why? Because as you just mentioned, there were a lot of rallies, programs, and I myself was there during the Samvidhan Sammelans. I am one of the organizers for them. We got the support of the people. And it was a narrative set by BJP that they will be changing the constitution. And their leaders used to say during the general election, and they themselves took this back, and they took their Nara back, Ab ki baar 400 par. It was the reason why, because there was a threat to constitution. Our leader, Rahul Gandhi ji, is adamant to safeguard the constitution, and he has taken this promise that whether his life is there or not, but he will be protecting the constitution. It's not about how it has worked amongst the people in Maharashtra or anywhere else. It's about when we were on the ground, people supported us. They were organic people who attended our programs. We did not manage anything like how we saw a few days ago. the people of Maharashtra, BJP Maharashtra leaders were distributing money. So we were not managing things, we were fighting on the ground. Now whatever the results have come, with due respect, we accept this and we are disappointed. We will get back to the drawing board and we will check whether where we have not fulfilled the gaps, and we will again come back.
Your own supporters,
definitely
even
this
for
is
your own
disappointing,
supporters, your
but,
party cadre,
not every...
after Haryana, much more would have been expected from the Congress party. I mean, you are saying, all those factors, money and all. People have answered that. People have answered those questions. Is it time for the Congress party just not to go back to the drawing board, but also to think how they want to lead, the kind of issues they want to pick up?
I would like to intercept in this, that it is not like that it has not worked. You never know what changed the tide. Your media channels were showing that we are winning Haryana. Till last minute. The media channels were showing till yesterday we were neck to neck. We also rely on the surveys, the same survey which you conduct amongst the people. The party also rely on those surveys.
But
whatever
the elections are not fought in the television studios, they are fought on the ground. At this moment, it seems that on the ground, the people of Maharashtra has completely rejected you. I'm just going to come back to you.
I gave my view on that.
I agree with you.
I gave my view on that.
We
fought the elections on the ground. We went to the people, and the people, wherever we went, people were supporting us. People said that we are going to change this government. If something has happened, of course, we will sit and look into this. I am accepting the defeat. I am not saying that we are not accepting
that Maharashtra has not seen in a very, very long time.
Absolutely.
Gurpreet, our colleague, is also joining us. Maria joins me at this moment as well. Gurpreet, very quickly, a word on Punjab. Aam Aadmi Party leading on 3, Congress on 1. There also the incumbent, and it was also a prestige battle for Bhagwant Mann. A lot of questions were asked about his leadership. For the Aam Aadmi Party, this will be, and especially for the Chief Minister, some sort of vindication, isn't it?
Well, yes, of course, in Punjab, we have seen crucial 4 bypolls are happening. And if we can talk about Aam Aadmi Party, in 2 bypolls, they have already been won the election. And now in the 3rd election from where we are reporting at this point of time, showing these visuals from the Vidarbha, where we can see that a huge number of the supporters from Aam Aadmi Party, they have already been reached here. And we are joining us, son of Dimpy Dhillon, who is the candidate from Aam Aadmi Party, who is winning at this point of time. How do you see this victory in Vidarbha? Because before that, we have seen Congress bastion here, and before the Congress, it was the Akali bastion here. So no Aam Aadmi Party is able to make base here. How do you see this victory?
First of all, I would like to thank the people of Vidarbha who have made us win today in a huge margin, with a huge margin. And the people who call themselves like the upcoming CM, like our opposition of Congress, he used to call himself the upcoming CM.
You are talking about the Congress chief, Amrinder Singh Raja?
Yeah. In his own mind, he was the upcoming CM. But now that wishes are gone. So I would just like to say this.
Your Dadiji has also made an appeal to the people of this constituency, and that was very emotional appeal when she was talking to her. Do you think that has also worked in the emotions of this election?
For sure, my grandmother was very emotional in this election because for the last 2 times, we were defeated, and she was very emotional when she campaigned in the city. But finally, God has listened to us today, and it's a very blissful day, and yeah.
So thank you so much for talking to NDTV. So once I'll request my video to just show all these visuals from the ground, what is happening at this point of time. We can see huge number of Aam Aadmi supporters. They have already started celebrating the victory from Vidarbha, and somewhere down the lane, what we have learned, Aam Aadmi Party says it seems the people had again given mandate, because out of 4 bypolls, 3 of bypolls, Aam Aadmi Party is able to win from the various constituencies, and 1 Barnala seat.
Right.
Yes, we are shifting focus now from Punjab to Maharashtra, and we have a newsmaker joining us. Naresh Arora was the strategist of Ajit Pawar. Mr. Arora, congratulations on what will be seen as an election which has settled the NCP debate. Which way is NCP heading? It is Ajit Pawar who will be carrying forward the mantle of the party.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you so much. I don't know about that settlement because the elections do keep coming back in circles. But yes, for now, this round has gone to the Ajit Pawar faction.
Naresh, hi Ankit this side. I just wanted to ask you, remember one interview I read about, I was seeing somewhere, and you said it is a change, Ajit Pawar. In 5 months, whatever happened in Lok Sabha, forget that. It's a change, Ajit Pawar. I have taught him how to smile. He's smiling more little these days, and pink is going to work. So the Ladki Behna, pink and Ajit Pawar, finally your strategy coming through.
First of all, Ankit, thank you for noticing the interviews I have given, but I have never said that I have made him smile. It's just that he has not been visibly smiling. So this time round, he was visibly smiling. He could be seen around smiling. And regarding the color pink, of course, we were wanting that NCP needs to have a distinct identity apart from this, the blurring clutter of the colors that they are already there with the 6 parties in Maharashtra. So they needed to stand out. And with the Ladki Behan Yojana coming in, the kind of scheme that it was connecting with the women household and women folk force, so it was required something that which could give them a presence for which they could just feel that there is a happiness in their camp rather than the gloom of the Lok Sabha results.
But Naresh, the question here is that in terms of strike rate, of course, the NCP within the Mahayuti is done really well, and it would be seen as cohesive, fight where all the 3 alliance partners came all guns blazing. I mean, all the cylinders firing here. What do you think changed in the last 5 months? From a party which received a debilitating blow at the hands of Sharad Pawar to now, where the strike rate of NCP, Ajit Pawar is much better, much better than NCP Sharad Pawar. Over 60%. Over 60%.
Yeah, of course, Maria, they are going to be nearing 70%. There are a couple of seats which we are on very tight trail at the moment, but I think they'll also come through. So we'll be touching some 40 seats. Regarding the changes in the 5 months, what I would say is that the first was a realization that they need to pull up their socks. Because till now, I think the way NCP functions for the last 25 years, they have been winning in their own bastions, and there has never been a requirement for them to work as a party. So another thing was that Mr. Sharad Pawar used to play the role of that vote getter. He was the one who used to be the public face, and Mr. Ajit Pawar was the one who was running the administration. And he runs the administration so efficiently that even his critics approve of his administrative skills. And if you talk to any bureaucratic setup, they will also have the same words for him. So Mr. Ajit Pawar was to realize that his role has changed now. He needs to function as a party president and not just as a deputy chief minister. He enjoys the role of being an administrator very much, but he had to come out of his comfort zone, which he did. And another thing which people have not been knowing about it, that Mr. Ajit Pawar is a very hardworking politician who gets up at 5 o'clock, starts meeting people at 6 o'clock, but has never been doing it in a way that people would be seeing it that, okay, fine, this is one mass leader. So once he realized that there is a change of role required, and he came into his own, the Jan Saman Yatra, the adoring of the pink color, and of course the big smile, which is now, again, I think the bigger one has been pasted on his face today after the results. But these all things work together, and then there was the concentrated approach towards the number of seats to contest, because generally the jostling and the tug of war amongst the alliance partners always that who will get more seats to contest. So my role here was the first thing that they should be contesting the seats which are in winning distance, where we have a winning shot, because the numbers today are going to matter, not the numbers on the day the tickets were announced. Once that was clear, then the candidates were worked upon, the right candidate selection happened. He did give in to, he had to give up, in fact, sorry, I should say that he gave up a couple of candidates with whom he had emotions attached, because he could see that they might not be able to make through. Right. So some tough decisions on the course, hard work which he showed on the ground, and it motivated his candidates as well, because when the Lok Sabha results were out, I remember my conversations with the MLAs that how were they feeling at that point in time. And 4 months down the line, once the elections were announced for Vidhan Sabha, the mood was completely different. And confidence is a big thing in politics that how you think that how are you going to make it or you're not going to make it. There are certain candidates who are not even willing to contest at one point in time, and now today they are winning by 28 or 30,000 votes. So this is the kind of confidence that came back. The party worked unitedly. The presence was felt. The campaign was, by all accounts, I would say, on a positive note.
More or less,
and
of course,
one
when
major
a lot
change
of factors
from Lok
all
Sabha.
coming together to
Yes.
make that kind of victory. But Naresh, very interestingly, like you were saying, how in 5 months, you've been able to bounce back, recreate the whole image and the way things were functioning. But can I ask you, because interestingly, you worked at some point of time with the Congress party as well. Where did the Congress party and the opposition fail? Were they not able to answer the narratives that you and the Mahayuti was able to create?
And was it them holding on to an old narrative? I mean, Constitution khatre mein hai, may have worked in the Lok Sabha, but how does it work in a state election? That narrative of caste census, it may have worked in the Lok Sabha, it did not work this time around. Or do you think their strategy was wrong from the word go? Or there was too much of confidence, I mean overconfidence as we keep talking about, or complacency?
I should not be commenting on their strategy now that I'm not working with them, but because this question has been asked and I am on the opposite side, what I see is that they were complacent to start with. After the Lok Sabha, they thought it was a done deal. And based on that, I could see that in the last 5 months, the playground was left open for the youth players to have a field day. And Congress or their alliance partners came to the playground very late in the game. By then, I think the match was already over. The Ladki Bahin Yojana had penetrated and disseminated in the way that they could not have an answer to it. With the Ladki Bahin Yojana also, they were very confused. Initially, they opposed. Then they said that this will not be coming again. This will be just one installment thing. Then they said that they are doing just for elections. So they were not clear that how to first of all react and then to set their own narrative. And by the time they decided to have their own narrative, there was just 20 or 18 or 20 days to polling, which is very little time for any narrative to come along. And yes, the constitution narrative or other such narratives were not holding ground, especially because the elections are localized. And in our party, we try to localize elections as much as possible with the local manifestos, etc., so that we can see that the narrative is specific to the constituency and the candidate, and not, if anything negative comes around, we can be able to hold our fort.
So are you giving, many are saying that one singular factor which dominated this election and is responsible for this kind of landslide for the Mahayuti is Ladki Bahin. And the fact that there was DBT, direct benefit, which happened to most of these women across Maharashtra. So they had tried that party, and that is the reason why they went ahead with it. How much of Ladki Bahin was the factor in this election for this kind of victory, Mr. Arora?
Oh, definitely. Ladki Bahin is the clear runaway winner. And I think if opposition, what they tried to do with Ladki Bahin was something they should have considered, that they have been implementing such kind of guarantees or schemes in their own states as well. So to criticize them, they should have thought about it twice. Because if the schemes are getting implemented and there are electoral benefits or political dividends that the party is reaping, they should have thought twice before criticizing it. First they said that it is going to be withdrawn, then they said this is buying of votes, then they said there are multiple installments not going to come in. And credit to Mr. Ajit Pawar and the UT partners that they were able to disburse 5 installments of it, which lent credibility that this scheme is there to stay, number one. Number two, with the Ladki Bahin Yojana, the schemes don't win elections on their own, and the governments don't win elections. It is the parties who take those schemes to the voters, and in a cluttered political space as cluttered as Maharashtra with 6 symbols on display, it was very difficult, I can tell you, for the ladies to understand that which symbol they need to press, because they were going to vote for Ladki Bahin Yojana, that was a given. But which symbol to go and press, for that the credit should be given to all political parties of the alliance, that they were able to convey to the voters.
I think that's the central pivot around which a lot of other strategies also came through, you know, the micromanagement, as Mr. Arora was also telling us. Thank you so much. Naresh Arora, thank you so much. Congratulations today. You and the party that you're working at this moment, the leader you're working at this moment, are one of the big winners of this election in Maharashtra. Thank you for joining us here on NDTV. You know, Maria, very interesting. Like we were talking about the Ladki Behan Yojana, it almost now has become like some sort of a textbook case for any incumbent government.
And huge recall value. Across Maharashtra, there were huge posters, be it of the BJP, be it of Ajit Pawar's NCP, or of Shiv Sena. Everybody had 1,500 rupees and the party symbol and the faces. Because they understood if the pink voters, the women voters come out in their favor, the X factor are the women voters. Let's not forget, it's the same Maya Samman, which has actually got Hemant Soren that victory, that emphatic victory in Jharkhand.
And Sajjan Kumar, you know, let me bring you in on this. We've seen a jump in the women voters in Maharashtra. We've seen that same in Jharkhand. And just go back, Madhya Pradesh, West Bengal for Mamata Banerjee.
Nitish Kumar Bihar.
Nitish Kumar. Women voter now is
and Prime Minister Modi.
Prime Minister Modi. From 2014, we have seen a concerted effort to cultivate women as a vote bank. Which cuts across religion, which cuts across your caste arithmetic, which cuts across everything, which is paying dividends specifically for the incumbents.
So if you see the shift, what happens that when we analyze it during the elections, we tend to treat voters as either community or as farmers, as women, as youth. What happens that voting is decided at the household level. And in household level, who is the pull factor? Is it going to be the women? Is it going to be some patriarch, male elderly men? So we have seen in the case of Madhya Pradesh, 6 months before the assembly election, there was perceived anti-incumbency and criticism against Shivraj Singh Chauhan. But come closer to the election, not only the women became the pull factor, they also ended up pulling in many of the male households, you know, along. So the same thing happened in the case of Maharashtra, because the extent of victory clearly indicates that women did not just voted more for Mahayuti, but they also influenced the voting behavior within their household of the male members.
Maria has to go, but before Maria leaves, let me ask you this. In a way, this election result, and Subhashini, I'm just coming to you, in a way, this election result once again reinforces the fact that whether it's the 2024 Lok Sabha election was indeed an aberration.
Yes.
And the BJP has the ability to learn and bounce back, something that we are at this moment not seeing in the opposition parties, especially the key opposition party, that is the Congress.
Yes, absolutely. BJP knows how to do course correction because they have the nuts and bolts of party which works on the ground. They get feedback from the ground. These are netas which are not parachuting in and out of Delhi. They believe in issues which will resonate with the janta. And I think welfareism, yes, but that faith that here is Prime Minister Modi at the center and a BJP plus government in Maharashtra, which can ensure double engine. So, you know, across Maharashtra, what was palpable there was, Ankit, stability. Buzzword was stability, a government that will complete 5 years in office. They had this faith that Prime Minister Modi's governance model will ensure that there is infrastructure projects in urban centers, and the concerns, be it of farmers, be it of women, and of various voting blocks are addressed. And what added was Eknath Shinde, almost like a pepper on this cherry on the cake, I would say, where he ensured that the Maratha constituency, because he himself was a Maratha, a Maratha addressed the concerns of the Maratha constituency and completely neutralized that entire talk of the Maratha agitation.
The Marathi Manus that the Shiv Sena stood on, that pillar, has been completely taken off under the feet of Uddhav Thackeray, even in a Worli seat where there is a concentration of a large Marathi-speaking population. Aditya Thackeray is finding it very tough. I mean, last I checked, he was trailing by about 600 votes. I have to take a very quick break. Subhashini ji, I just need a moment from you. Once I come back from this break, okay, she's left. Tough day for the Congress party, but let me say, Jharkhand also, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, Maharashtra, of course, a victory of mammoth proportions. But in an 81-member assembly, Hemant Soren is making a comeback with 56 members at this moment. That's also a huge victory.
But that is also because of Hemant Soren and JMM, not as much as the Congress party.
Sure, but so it also tells you the bigger narrative of 2024 as we end the last result day of 2024. Don't count the regional satraps out yet. It's not all done and dusted. Like after 2024 election, people started saying it's once again going back to the bipolarity. Congress will need to pull up its socks much more before we can once again have that kind of bipolarity in elections of India. Quick break. We are coming back. Stay tuned. Our coverage continues.
हम ये चुनाव विकास के मुद्दे पर लड़ रहे हैं.
Let them come for an open debate with me. I've challenged Eknath Shinde multiple times.
Congress is in the worst situation in this state.
महायुति में भी इससे ज़्यादा dispute है.
Everything is fair in love and politics.
वोट देने वाले ही जिताने वाले हैं ना.
So we worked on 4 options.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond.
Welcome back. The big result day here on NDTV. 2 important state elections ending the election cycle of 2024, Maharashtra and Jharkhand, where Maharashtra and Jharkhand both have given a very clear, emphatic mandate, a tsunami for the Mahayuti in Maharashtra and a fantastic wave for Hemant Soren in Jharkhand as well. 56 seats out of 81 assembly and 230 is where the Mahayuti is sitting. BJP clocking in their best ever performance in the state of Maharashtra. Their strike rate almost touching 80%, if I'm not mistaken, at this moment. Brijmohan Srivastava also joins us, National General Secretary of the NCP, Ajit Pawar. Mr. Srivastava, does this now settle the debate over the nephew and uncle tussle? Who has the real NCP? Now Ajit Pawar can go out and claim NCP is his.
Actually, no need to claim now, because the Election Commission of India already recognized us as a Nationalist Congress party, headed by Ajit Pawarji and headed by the working president Praful Patel Sahab. So it's very loud and clear. But no doubt, this time the peoples have given us mandate, and they have clearly announced that the real NCP is run by the Ajit Dada Pawar. And this election has also given a clear-cut mandate to the Mahayuti leadership that work for Maharashtra and keep all promises, whatever we have done with the peoples, should be work for them to get the result of the promises. And on behalf of through your channel, I want to assure the voter of Maharashtra that whatever they have given us, we are very thankful to them. And humbly we say, want to pay the respect to the voters that they have recognized our leadership for serving the people of Maharashtra.
Srivastava ji, let me ask you this as well. Now, of course, there will be all talks about a government formation. Ajit Dada Pawar always wanted to become the chief minister, still harboring that dream, but has been the perpetual deputy chief minister of Maharashtra. So, chhati baar bhi are we going to see him as the deputy chief minister? Because with these numbers, the bargaining power of both the Shinde Sena and Mr. Ajit Pawar is considerably less with the BJP. Unke khud ke paas 127-128 vidhayak hai. So, your bargaining power is less. Does this mean that Ajit Pawar will settle to a comfortable deputy chief minister, sir, in the new government formation?
Actually, I am not agree with his word bargaining. There is no bargaining. Actually, we are the united force as a Mahayuti party. So we do not bargain each other. Our leadership will decide the total. All our MLAs will decide. They will sit together, and the parliamentary board of all the parties will sit together, and they will decide who is the right person for this time for Maharashtra. Because the selection of chief minister doesn't it is not limited to the number of MLAs. It's the leadership also minutely analyze the political need of the state also. So,
श्रीवास्तव साहब, एक सवाल मैं आपसे और पूछना चाहूँगा. इस रिजल्ट के बाद क्या अजीत पवार जी कोशिश करेंगे शरद पवार जी वे भी साथ में आ जाएं? उनके लिए अभी भी कुछ रास्ते खुले हुए हैं, या फिर उनके जो एमएलएज हैं 12-14 जो एमएलए हैं उनको तोड़कर अपने साथ लेके आने की कोशिश, या उनके लिए रास्ता खुला हुआ है, उनके लिए कम से कम दरवाजा खुला हुआ है अगर शरद पवार जी की पार्टी से कुछ एमएलएज आपकी तरफ आना चाहें तो?
देखिए, मैं एनडीए और महायुति की ओर से एक बात बहुत स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं. कोई भी व्यक्ति जो महाराष्ट्र के विकास के लिए महाराष्ट्र की सरकार के साथ या महायुति की सरकार के साथ काम करना चाहता है, ऐसे किसी भी व्यक्ति का हम लोग स्वागत भी करेंगे, सम्मान भी करेंगे. क्योंकि ये जो जीत हुई है, ये जीत निश्चित रूप से महायुति के नेतृत्व की हुई है, लेकिन हमारा कमिटमेंट पूरे महाराष्ट्र की जनता के लिए है. और इतने बड़े विशाल प्रदेश के लिए हम सब लोगों को मिलजुल कर जब तक हम काम नहीं करेंगे, तब तक हम महाराष्ट्र को देश के सबसे बेहतरीन राज्यों में से एक नहीं बना पाएंगे, जिसको हम लोग जानते हैं. तो अगर कोई भी साथ देना चाहता है, कोई भी काम करना चाहता है हमारे पार्टी प्रोग्राम को लेकर, पर जो सरकार की नीतियां उनके लिए अगर कोई भी समर्थन देगा, तो हम लोग निश्चित रूप से उसको स्वीकार करेंगे.
Okay. Technically, if you look at these numbers, and Sajan, if I may bring you in, the BJP technically, can in fact form the government on its own as well with the help of some independents, because they are at this moment at 130. 55 for Mr. Shinde, and if I'm not mistaken, some 38 or something, 39 for the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP at this moment. So the bargaining power goes less, and B, with this kind of mandate, there is zero doubt that the BJP will have its own chief minister. I mean, it's not going to be allies dictating the terms at all.
Not only that, in fact, it would be very difficult for Eknath Shinde to, insist that he should be the chief minister. He should continue as the chief minister, because the kind of mandate BJP has got. Now see the permutation and combination, just for the, hypothetically. Uddhav comes in, BJP forms the government minus Ajit Pawar, minus Shinde. Ajit Pawar just retains, comes with the BJP, BJP forms the government. BJP manages some independent, and here and there pulls through, it forms the government. So that way BJP has. But the real question is, one, at this point of time, the kind of mandate is there, the kind of social ambience by Jharkhand Patil factors, Sharad Pawar factors, etc., though it has been decimated. But I think BJP would be quite careful at this moment to carry everyone along and try for some internal adjustment, despite the fact that they can go alone at this juncture.
I'm sure. Because the mandate is for the Mahajuti. Of course, the BJP is the biggest component of the Mahajuti. They have performed exceedingly well. Fought 149, have at this moment leading on 130. It's remarkable strike
Remarkable,
rate.
but also do not forget that Ladki Bahan Yojana, if that is the X factor and game changer, then despite the lesser performance, Eknath Shinde has to be credited, because he was the one, not only he was the one who insisted for its implementation, while the report goes that Ajit Pawar was not very keen on that.
Right. One factor is that, but let me also ask you this, larger ramifications or indications of this result, both Jharkhand and of course Maharashtra. Are we back nationally to the 2019 Lok Sabha position. The realization that 99 for the Congress party is only 99, it's not 199 or 272. And for the BJP, the 240 at this moment will at least be weighed over 272 of their own.
Exactly, and decisively, if you see the implications, I mean, it seems as if 2024 Lok Sabha verdict, which was a dashing hope for BJP, was an aberration, because in terms of the narrative wherein Congress had started acting as if it has the mandate to insist on policy direction, certainly has taken a setback after Haryana Assembly election. Then comes Maharashtra. Certainly it is going to further kind of augment the policy direction which the BJP government at the center would like to have. It will also have its implications on the Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu, who would like to have a better pedestal in their respective home state, while at the center they would be giving free hand to the BJP government. Also, it will have the implication on all the leadership transition debate that was taking place as a subtext within the BJP.
Right.
So that way you see, I mean, from everything in terms of the policy direction, Congress is further demoralized, and I think that will be reflected in the parliament session that is about to begin.
Right.
And policy direction will go the BJP's way.
If you leave the southern states, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, of course, they are in government with an alliance, but Karnataka and Telangana, the Congress party still, despite the fillip that they got after the 2024 Lok Sabha election, is finding it extremely tough to take on the BJP on its own, and it's dependent largely on the alliance partners for its performance, whether it's Jammu and Kashmir or now in this case Jharkhand. So the Congress dependence on Jharkhand, their bargaining power with their allies goes further down, with the BJP in fact coming on its own, and its bargaining power even at the center with its allies will significantly rise after these results. Let's very quickly also bring you some reports that our colleagues have sent from various bypolls. Interesting, because these bypolls are also sending out a message, ladies and gentlemen, in those particular states for the ruling alliances. In Punjab bypolls, 4 assembly constituencies, the Aam Aadmi Party is in fact leading on 3. And after the disastrous performance of the Aam Aadmi Party in the Lok Sabha elections, it was a very important election for Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann.
In Vidarbha bypolls, we have seen it was one of the hot seats where there was 3-corner contest, and we have seen Aam Aadmi Party was able to win this seat from the Vidarbha, and it's the mandate from the people of Punjab to Aam Aadmi Party in Vidarbha constituency. We can see these visuals here that how this victory is being celebrated by the supporters of Dimpy Dhillon, Hardeep Singh Dhillon, who had contested election from Aam Aadmi Party. He was earlier contesting from Akali Dal, and here in Vidarbha we have seen high-stake battle was between Aam Aadmi Party, BJP and Congress also. From Congress we have seen that there was a high-stake battle which was going on there. One side we have seen Congress chief Amrinder Singh Rajavading. He was one who was his wife was contesting from here. At the same time, what we have seen from the BJP, the former finance minister, he was contesting from Vidarbha. So as of now, what we are showing from the ground, how this victory is being celebrated by the supporter of Aam Aadmi Party on the dole beats. They are also celebrating this huge victory here in Vidarbha. So as of now, what we can understand, the party was able to maintain its own mandate in the people of Punjab. If we can talk about bypolls which are happening in the state of Punjab, and specifically from Vidarbha, what we have seen, the Aam Aadmi Party is able to make a historic victory from this seat. With Vijay Rajesh Kumar, this is Gupta Singh Chinna.
Okay, let me very quickly take you to Maharashtra, where one of the big winners today, Devendra Fadnavis, the man who could be the next chief minister, is speaking at this moment.
त्या फेक नरेटिव्हच्या विरोधात लढणाऱ्या ज्या वेगवेगळ्या संघटना आहेत राष्ट्रीय विचारांच्या, त्या संघटनांचा विजय आहे. आणि विशेषतः जे मतांचं ध्रुवीकरण करण्याचा प्रयत्न या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये महाविकास आघाडीने केला होता, त्याच्या विरोधात लोकांमध्ये जनजागृती करणारे आमचे विविध पंथांचे जे संत आहेत त्यांचा देखील हा विजय आहे की ज्यांनी महाराष्ट्राला एक ठेवलाय. अशा सगळ्यांचा हा खऱ्या अर्थानं विजय आहे. गावामध्ये, पाड्यामध्ये, तांड्यामध्ये, वाडीमध्ये, वस्त्यांमध्ये सगळीकडे जाऊन ज्यांनी हा अलख जगवला त्यांचा विजय आहे. आणि खऱ्या अर्थानं महाराष्ट्रातले आमचे महायुतीचे जे लाखो कार्यकर्ते आहेत, या कार्यकर्त्यांचा विजय आहे. माननीय मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथराव शिंदेजी, मी, अजितदादा, आमचे रामदास आठवलेजी, आमचे सगळे मित्रपक्ष, आमच्या एकजुटीचा हा विजय आहे. त्याच्यामुळे मला असं वाटतं की प्रचंड मोठा अशा प्रकारचा विजय आज मिळालेला आहे. या निमित्ताने मी निश्चितपणे आमच्या देशाचे गृहमंत्री अमितभाई शहा यांचे देखील मनापासून आभार मानतो की ज्यांनी या ठिकाणी महाराष्ट्रामध्ये येऊन आमच्या कार्यकर्त्यांमध्ये ऊर्जा भरली.
He was here to instill a lot of energy in all our volunteers.
आमचे राजनाथ सिंग जी असतील, नितीन गडकरी जी
Not just him, Rajnath Singh, Nitin Gadkari, all the national leaders
अतिशय चांगल्या प्रकारे मार्गदर्शन केलं.
helped us a lot throughout this process.
या ठिकाणी आमच्या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये पियुषजी असतील, भूपेंद्रजी असतील, आमचे सगळे
Especially Maharashtra, Mr. Bhupendra, Piyush, Goyal sir, all of them were very instrumental in getting all of the volunteers together and helping us win the election.
आम्ही नतमस्तक आहोत. याच्यापेक्षा जास्त आज
I bow down in front of my voters.
अक्षरशः साष्टांग दंडवत महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेला, ज्या महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेने हे प्रेम दिलेलं आहे. आणि मला असं वाटतं की
I bow down to the people of Maharashtra who have showered us with so much of love.
त्या प्रचाराला महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेने आपल्या कृतीतून उत्तर दिलेलं आहे. आणि म्हणून अशा
They
जनतेचा
tried to run a lot of negative campaigning, but the people of Maharashtra gave an answer to them through their action, through the ballot paper.
की आम्ही आधुनिक अभिमन्यू आहोत, आम्ही चक्रव्यूह तोडून दाखवू. तो चक्रव्यूह तुटलेला आहे. आणि
They tried to put in a Chakravyuh for us, but we are the modern Abhimanyu. We know how to break the Chakravyuh.
आज महाराष्ट्र में महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने जो अप्रत्याशित इस प्रकार की जीत हमको दी है, इससे ये बात पूरी तरीके से स्थापित होती है कि महाराष्ट्र ये प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के पीछे है. और मोदी जी ने जो नारा दिया था, एक है तो सेफ है, इस नारे को यथार्थ में लाते हुए महाराष्ट्र के सभी समाज के सभी लोगों ने एकता दिखाते हुए महाराष्ट्र में मतदान किया है. और इसके कारण ये इतनी अच्छी जीत हमको मिली है. मैं विशेष रूप से हमारे लाडली बहनों का, लाडले भाइयों का, लाडले किसानों का, सभी का बहुत आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूँ. लाडली बहनों ने तो बहुत आशीर्वाद हमको दिया है, जिसके कारण हम लोग निश्चित रूप से एक अच्छा विजय यहाँ पर संपन्न कर पाए. इसके साथ साथ लोकसभा में जिस फेक नैरेटिव को तैयार किया गया था और यहाँ पर जिन ताकतों ने अराजकता के माध्यम से फेक नैरेटिव को परकोलेट किया था, उनके खिलाफ लड़ने वाली सारी जो राष्ट्रीय ताकतें थी, जो राष्ट्रवादी विचारों की जितनी हमारी ताकतें थी, वो सारी ताकतों ने मैदान में उतरकर उस फेक नैरेटिव को समाप्त कर दिया. इसलिए उन सभी संगठनों का भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं जिन्होंने ये करके दिखाया. साथ साथ महाराष्ट्र में जो पोलराइजेशन का प्रयास किया गया था और किसी जाति विशेष, धर्म विशेष को, एक धर्म विशेष को पोलराइज करने का जो प्रयास किया गया था, मुझे लगता है वो प्रयास सफल नहीं हुआ. क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में एक बहुत बड़ी परंपरा है, संतों की परंपरा है. इस परंपरा का निर्वाह करने वाले अलग अलग पंथों के जो हमारे सारे साधु संत हैं, उनका भी आशीर्वाद हमको मिला, जिन्होंने बिल्कुल गांव-गांव तक जाकर अलख जगाया और एक रहने का संदेश दिया, जिसके कारण मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि एक बहुत अच्छा विजय हमको मिला है. विशेष रूप से हमारे मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी, उप मुख्यमंत्री अजितदादा पवार जी, रामदास आठवले जी और हमारे साथ की जितनी छोटी पार्टियां हैं, हम सब लोग एक साथ रहे, एक साथ मिलकर हमने ये काम किया. इसलिए मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि इस एकता का ये विजय है, जो हमारी महायुति थी, अभेद्य इस प्रकार की महायुति थी, महायुति का ये विजय है, ऐसा मैं मानता हूं. और साथ साथ मैं हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का तो आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, उनके कारण ही हमको ये जीत मिली है। लेकिन हमारे देश के गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी, जिन्होंने महाराष्ट्र में आकर कार्यकर्ताओं में एक ऊर्जा का संचार किया, मैं उनका भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। हमारे राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व हमारे नड्डा जी है, हमारे राजनाथ जी है, हमारे नितिन गडकरी जी है, इनका भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। हमारे जो चुनाव के प्रभारी है, हमारे जो महाराष्ट्र से मंत्री है, इन सभी का मैं बहुत दिल से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि पूरी पार्टी ताकत से हमारे साथ खड़ी हुई। और सबसे महत्व की बात है, हमारे नेताओं ने, हमारी पार्टी ने केवल बीजेपी की सीटों पर काम नहीं किया, हमारी पार्टी ने सारे के सारे महाराष्ट्र के जितने 288 सीटें थी, हमारे दोस्तों की सीटों पर भी काम किया। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इसके कारण एक बहुत अच्छा यहाँ कार्य संपन्न हुआ। हमारे भूपेंद्र यादव जी, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, हमारे शिवप्रकाश जी, इनका भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। हमारे यहाँ पर जो हमारे सारे अलग अलग प्रांतों से भी जिन लोगों ने हमको मदद की, उनका भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। हमारे पीयूष जी का मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ, हमारे शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी का भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि एक प्रकार से सामूहिक रूप से हम लोग जब उतरे तो ये सामूहिक ताकत एक ऐसी ताकत बनी जिसने दिखा दिया कि महाराष्ट्र ये मोदी जी के ही साथ है। ऐसा है, मैंने पहले ही कहा था कि मैं आधुनिक अभिमन्यु हूँ, चक्रव्यूह को भेदना जानता हूँ। हमने चक्रव्यूह को भेदा है और ये कोई मैं पहले भी कह रहा हूँ, वापस कह रहा हूँ, इस विजय में मेरा बहुत छोटा उसमें मैं समझता हूँ कि सहभाग है। एक ये हमारी जो पूरी टीम है, इस टीम ने इस विजय को लाया है। मला असं वाटतं की कुठल्याही लोकशाहीमध्ये एक चांगला विरोधी पक्ष असणं हे गरजेचं आहे। त्यामुळे जे काही विरोधी पक्षाचे लोक निवडून आलेले आहेत त्यांचा आम्ही सन्मान करू। त्यांचा आवाज छोटा असो की मोठा असो, ते ज्या योग्य गोष्टी सांगतील त्या योग्य गोष्टींवर आम्ही त्यांना प्रतिसाद देऊ। पहिले मराठी हो जाणं फिर आम्हाला ते माहितीच होतं, जर झारखंड मुक्ती मोर्चा जिंकला तर तिथलं ईव्हीएम टॅम्पर प्रूफ परफेक्ट एकदम जनमताचा कौल लोकशाहीचा विजय। आणि महाराष्ट्रामध्ये हे धाराशाही झाल्याबरोबर लोकशाही खतऱ्यात आलेली आहे, ईव्हीएम प्रॉब्लेममध्ये आहे, ईव्हीएम टॅम्पर झालेला आहे। मला असं वाटतं की कुठेतरी अशा परिस्थितीमध्ये आत्मचिंतन केलं पाहिजे आणि खरी कारणं काय, मला काय त्यांना सल्ला द्यायचा नाही आहे, मी तेवढा मोठाही नाही आहे, पण कधीतरी त्यांना खरी कारणं काय आहेत याचा विचार करावा लागेल।
मुख्यमंत्री पदाची स्वप्न पाहिली असे राष्ट्रवादी आणि काँग्रेसमधल्या बड्या नेत्यांचे या विधानसभा निवडणुकीमध्ये पराभव झालेला आहे।
असं लोकशाहीची हीच खरी मला असं वाटतं गंमत आहे की लोकशाहीमध्ये कोणाला जनता डोक्यावर घेईल आणि कोणाला जनता धाराशाही करेल हे सांगता येत नाही। या निवडणुकीने पुन्हा एकदा ते दाखवून दिलं।
मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये यश मिळालेलं आहे। मागच्या वेळेस दातृत्व दाखवत भाजपाने एकनाथ शिंदेना सीएम पद दिलं। आता सगळ्या तुमच्या लोकांच्या अनेक राजकीय नेत्यांचे बाईट्स येत आहेत किंवा प्रतिक्रिया येत आहेत की भाजपाला आता यश मिळालं तर भाजपाने मुख्यमंत्रीपद घ्यायला हवं।
या बाबतीत माननीय अमितभाई शहांनी प्रेस कॉन्फरन्समध्ये क्लिअरली सांगितलेलं आहे, मुख्यमंत्रीपद हे कुठल्या निकषावर नाही, मुख्यमंत्रीपद तीनही पक्षाचे नेते एकत्रित बसून ठरवतील। एकनाथराव शिंदेजी त्यांच्या पक्षाचे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आहेत, अजितदादा त्यांच्या पक्षाचे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आहेत आणि आमचे जे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आहेत त्यांना आमचं पार्लमेंटरी बोर्ड हे ऑथराईज करतं। ते बसून जो निर्णय घेतील तो निर्णय असेल, कुठलाही वाद नाही आहे, कुठलाही विवाद नाही।
सीएम पद क्या बीजेपी के खाते में?
सीएम पद के ऊपर कोई भी विवाद यहाँ नहीं होने वाला, क्योंकि पहले दिन से ये तय है कि चुनाव जब संपन्न होगा तो चुनाव के बाद तीनों पार्टियां मिलकर इसको तय करेगी। हमारे नेता आदरणीय होम मिनिस्टर साहब ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में ये बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में बताया है कि चुनाव के बाद तीनों पार्टियां बैठेगी और इसका निर्णय करेगी। अभी मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि हमारे एकनाथ शिंदे जी उनके पार्टी के अध्यक्ष है, अजित पवार जी उनके पार्टी के अध्यक्ष है, और साथ में हमारे पार्टी के जो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं उनको हमारा पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड ऑथराइज करता है। तो ये लोग बैठकर एक उचित निर्णय करेंगे, हमारे वरिष्ठ नेताओं से बातचीत करेंगे, हमारे पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड से बातचीत करेंगे, जो निर्णय होगा वो सबको मान्य होगा, इसमें कोई विवाद नहीं। बाबा आता पूर्ण रिझल्ट संपू द्या। आता मी आणि अजितदादा आता सीएम साहेबांकडे चाललो आहे, आम्ही बसून जरा पुढचा काय कार्यक्रम करायचा तो चॉकआउट करू आणि तुम्हाला नीट सांगू। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि एक प्रकार से लोगों ने अपना मैंडेट दे दिया, लोगों ने एकनाथ शिंदे जी को रियल शिवसेना के रूप में स्वीकार कर लिया है। बाला साहेब ठाकरे की हिंदू हृदय सम्राट शिवसेना प्रमुख बाला साहेब ठाकरे की जो शिवसेना है उसकी लेजिटिमसी ये एकनाथ शिंदे जी को मिली है, और जो मूल एनसीपी है उसकी लेजिटिमसी अजित पवार जी को मिली है।
या निवडणुकीमध्ये पोलरायझेशन करण्याचा प्रयत्न महाविकास आघाडीकडनं आवर्जून केला गेला, विशेषतः मराठवाड्यामध्ये आणि विदर्भामध्ये पण वेगवेगळ्या ठिकाणी अशा स्वरूपाचा प्रचार केला गेला। तरी देखील विदर्भ आणि मराठवाडा याच्यामध्ये प्रचंड भाजपला यश मिळताना दिसतंय, याचं प्रमुख अॅनालिसिस आहे।
मला असं वाटतं की जेव्हा वारंवार तुम्ही एका व्यक्तीला एका पक्षाला टार्गेट करता त्यावेळी तुम्ही जे टार्गेट करता त्यातली हवा पण निघून जाते आणि त्याची तीव्रताही कमी होते आणि लोकांना त्याचं सत्य समजतं। लोकांच्या मनात त्यानंतर एक प्रकारची सहानुभूती तयार होते, लोकांना लक्षात येतं की चुकीच्या पद्धतीनं टार्गेट केलं जात आहे। तसंच आम्हाला महाविकास आघाडीने ठरवून या ठिकाणी टार्गेट केलं, पण मला असं वाटतं की हळूहळू लोकांनी लक्षात आलं, कारण आमचा ट्रॅक रेकॉर्ड चांगला आहे, आम्ही नेहमी पॉझिटिव्ह काम केलेलं आहे, त्यामुळे आमचा ट्रॅक रेकॉर्ड पाहून लोकांनी या ठिकाणी मतदान केलं आहे। मला असं वाटतं की या निकालाने एक गोष्ट स्पष्ट केली आहे, हिंदू हृदय सम्राट शिवसेना प्रमुख बाळासाहेब ठाकरे यांची शिवसेना ही एकनाथराव शिंदेजींची शिवसेना आहे, किंवा एकनाथराव शिंदेजी ज्या शिवसेनेचे प्रमुख आहेत तीच शिवसेना ही आता या ठिकाणी हिंदू हृदय सम्राट शिवसेना प्रमुख बाळासाहेब ठाकरेंची आहे। त्याची लेजिटिमसी जी आहे ती आता एकनाथराव शिंदेजींकडे आलेली आहे, आणि तशीच राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेसची लेजिटिमसी जनतेनं अजितदादा पवारांना दिलेली आहे।
आईसोबत आणि अमित शहा
आईचा तर फक्त आशीर्वाद घेतलाय, आईने आशीर्वाद दिलाय आणि अमित भाईंनी खूप आनंद व्यक्त केला आणि अमित भाईंनी या ठिकाणी आमचं अभिनंदन देखील केलं।
मराठा आरक्षण को लेकर बड़ा मुद्दा बना, इसके बावजूद आपकी पार्टी बड़ी जीत यहाँ पर हासिल करी। आपके ऊपर चूंकि एक तरह से आरोप हुआ, आपको अभद्र शब्दों में आपके खिलाफ जो है आलोचना करी गई, क्या ये उस वजह से मराठा आरक्षण का जो एक आंदोलन था वो फेल हुआ और जो मैंडेट था वो कहीं ना कहीं आप लोगों को?
देखिए, मैंने इससे पहले भी कहा था कि लोकसभा के चुनाव में हमको 43.6% मिले थे, उनको 43.9% मिले थे। तो अगर मराठा समाज ने हमको वोट नहीं दिया होता तो क्या हम 43.6% पर पहुंचते? मराठा समाज हमारे साथ था, है और रहेगा। ओबीसी समाज हमारे साथ था, है और रहेगा। सारे समाज आज आप जब इसको डिसाइफर करेंगे, जब आप इसका विश्लेषण करेंगे तो आपके ध्यान में आएगा कि सब समाज हमारे साथ में। देखिए, हर समाज की अपनी इच्छाएं होती है, आकांक्षाएं होती है, लेकिन उनको ये भी पता होता है कि अपनी आकांक्षाएं पूर्ण करने के लिए प्रामाणिकता से काम कौन कर सकता है, तो लोगों का विश्वास हम पर।
2019ला मला आठवतं की वर्षावर एक प्रेस झाली होती, त्यानंतर शरद पवारांनी तेल लावलेला पैलवान हे वाक्य बोललं होतं आणि तुमचं आलेलं माइंडेड गव्हर्नमेंट पाडलं गेलं होतं कालांतराने, त्याचा बदला घेतलाय का आता? तेल लावलेला पैलवान
कुठलाही बदला मी घेतलेला नाही। राजकारणामध्ये जनता ठरवते कोण जिंकेल कोण हरेल। कधी कधी एखाद्या गोष्टीचा नापसंती ही जनता कळवते, त्यामुळे यातनं जनतेने कदाचित नापसंती कळवली असेल आणि आमच्या बाबतीत पसंती कळवली असेल। मला असं वाटतं की याला वेगळ्या पद्धतीने पाहण्याचं कारण नाही, आणि नंबर्स काय आहे याच्या आधारावर मी विरोधी पक्षाचं मूल्यमापन करणार।
सर, एक सवाल आहे की चर्चा सुरू झालेली आहे, महाराष्ट्र चाणक्य म्हणून शरद पवारांचा उल्लेख वारंवार केला जायचा, आता महाराष्ट्र चाणक्य बदलला आहे,
बदलला असेल तर मला माहीत नाही. फक्त मी एवढंच सांगू शकतो की मी तरी चाणक्य वगैरे काही नाही. मी भारतीय जनता पक्षाचा साधा कार्यकर्ता आहे. माझा पक्ष मला ताकद देतो, माझ्या पाठीशी उभा राहतो, म्हणून मला हे सगळं करता येतं. आमच्या पक्षातले जे वेगवेगळे नेते आहेत हे सगळे नेते माझं नेतृत्व मान्य करतात, म्हणून मला पुढे जाता येतं. त्याच्यामुळे चाणक्य वगैरे नाही. सर्व सांगितलं, हे जे काही आम्ही जिंकलो आहे ही एकत्रित भारतीय जनता पक्षाचा हा विजय आहे. याच्यात देवेंद्र फडणवीसचं कॉन्ट्रीब्युशन हे फार लहान आहे.
गैरकानूनी जीत ये कह रही है. संजय राउत ने स्टेटमेंट दिया है कि गैरकानूनी जीत है, इस जीत को नहीं मानते क्योंकि जनता आप लोग के खिलाफ थी. और सर, और इसी से एक सवाल इसी पे कंटिन्यू कर लेता हूँ सर, क्या देवेंद्र फडणवीस के रूप में समंदर वापस आ गया है? जो लोग घर किनारे पे बसाए थे बह जाएंगे?
देखिए, पहली बात तो ये है कि संजय राउत, इनके ऊपर मैं कभी प्रतिक्रिया देता नहीं हूँ, लेकिन आज आवश्यकता इसलिए दे रहा हूँ. मुझे ये पता है कि झारखंड में झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा जीता है तो बहुत लेजिटिमेट जीता है. वहाँ चुनाव एकदम फेयर हुआ है. वहाँ पर इलेक्शन कमीशन ने अच्छा काम किया है. वहाँ पर ईवीएम इतना पक्का था कि वो हैक ही नहीं हो सकता. वहाँ लोकतंत्र का विजय हुआ है. और महाराष्ट्र में अगर हमको लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री मिली है तो इलेक्शन कमीशन भी बायस हो गया है.